नहीं ले पाया तो उसके लिए थोड़ा दुख है। पैरालंपिक क्वालिफाई करना ही बहुत बड़ी चीज़ होती है
और आपका क्वालिफिकेशन आसान भी नहीं
आसान नहीं था। मैं जब शुरू किया था रैंक 39 था और वहाँ से लेके सफ़र में एशियन पैरा गेम्स में गोल्ड मिलना, वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप में गोल्ड मिलना, फिर वर्ल्ड नंबर वन बनना। हाँ, एंड उसके बाद अभी टोक्यो में, ये पेरिस में पैरालंपिक्स में सिल्वर मिलना। तो ये मैं कहूँगा कि कायनात की, ईश्वर की, सारे सपोर्टर्स की, मैं सबकी बहुत असीम कृपा, और मैं आई हैव बीन एक्सट्रीमली लकी। डेस्टिनी हैज़ बीन वेरी काइंड।
बड़ी वजह है कि जहां भी सुमित गए हैं गोल्ड तो जीता ही है, रिकॉर्ड के साथ जीता। और एक बार फिर आपने जो आपका जो ट्रेडमार्क है गोल्ड और रिकॉर्ड, वो आपने बरकरार रखा।
काफ़ी खुशी है कि पैरालंपिक रिकॉर्ड के साथ में गोल्ड मेडल लेके आए देश के लिए, और काफ़ी प्राउड फील कर रहा हूँ, काफ़ी ब्लेस्ड फील कर रहा हूँ कि मेरे को ऐसी टीम मिली है जो हर टाइम मेरे साथ खड़ी रहती है।
आपने पूरी दुनिया देखी है, कितना एक्सेसिबल और कितना इंक्लूसिव है ये सोसाइटी, कितना जो पैरा एथलीट्स होते हैं कितना उनको इंक्लूसिव होते हैं, और कितना इंडिया के
सच्चाई बताऊँ मैंने लाइफ में इतने कंपटीशन खेले, इतनी बड़ी बड़ी स्टेज पे परफॉर्म किया, बट जिस तरह का क्राउड सपोर्ट मेरे को यहाँ पे देखने को मिला मैंने आज तक लाइफ में नहीं देखा।
बिल्कुल
जिस तरह की क्राउड सपोर्ट कर रही थी हर एक थ्रो पे, हर एक एथलीट को, दैट वाज अमेजिंग। और बाकी जगह कम देखने को मिलता है। और एसेसिबिलिटी की बात करें तो हर जगह व्हीलचेयर एसेसिबल हैं ये स्टेडियम, आप कहीं पे भी चले जाओ।
And with that, it's a wrap on this bulletin. News and updates will continue on the other side with my colleague Kitty. To stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
And impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter.
And impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV. 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Bahel. In this edition, we'll get you all the latest news and updates from all across the country in the next 1 hour. Let's start with the headlines at the top of this hour. Anti-rape bill tabled in West Bengal Assembly by the Mamata Banerjee administration. The law proposes death penalty for rapists. A 16-year-old was molested in Maharashtra's Nanded. The accused teacher has been arrested. Locals have vandalized the coaching center. NCP-SC protests against delay in assent to Shakti bill. Shakti bill was passed in Maharashtra Assembly, but it awaits the president's nod. Amid Netflix series IC814 Rao, Netflix content head has met the INB officials. Sources have told NDTV that Netflix has assured review of its content. Ahead of Haryana polls, the focus is on Gurugram infrastructure. RWAs to contest election over shoddy infra. No accountability for crores spent on urban infrastructure. World Bank's robust forecast for Indian economy. World Bank says India is the fastest growing economy in financial year 23 to 24 at 8.2%. Growth will remain strong, says the World Bank. We're starting this edition with some big news that we are tracking at this point in time. We're learning the West Bengal government has tabled a bill in the Legislative Assembly to bring a new law that makes all incidents of rape a crime commensurate with murder, for which the punishment will be death penalty or life in jail. The law will also include provisions for a time-bound trial and an enhanced compensation which will be collected from the guilty. Well, Andhra Pradesh and Maharashtra have already passed similar laws, but the laws have not received the assent from the president. What we are given to understand is that the bill is named the Aparajita Women and Child Bill 2024, and it aims to strengthen protection for women and children by revising and introducing new provisions related to rape and sexual offences. Well, we'll be getting more details on that in just a bit. That's the latest coming in at this point in time. All right. That's the latest. Meanwhile, that's come in the provisions that have been mentioned in the bill include death penalty for rape convicts, as well as provisions for a time-bound trial, as well as an enhanced compensation for the victim, which will be collected from the accused or the guilty in this case. All right, I'm being told TMC spokesperson Manav Jaiswal also now joins us on the broadcast here. Manav, we do understand the West Bengal government has already tabled this anti-rape bill in the Legislative Assembly. What all will it entail? What all provisions have been made? First of all, we would like to understand from you.
First of all, namaskar to the nation and welcome Aparajita. This bill is not only about Bengal. It's about every woman in the country, every Bitya in the country, every Aparajita. We want to make sure that nobody on earth can win over you. The idea of this bill is to bring in capital punishment. Date per date, tariq per tariq should stop. Women should have their privacy. Not only that, we have also enhanced the security system across Pan Bengal in every government hospital and institution where women are working overnight. The outpost has already been implemented. We want to tell the nation that you have a chowkidar who is for the businessmen. We are the chowkidar of the Constitution, and we as a peheredar of the Constitution are bringing this bill for the people of the country. Okay. For every man, for every woman, for every person who has human activities within themselves. This has been a very heinous crime. There has been some shortcomings by the government. We could not foresee that such a grave crime can happen within the vicinity of a hospital, a sacred place, with a doctor who gives life to the people who bring life. It is sad. This is the smallest thing that the government of Bengal could have done. And Mamata Banerjee, as you all know, is not only in the name, she has been showing the mamata to every citizen of the state.
Okay, Mr. Manav, help me also understand why is the BJP then saying that the bill that has been tabled in the assembly is for the TMC to hide its failures. There is a central law already against rape and murder, and the centre framed that law, and also it says that it had directed the state governments to set up fast-track courts. But the TMC government here in Bengal did not do so.
See, BJP has only set it a negative and a false narrative. So that is their job. They are the only political party. They can see the binary of the world is through politics, only politics. We had accepted there has been some shortcomings. We would have foreseen this incident happening and would have been able to prevent it. Definitely there was a shortcoming. But what we did, we found out the culprit within the 24 hours of the incident. He's behind the bars. Simultaneously, what we want to tell to the BJP, the political people, go tell your chowkidar, who is actually the chowkidar of the 2A square, to bring out a bill, within a time frame, have an interim session of the parliament, or if he's too busy with all these cases, then let's have the next session, and where you should bring in as a general secretary, a leader. Here, the youth icon, Abhishek Banerjee already stated, it should be a 50 days.
Tell me one thing. Did the state government set up fast-track courts or not?
Yeah.
When such cases come to light, that is what the BJP also says, that this is what has been directed from the centre to the state governments. And this is what Bengal government was also expected to do. Did the state government set up fast-track courts? What did the state government do until now? The bill is being brought in now. What has happened till now? This is what I'm asking.
I tell you, the most important thing that the BJP does not do Bengal. We already have 88 fast-track courts, and anything related to FOSCO, which is of child abuse, and rape of a woman, any related cases related to women, it moves out to the fast-track court. So if we don't have to have an infrastructure, we need to have a conviction that yes, we can do it. And we have been doing it year after year. We have seen that there are so many women police stations. We have the highest number of police stations in India. Women's police stations. Not men's, all women's police stations in India.
Okay.
We have the outposts in every government hospital. Now we have to place the women 24-hour surveillance with the CCTV, with everything. We are doing, we don't just don't talk, we walk the talk. Mamata Banerjee, through our Padayatra, has proven time and again.
Of course, that needs to be done.
The moment she is there, She is working for the people 24 hours.
Okay. Okay.
And this is basically, and we have taken a mild. We can have anything to do
All
in
right.
mind, but we've always.
All right. So you're
forward
saying
to
that the
the
Mamata
support of the
Banerjee
people.
government is doing, making all efforts and doing as much as it can in order to ensure the safety and security of women. But of course, we've been seeing not just the RG Kaur incident. Other cases have also been reported from Bengal in the recent few days. We do hope that this bill that is being brought in the state now, it does help the cause, and we do understand there are bills from Maharashtra government as well as the Andhra government, which were tabled in the assemblies, but they are still stuck because the laws have still not received the assent from the president. We do hope that the bill by the West Bengal government also doesn't meet the same fate. But yes, we'll go into the nitty-gritties of that, and we'll try and get a reaction from the BJP also on that. Meanwhile, thank you so much, Mr. Mana, for speaking to NDTV. Thank you so much. We have more news now that we are tracking at this point in time. Maharashtra NCP Sharad Pawar faction leader and former Home Minister Anil Deshmukh has demanded that President Draupadi Murmu approve the Shakti bill passed by the Maharashtra Assembly that prescribes the death penalty for rapists. Well, NCP leaders and women workers are protesting against the delay in clearing the bill by wearing red ribbons at the pedestal of Mahatma Gandhi's statue near the State Secretariat. Incidentally, President Murmu is on a 3-day visit to Maharashtra. NCP has demanded that President Draupadi Murmu approve the Shakti bill that has been passed by the Maharashtra Assembly, and the bill, we do understand, prescribes death penalty for rapists.
सबका सलाह लेके ये बहुत अच्छा कायदा देशमुख साहब ने लाया था और सब ने दिल्ली भी भेजा हुआ है, लेकिन तब मोदी सरकार थी, उन्होंने कुछ नहीं किया। आज एनडीए की सरकार दिल्ली में है, उन्होंने भी कुछ नहीं किया, उसका हम जाहिर निषेध करते हैं। मैं खुद देशमुख साहब को विनती करूंगी कि देशमुख साहब अगर सब नेताओं गण को, सारे जो इंडिया अलायंस के नेता है, उनको अगर जब खत लिखे तो जब पार्लियामेंट नवंबर में शुरू होगा तो मैं देशमुख साहब को विनती करूंगी वो दिल्ली आए, सब बड़े नेताओं से हम लोग मिलेंगे, उसके बाद हम सब इंडिया अलायंस से उनसे बात करके विनती करेंगे कि हम लोग साथ जाके इस देश के जो होम मिनिस्टर है उनसे मिले और उनको विनती करें कि ये बिल ला दे।
We'll get you more on that in just a bit. Meanwhile, that's the latest that we're tracking. A 16-year-old was allegedly molested by her teacher at a private coaching center in Maharashtra's Nanded. Locals later vandalized the coaching center and the teacher was detained after a case against him was registered. Well, that is what we're learning. We'll try and get more details on that. My colleague Radhika gets us more.
This incident was reported very recently, but we are given to understand that this happened over a period of time where this teacher had been allegedly molesting this 16-year-old girl student, after which of course she informed her parents, and then a police complaint was registered, and now this teacher has been taken into custody. He's been arrested under relevant sections of Protection of Children under Sexual Offences Act, which is the POCSO Act. Of course, he's been arrested under the stringent POCSO Act. Now, after the incident, post the incident, of course, angry residents, angry citizens started vandalizing the private coaching property. In those visuals, we can see angry residents there, in fact, questioning the coaching center officials as well, telling them that their trust has been betrayed. They'd been sending their, daughters and sons to the coaching institute because they believed that they will be taught by, some of the competent teachers there. However, this incident, of course, shocking parents and residents there, which is why they took law into their hands and vandalized that particular place. Of course, now police investigations are underway to understand whether this man had allegedly sexually assaulted more students in the recent past, or, does he have any criminal antecedents, is something that the police is trying to find out. But a shocking and disturbing incident coming from the small town of Nanded in Maharashtra, where a private coaching institute teacher has been arrested for allegedly molesting a 16-year-old minor girl who was a student there.
Well, amid the MeToo storm in the Malayalam film industry, a junior artist has accused award-winning actor and director Babu Raj of rape, adding to the flood of sexual abuse complaints against senior Mollywood figures, sorted details of many of which were revealed in the Justice Hema Committee report last week. Well, the report, that includes shocking stories of abuse, was submitted to the Kerala government in 2019 but was made public only now after clearing legal challenges from film industry members. Now, a rape case has been filed against actor Babu Raj over the complaint that was registered by the artist that on the pretext of a film role offered to her by Babu Raj, she was sexually assaulted. And now the Tamil film industry has finally spoken out on allegations of sexual harassment. Today, after superstar Rajinikanth said he is unaware of the Hema Committee report, director Venkat Prabhu, who made actor Vijay's upcoming film Goat, told NDTV Sam Daniel that at least from now, the Tamil film industry should start clearing up things on sexual harassment allegations.
In the context of this Hema Committee report in Kerala, how is the Tamil film industry trying to ensure women's safety? There's no exploitation of women.
I'm very happy that something like this has happened now. I think it's about time. I think people are they're very boldly they're coming out and telling about what has been happening and stuff like that. I think it should happen in all industries. Is what I'm thinking. I mean, we need a safer place for women, and I have two daughters, and I need a safer place for them in the future. And I hope just not the cinema industry. I just want even the media industry, sports industry, law firms, IT firms. I think people there are also going through a lot of things. Because just all the media is only covering the cinema because it is the glamorous industry, and I really think the society. I think in a lot of industries, these kind of things are happening, and we're hearing stories. I think every industry should have a committee.
In the past, there have been complaints like Chinmay had given against Mr. Vairamuthu.
The industry has been talking. They're on the limelight. I really want to know what happens in an office like NDTV, or any news channels, or a media company, or an IT firm. No, nothing is coming out from there. Why are you not talking about that industry? Why only cinema? Just a Pulyarsuli. What we say is like, this is just a start. I think this should go on into all industries, just not cinema. It should go into all fields and make sure that men are scared to do what they've been doing, and they should realize this is wrong, and we'll be like punished for this and stuff like that. Then only these kind of things will stop. Just because cinema industry is a more glamorous industry, so you get more mileage and more TRP just talking about
think
that.
Some action could have been taken when these names came up earlier.
They are taking care of it now. I mean, at least now it has come. We see, we're in a society where people don't come out. See, because social media is there now, we are getting to know about these kind of things. Before, how did we know about this? At least now something has come up. I think from now on we should start clearing things up.
Well, we'll get you more on that. Meanwhile, some more news that we're tracking at this point in time. Amid the massive row surrounding Netflix web series IC814, the Kandahar hijack, Netflix content head today met joint INB secretary. Government sources have told NDTV that Netflix has assured its review of its content. Well, remember, a huge row has erupted over the use of Hindu names for the hijackers in the web series. Earlier, sources had told NDTV that the government was taking the matter very seriously and added that nobody has the right to play with the sentiments of the people of the country. Well, that is the latest coming in. My colleague Aishwarya Jain also now joins us on the broadcast. He's getting us more details about the meeting. Aishwarya, what more information are we getting about this meeting that had taken place between the INB ministry officials and the Netflix content head? What all was discussed? And so far the information that we have is that government sources have told NDTV that Netflix has assured review of its content. Will changes be made in the web series?
Well, after huge outrage and the objections that were raised by different viewers on the social media platforms regarding the web series IC814, regarding the names of the terrorists, the code names that were used, and particularly those code names were Indians, and the entire web series had not revealed at last that these code names that were used ultimately were Pakistan ISI-backed terrorists, and you know, the portrayal of the terrorist was something that triggered the outrage, after which the users clearly had stated that you know, this has sent a wrong message to people in large, as they feel that, you know, these Indian names were used, the Hindu names were used, and these are those people were helping the terrorist organizations, which is ultimately wrong. And the government sources yesterday also told NDTV that wrong portrayal of the characters will not be tolerated. History cannot be rewritten, and therefore the reason the Indian sentiments, if that is being heard, then the government is taking this note very, very seriously, and therefore the reason the Netflix India content head was summoned yesterday. Today, the meeting lasted for almost 1 hour between the Netflix India head, you know, Monica Shergill, and the secretary of IB, Mr. Sanjay Jaju. It was assured by the Netflix that the content will be reviewed again, and in future the content that the Netflix will be creating will be in accordance with the Indian sentiments. And therefore the reason perhaps the Netflix was asked to remove certain content, whether that will happen or not is something that remains to be seen.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ishwarya, for getting us those details there. Well, we'll go back to Ishwarya in just a bit and try and get more on that. Meanwhile, that's the latest that we are picking at this point in time. We have some more news that we are tracking. This is coming in from West Bengal. The Bengal government has tabled a bill in the Legislative Assembly to bring a new law that makes all incidents of rape a crime commensurate with murder, for which the punishment will be death penalty or life in jail. Well, the law will also include provisions for a time-bound trial and an enhanced compensation which will be collected from the guilty. Well, the bill needs the nod from the President for its passage. Mamata Banerjee is speaking at the moment. Let's step in.
ও বিচার প্রক্রিয়া সম্পূর্ণ করে দোষীদের কঠোর শাস্তি দেবার কথা আমরা বলছি। কেন বলছি তার নিশ্চয়ই কতগুলো কারণ আছে। যে কোনো সুবুদ্ধি সম্পন্ন মানুষই কোনো রকম শর্ত ছাড়া নিঃশর্তভাবে এই বিলকে সমর্থন করবে আশা রাখি। ধর্ষণ মানবতার বিরুদ্ধে এক বড় অভিশাপ। ধর্ষকের নির্মম শাস্তি প্রাপ্য। যে সমাজে মেয়েরা ভালো থাকে না, সে সমাজ কখনো ভালো থাকতে পারে না। আমি বিদ্রোহী কবি নজরুলের ভাষায় বলি, বিশ্বে যা কিছু মহান সৃষ্টি চিরকল্যাণকর, অর্ধেক তার করিয়াছে নারী, অর্ধেক তার নর। মনে রাখবেন, আমার নিজেরও মনে রাখবেন, আমি মনে করি পারিবারিক কাউকে আমি একজনকে হারিয়েছি। যখনই এ ধরনের ঘটনা ঘটে, আমার কলম দিয়ে লেখনী বেরোয়। দেখবেন একটি আমার কবিতার বই আছে, তার হেডিংটা আছে সে নেই। দিল্লিতে যখন অভয়াকাণ্ড হয়েছিল, তার নামেই আমি ওই বইটি অর্পণ করেছিলাম। যতদিন এই তদন্তভার কলকাতা পুলিশের হাতে ছিল, মেয়েটি মারা গেছে 9 তারিখে, 9 আগস্ট। আমি সেদিন ঝাড়গ্রামে ছিলাম। তার ডেড বডি দাহ হয়েছিল রাত্রি 2:02 এরকম টেন্টেটিভলি নাগাদ, অর্থাৎ 3 তারিখ, এই 10 তারিখ। 12 তারিখে আমি নির্যাতিতার বাড়িতে গিয়েছিলাম। ইভেন যেদিন মারা যায় সেদিনও আমি ফোনে তার সাথে, তার বাবা মার সাথে কথা বলেছিলাম। আমাকে সিপি স্পটে ছিল, ধরিয়ে দিয়েছিলেন। আমি যখন গিয়েছিলাম নির্যাতিতর বাড়ি, তার আগে যিনি তদন্ত করছিলেন সেই অফিসারকে টোটাল অডিও, ভিডিও, সিসিটিভি ফুটেজ সব কিছু দিয়ে তার বাবা মার কাছে পাঠানো হয়েছিল, যাতে তারা সবটা জানতে পারেন, বাইরে প্রচার না করে। আমি যখন তার পরিবারের সাথে কথা বলি, তাদের আমি পরিষ্কার বলে এসেছিলাম, আজকে মঙ্গলবার,
when I spoke to the victim's family, I told
আজকে সোমবার,
clearly that today is Tuesday.
সোমবারই গিয়েছিলাম, সোমবার, যে আপনারা আমাকে সময় দিন। যদি আমরা টোটাল তদন্ত করে সবাইকে অ্যারেস্ট করতে না পারি,
that give us some time, and I assured them if that we are not able to arrest the culprits within the given time, we will give the case to CBI.
আপনারা মনে রাখবেন দ্রুত দোষীদের খুঁজে বার করার জন্য পুলিশ 12 ঘন্টা টাইম নিয়েছিল যে মেন অ্যাকিউজটাকে অ্যারেস্ট করবার জন্য, এবং 164 জনের একটা সাইবার ক্রাইম টিম তৈরি করা হয়েছিল সমস্ত খতিয়ে দেখার জন্য। আমরা পুলিশকে বলেছিলাম
we had created a team of 164 people to crack this case. The police worked 12 hours to crack this case and nab the main accused in this case.
ঠিক আছে, আমার কোনো তাতে প্রবলেম নেই, আমাদের কারণই থাকার কথা নয়। আমরাও এখন উই ওয়ান্ট জাস্টিস ফ্রম সিবিআই। বিচার চাই, বিচার চাই, তো বিচারের শাস্তি দিক সিবিআই।
We followed what the High Court had said, and hence we let the CBI take over the case. Now we want justice, and we want CBI to solve this case as soon as possible.
কেন চেয়েছি? আজকে যারা, আমি আইনের কথায় পড়ে আসছি, বিরোধী দলনেতা কতকগুলো কথা বললেন, রুলসে পরিণত করার দায়িত্ব কার্যকর হবে কি? গভর্নরকে, মাননীয় গভর্নরকে বলুন এটাকে সই করে দিতে বিলটা, তারপরে যদি কার্যকর না হয় তার দায়িত্ব আমাদের, তার দায়িত্ব আমাদের। আমি আবার বলি,
the leader of opposition raised a few queries and spoke what he had to, and I am asking the governor to sign the bill, and if he signs it, then it's our duty, it's the state's duty to take action and move forward.
বলার অধিকার আছে। এক সেকেন্ড, কারণ আমি সবই নিয়ে এসেছি সাথে, শুধু একটু অথেন্টিকেশনের জন্য কাগজগুলো আপনাদের অথেন্টিকভাবে আমি বলবো। গভর্নমেন্টের মনে রাখবেন রিপোর্ট অন ফাস্ট ট্র্যাক কোর্ট, দেশের মধ্যে ছোট রাজ্য মিলিয়ে আমাদের সংখ্যা তৃতীয়, এটা পার্লামেন্টের কোয়েশ্চেনে, লোকসভার কোয়েশ্চেনে দেখে নেবেন। আমি আপনাদের বলি 1913 সালে আমাদের যে 88টা ফাস্ট ট্র্যাক কোর্ট ছিল তার টাকা কেন্দ্রীয় সরকার বহন করতেন, সেই টাকা দেয়া বন্ধ করে দিয়েছেন 2013 সাল থেকে।
In 1913, we had around 88 fast track courts, and the center refused to fund them any further.
মহিলাদের জন্য 52টি ডেজিগনেটেড কোর্ট আছে, যাতে মহিলাদের
There are 52 courts designated only to help women in the state.
এই কোর্টগুলো এখনো পর্যন্ত মোট 3,92,620টি কেস দায়ের করা হয়েছে। তার মধ্যে
There are around 3,92,000 cases that have been put in these courts.
এর মধ্যেই হয়ে গেছে। মহিলা সংক্রান্ত 7,000 কেস কোর্টে পেন্ডিং আছে। আমাদের
There are around 7,000 cases related to women's safety and women issues that are still pending in the court.
আমরা নাকি পিপি চেঞ্জ করেছি। পিপি চেঞ্জ অনেক সময় তার ট্রান্সফারের ব্যাপার আছে, প্রমোশনের ব্যাপার আছে, হাইকোর্ট তাকে এখন হাইকোর্ট থেকে পারমিশন নিতে হয়, এসব ব্যাপার আছে। আমি টেকনিক্যালিটিসের মধ্যে ঢুকছি না, কিন্তু আমরা কি করেছিলাম?
Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee says that now the rules have changed, unlike earlier, which there were accusations that the state government was changing the Commissioner of Police rampantly. But now she says it is an order from the High Court only. If they get the permit, can they change the Commissioner of Police in the state?
জানুয়ারি 2016 কোর্টটা তো আমাদের হাতে নেই, কোর্টটা তো আপনাদের হাতে আছে। এটা আপনাদের একটু ভালো রোল প্লে করুন, এটা আপনাদের কাছে আমি রিকোয়েস্ট করব। আমি আপনাদের আবার বলি, ইয়েস অ্যাবসলিউটলি, আমি আপনাদের বলি যে আমরা ফাঁসি চেয়েছিলাম, কিন্তু কোর্ট সেখানে কি শাস্তি দিয়েছিলেন? কোর্ট দিয়েছিলেন 3 were charged আমরা ট্রায়াল কোর্ট পাস জাজমেন্ট অন 30 January 2016 where out of 08
Speaking on the 2016 case, Mamata Banerjee says that the state demanded capital punishment for the accused, but it was the court that had ruled otherwise.
And 2 were acquitted. The state appealed before High Court against the acquitted of 2 accused persons, যাদের ছেড়ে দেওয়া হয়েছিল তার বিরুদ্ধে। Trial court convicted person also appealed before the Honorable High Court. High Court passed judgment 6 October 2023 তাতে তারা শাস্তির ডেথ পানিশমেন্ট দেওয়ার বদলে দুজনকে দিয়েছিলেন লাইফ কনভিকশন, একজনকে ছেড়ে দিয়েছিলেন, 3 জনকে 7 ইয়ার্স পানিশমেন্ট দিয়েছিলেন, আর অ্যাকিউটেড 2 জন ছিলেন তার বিরুদ্ধে আমরা এসএলপি সুপ্রিম কোর্টে ফাইল করেছি এবং 9 October
Mamata Banerjee says that referring to the 2016 case, the High Court in 2023 gave life imprisonment to 2 of the accused but let go of one of the other accused. While the state itself has filed a case in the Supreme Court and has demanded a capital punishment for the accused in the 2016 case.
কারণ আমি মনে করি অপোজিশনেরও একটা দায়বদ্ধতা আছে সরকারকে তার কোশ্চেনের উত্তর দেওয়া।
He says that the opposition too in the assembly has some duty to cooperate with the state government and come to a consensus.
ভেতরটা রক্ষা করার দায়িত্ব আরপিএফ এর। প্লিজ রিয়েলাইজ রেলওয়ে প্রোটেকশন ফোর্স, এটা রেলকেও দেখতে হবে, ঘটনাগুলো ঠিক নয়। মনে করুন আমি এবার আপনারা কিছু প্রেসিডেন্ট দিয়েছেন, দিতেই পারেন, কিন্তু আমি কোনো কাগজ দিচ্ছি না, তার কারণ খবরে কাগজ দিচ্ছি না, কারণ এগুলো নিজেদের তৈরি করা রিপোর্টও হতে পারে। আমি স্পিকার সাহেবকে বলবো ক্রস চেক করুন অল অফ দ্য ফেক নিউজ, ম্যাক্সিমাম ক্রস চেক করে আপনি যদি দেখেন কারেক্ট ইনফরমেশন, আই ডোন্ট হ্যাভ এনি প্রবলেম। কিন্তু যদি দেখেন রং ইনফরমেশন, মিসলিডিং ইনফরমেশন, ডিসইনফরমেশন অ্যান্ড ডিস্টর্টেড ইনফরমেশন অ্যান্ড ডিস্ট্রাকটিভ ইনফরমেশন অ্যান্ড প্রভোকেটিভ ইনফরমেশন, দেন স্পিকার হ্যাজ দ্য রাইট টু ডিল ইট। মনে আছে আপনাদের, কেউ তো একবারও স্বীকার করলেন না উন্নাওয়ের কথা।
Speaking on the Unnao rape case, he says that the opposition BJP in the state or even the BJP in the center has never spoken on Unnao like the way they are speaking on Calcutta rape case.
কারণ তিনি এখানে প্রেজেন্ট নেই, বলে নামটা বললাম না, নামটা আমার কাছে আছে। আমি অ্যাসেম্বলি পার্লামেন্টে আমি সিস্টেমটা জানি। ধর্ষিতা মেয়ের বাবাকে তারপর বন্দি অবস্থাতেই হত্যা করেন ধর্ষকের বাবা, মানে ধর্ষক সেই বিধায়ক। মনে করুন আজ থেকে 4 বছর আগে 2020-এ এই সেপ্টেম্বর মাসেই হাতরাসের ঘটনা, যেখানে একটি দলিত মেয়েকে গণধর্ষণ করা হয়, বিচার তো পায়নি।
2020 Hathras case, speaking about the horrific incident where a Dalit woman was raped and hanged.
এটা গ্লোরিফাই করার নয়। 70 পেরোনো বৃদ্ধও আছেন, 3 বছরের শিশু আছেন।
He says that amid the women or young girls who have been victims to rape, very irrespective, the women are susceptible to these crimes irrespective of age. And she says that this is not something that it should be glorified, rather strict actions are required.
আরে এখনো তো অনেক বাকি আছে, শুনুন আগে। স্যার এটা ফ্যাক্ট যে আজকে প্রতিদিন দেশে প্রায় 90টি ধর্ষণের ঘটনা ঘটে, তার মধ্যে অনেকেরই মৃত্যু ঘটে, খুব বেদনাদায়ক। উত্তরপ্রদেশের ঝাঁসিতে চলন্ত গাড়িতে 17 বছরের মেয়ে ধর্ষিতা হয়েছে। উত্তরপ্রদেশের বারবাকিতে 9 বছরের মেয়ে ধর্ষিতা হয়েছেন। শাহজাহানপুরে মহিলা ধর্ষণের শিকার হয়েছেন। বুলন শহরে 6
She
বছরের
speaks
মেয়েকে
about
ধর্ষণ
a series
করেছেন।
of sexual assault cases that have recently taken place in Uttar Pradesh.
একটি মেয়ে ধর্ষিতা হয়েছেন। উত্তরাখণ্ডের নাট ধর্ষণ, 9 দিন পরে দেহ পাওয়া গেল। ওড়িশাতে ধর্ষণ হলো পেশেন্ট। মহারাষ্ট্রের বদলাপুরে 2 নার্সারির বাচ্চা সেক্সুয়ালি অ্যাসাল্টেড হলেন।
She's speaking about how there are cases also reported from Odisha as well as Maharashtra.
আসামে 13-14 বছরের মেয়েকে গণধর্ষণ, যেখানে
She's also referring to the recent case of a rape case in Assam as well.
বিচার হলো না।
But she says that there has been no justice in these cases.
যোধপুরে 3 বছরের বাচ্চাকে ধর্ষণ।
She's speaking of a rape case that happened in Jodhpur where a 3-year-old was raped.
যেই ঘটনা তাদের বলি লজ্জা লজ্জা লজ্জা। এটা একটা
She says that it's a shame that no action was taken in these cases, no speedy judgment was taken in these cases.
একমত হই, ধর্ষণের বিরুদ্ধে সমাজ সংস্কারের প্রয়োজন আছে, মানুষের জাগরণের প্রয়োজন আছে। এই বাংলা অনেক সমাজ সংস্কার করেছে।
She says that people's awareness is very important. Support is important.
এখানে আইন পাস হয়েছিল এই বাংলায়, তখন কিন্তু তাকে অনেকে মেরে মাথা ফাটিয়ে দিয়েছিলেন। কিন্তু মনে রাখবেন, রাজীব গান্ধী যখন প্রধানমন্ত্রী ছিলেন, এই আইনটা অল ইন্ডিয়া আইন হিসেবে সতীদাহ প্রথা নিবারণটা পাস হয়েছিল। ঈশ্বরচন্দ্র বিদ্যাসাগর, মনে রাখবেন, বাল্য বিবাহ বন্ধ, বিধবা বিবাহ প্রচলন করেছিলেন। সতীদাহ প্রথা নিবারণের জন্য রাজা রামমোহন রায় করেছিলেন।
She's referring to the rules of sati that was abolished and that Raja Rammohan Roy had fought against and gotten it removed. And she says that all of this had started in Bengal and initially it spread across the rest of the country, and that's how about change was brought across the nation.
যদি একটা ব্যাধি হয়, ব্যাধিটাকে সারাতে হবে। মনে রাখবেন,
She says that if there's a loophole in the system that needs to be fixed.
ঘটনায় সাজার হারও খুব কম। কেন সাহস পাচ্ছে এত? এটা আমাদের উপলব্ধি করতে হবে।
She says it's the responsibility of the government to figure out why people or the accused who are committing or those who are committing such crimes are getting such kind of courage or such confidence to go ahead and do something so heinous.
কিন্তু মাত্র 2.6% ক্ষেত্রে অপরাধী দোষী সাব্যস্ত হয়েছে। প্রবলেমটা কিন্তু এই জায়গায় রয়ে গেছে, গলদটা। ধর্ষণ রোধে দ্রুত বিচার এবং কঠোরতম সাজার দাবি জানিয়ে আমি 2টো চিঠি ইতিমধ্যেই প্রধানমন্ত্রীকে লিখেছি।
She refers to the letter she has recently written to the Prime Minister.
উত্তর দিয়েছেন একজন উইমেন অ্যান্ড চাইল্ড ডিপার্টমেন্টের মিনিস্টার, কিন্তু তিনি যে উত্তর দিয়েছেন সেটাকেও কাউন্টার করে আমি প্রধানমন্ত্রীকে জানিয়েছি। যদি দিল্লি
She refers to the response that she received from the Women and Child Development Minister, and she says that she had written a counter letter referring to the same to the Prime Minister again.
যখন প্রথম তাড়াহুড়ো করে পাশ করা হয় নির্বাচনের আগে, আমি বারবার স্বরাষ্ট্রমন্ত্রীকে বলেছিলাম এটা তাড়াহুড়ো করে করবেন না, এটা আমাদের রাজ্যগুলোর সাথে আলোচনা করুন। শুধু একটা চিঠি দিলে দায়িত্ব শেষ হয়ে যায় না। আমি অনেকবার অপোজ করেছি যে এটা কিন্তু রাজ্যকে কনসাল্ট করা হয়নি। মনে রাখবেন, তাছাড়াও আমি বলেছিলাম নতুন গভর্নমেন্ট আসুক, তাদের সাথে আলোচনা করুন, লোকসভায় আলোচনা হোক, রাজ্যসভায় আলোচনা হোক, বিরোধী দলের সাথে আলোচনা হোক, সরকারি দলের সাথে আলোচনা হোক, তারপরে এটা আপনারা করুন। কিন্তু সেটা তারা করেননি, তাই আজকে বাধ্য হয়ে
Well, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee speaking in the assembly on the Aparajita bill that has been tabled in the Legislative Assembly. Mamata Banerjee saying that there has been no justice in multiple cases of rape and murder that have been reported across India. She has raked up the Hathras case also in the Bengal Assembly. She said inaction in these matters is in these cases is a matter of shame, and we are trying to do everything possible in order to ensure the safety and security of the women in our state. Well, we do understand that it's very much likely that the Aparajita bill would get passed in the assembly, but it would need the nod from the president for the passage. Well, my colleague Tanushka now joins us on the broadcast. She is getting us some more on that. Tanushka, help us also understand what Mamata Banerjee has been saying in the assembly so far. What we understand is that Mamata Banerjee also raked up the Hathras case in Bengal Assembly. And as speaking about the concerned bill here, it's not the first state. West Bengal is not the first state that is bringing in such a bill. Andhra Pradesh and Maharashtra also had brought in similar bills before in 2019, 2020. But the president's nod is something that is very necessary for the passage of the bill, and that is why the bills have been stuck in these two states. And this, same is very much likely to happen in the case of West Bengal as well.
Right, Kitty, one can't exactly tell, what will happen with respect to the bill ahead in time. However, what we do understand as of now is that the West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, on the introduction of this bill at the State Assembly in West Bengal, has, we know that the bill is being called the Aparajita Woman and Child Bill as of now. And what we're understanding from Mamata Banerjee is that she says that the police have worked very hard to crack this case. However, ever since the case has been passed on to the CBI, she says that she demands for the CBI to solve this case as soon as possible. And what she also goes ahead to mention about this bill, which will be brought about with respect to capital punishment or death penalty for rapists or people who are accused or convicted in crime of rape, especially in the conditions wherein the victim has died or has been left in a vegetative state. There will she's also demanded for special women courts to be set up for, if this bill is passed, then for these kind of matters to be looked into, especially in these courts. And what we're also understanding right now from this bill is that it was aimed at amending the existing provisions under the Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita, and it seeks for death penalty in not just rape cases but also in murder cases. And what we know as well is that the West Bengal Law Minister Molloy Ghatak introduced the bill today in the special assembly and this discussion has been going on in the House for a while at this point, with in which BJP MLAs also, as well as BJP MLAs like Agni Mitra Paul, she's been quite a vocal face in this movement, demanding justice for the RG Kaur medical rape and murder case. She's also spoken out and said that it is at large this sort of negligence on behalf of the West Bengal government at this point. But the BJP still seems to be supporting this bill, and what we understanding all is that the discussion that has been going on with respect to the anti-rape bill, whether or not this will be, approved or proceeded further by the president is the major question at this point. But this is a big move from the TMC government on the part of looking forward ahead into
that were brought in Andhra Pradesh and Maharashtra Assembly. That, of course, remains to be seen. All right. So you're saying that the BJP seems to be supporting the bill that has been brought by the state government in the assembly so far. But we do understand the BJP so far has maintained that the state government has been trying to hide its failures, and that is why it's bringing in a bill which already exists at the national level. The centre already has a bill in place, and such provisions are already in place in that bill. But the state government is trying to hide its failure and that is the reason that they're bringing this bill. All right. We'll go to Tanushka in just a bit. Meanwhile, that's the latest coming in at this point in time. We have a short break right now. We'll be right back.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV.
We have a breaking news now coming in. This is from Chattisgarh. We are learning 9 Naxals have been killed in the exchange of fire between security forces and Naxalites in the forest at the Dantewada-Bijapur border. This is the information coming in at this point in time from IG Bolster P. Sundaraj, who's informed that 9 Naxals have been killed in this exchange of fire that had taken place in Dantewada. Well, we'll be joined by Anurag in just a bit. That's the latest coming in. We'll try and get more details on that. All right, Anurag is with us on the broadcast here, getting us some more information. Anurag, it's a big operation that has been carried out here in the forest at Dantewada-Bijapur border. We are given to understand, and 9 Naxals have been killed. What more information coming out?
Yes, Kiki, the police have received a tip-off that Maoists from West Bolster division has gathered on the border of Dantewada and Bijapur, and acting on that information, a joint party of District Reserve Guards, DRG, and Central Reserve Police Force struck in the area on Tuesday morning. And after that, a fierce encounter took place between the security forces and the Naxals at around 10:30 a.m. And so far, around the bodies of 9 Naxalites have been recovered from there in uniform, and the police have also recovered a huge quantity of arms and ammunition that include SLR, .303 rifle, .315 bore rifle, and so far with this incident, around 130 Naxalites have been killed in separate encounters with the security forces in Chattisgarh. In June, 7 Naxalites were killed and 3 Jawans injured in an encounter in Narayanpur. And on May 23rd, 7 Naxalites again were killed in an encounter with security personnel in the forest of Narayanpur, Bijapur, inter-district border. And on May 10th, in a biggest Naxalite operation, 12 Maoists were gunned down in Bijapur.
Yes, absolutely. And this is the latest with big success for security forces here in this operation in Dantewada-Bijapur border. We are learning now 9 Naxalites have been killed by the forces. We'll keep an eye on the developments here and get you more. That's the latest coming in. Shifting our focus now to some more news here. The issue of lack of basic facilities in Gurugram in Haryana is now being seen in the assembly elections. People living in Sector 33 have raised the issue of no road, no vote, and the resident association is going to contest the election itself.
A millennium city that's buckling under pressure from basic issues like water, electricity, and roads. With assembly elections in Haryana just weeks away, residents of Gurugram near Delhi say they have lost faith in the government and public representatives. These flats in a premium Gurugram location are worth rupees 3 to 4 crores each, but the approach road is in such bad shape.
मेरा बेटा अभी उसके फिलहाल सर्जरी हुई थी और हम उसको हॉस्पिटल से लेके आ रहे थे. उसके बैक में इशू था तो मेजर सर्जरी थी. यहाँ से कैब वाले ने मना कर दिया. उस बच्चे को आफ्टर 6 days of his surgery he has to come all the way through walking till the house. So you can feel what we should, as a mother, what I would have felt over there. So please, it is our request through you people to put pressure on the government, on Unitech. Please इस रोड का कुछ करिए.
The society, Unitech Residency, has about 700 flats in which about 2,000 people live and pay crores of rupees in taxes. But residents claim not one politician or government official is ready to address their woes.
पिछले 2-3 साल से समस्या बढ़ती जा रही है. जो बिल्डर ने सड़क बना के दी थी वो सड़क जो है बारिश में पानी भरने के कारण ख़राब हो गई है और जब भी हम बिल्डर के पास जाते हैं वो हाथ झाड़ के खड़ा हो जाता है. हम सरकार के पास भी गए लेकिन सरकार की तरफ से भी कोई मदद की हमारी अभी तक कोई सुनवाई नहीं है. तो हमने फिर हार के ये सोचा कि हम हरियाणा सरकार का जो इलेक्शन है उसको बहिष्कार करते हैं और हम वोट नहीं डालेंगे अगर सरकार हमारी सड़क नहीं बनाती है.
इमरजेंसीज़ में प्रेग्नेंट लेडीज़ के लिए बहुत बड़ी समस्या हो चुकी है कि इवन जो ऑपरेशन करा के आता है ना वो मेन रोड से अंदर तक पैदल आ रहा है.
बिल्डर कुछ नहीं करेगा, गवर्नमेंट को ही करना है. जो भी करना है चाहे वो म्यूनसिपलिटी से कराएं, चाहे वो खुद करें। अब IAS ऑफिसर भी जब बैठकर काम नहीं करेंगे, ना हमारा प्रोजेक्ट डिलीवर हो रहा है बाकी का बना हुआ, और ये 10 साल पुराना प्रोजेक्ट है, इस रोड को आज तक कभी मरम्मत नहीं मिली है।
अभी हालात ये हैं कि जरा सी भी बारिश हो जाती है हमको ऑफिस से डर लग जाता है घर कैसे पहुंचेंगे। मेरी गाड़ी 31 तारीख को आधे घंटे की बारिश में यहाँ बंद होगी। 30,000 रुपये है स्पेंड। रात को बेटे के साथ धक्का मारते हुए लाया हूँ मैं सोसाइटी के अंदर, और मुझे कहते हुए शर्म आ रही है कि मैं गुड़गांव में रहता हूँ।
Now the Federation of Apartment Owners Association, an organization of different RWOs of Gurugram, has decided to contest the elections on its own. The association is fielding its candidates from Gurugram and Badlapur.
सिविक इशू ही मेजर इशू है यहाँ पे। उसके अलावा दूसरा बड़ा इशू ये है कि हम सब ने जो अपार्टमेंट्स खरीदे हुए हैं, आज उसका ज़मीन का मालिकाना हक हमारे पास नहीं है। तो बिल्डर्स क्या हो गए, बिल्डर्स एक ज़मींदारी सिस्टम ख़त्म हो गई है, मगर ये सब लोकल ज़मींदार बने हुए हैं।
पूरा गुड़गांव हमारे साथ है। जब मैं कह रहा हूँ कि पूरा गुड़गांव साथ है हमारे, तो पूरा गुड़गांव साथ है। ये पूरे गुड़गांव की आवाज़ है, और ये गुड़गांव की जनता की आवाज़ है जो हम लोग यहाँ आपके सामने खड़े हैं। और ये आने वाला समय और जो इलेक्शन का जो रिज़ल्ट ही बताएगा कि कौन जीतेगा और कौन हारेगा। हम लोग बहुत कॉन्फिडेंट हैं।
Gurugram residents say that while the move may be symbolic, it may help them spotlight issues of basic infrastructure in a supposedly ultra-modern city. With Ashwini Kumar Singh, Bureau Report, NDTV.
Well, we're tracking some more news at this point in time. The World Bank has revised its growth forecast for India, upgrading it to 7% for the financial year 2024-25, up from its earlier estimate of 6.6%. The adjustment reflects the strong performance of the Indian economy, which was the fastest growing major economy in financial year 24, with an 8.2% growth rate. Well, my colleague Sakshi Bajaj is now joining us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Sakshi, it's a big thumbs up by from the World Bank for Indian economy.
Absolutely, a significant upgrade from the World Bank. The World Bank really upgrading India's growth forecast to 7% for FY 24-25 from the 6.6% projected earlier. So a significant upgrade from the World Bank there for India's growth projection. The World Bank very clearly stating in their latest India development study that, look, you know, there is untapped potential as far as trade is concerned for India's development, saying very clearly that India's labor market has improved, although youth unemployment remains elevated. So the concerns very clearly highlighted, as well as the growth projection at large. The World Bank also telling NDTV that they're bullish on India's growth forecast, as well as momentum really as far as the near term, medium term and long term are concerned, provided reforms are implemented.
Right, absolutely. Thank you so much, Sakshi, for getting us all those details there. Well, that's the latest that's coming in. Now we'll keep an eye on the developments there and get you more. It's time for a short break here. We'll be right back.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved
Good afternoon and welcome to NDTV. I am Ankit Tyagi. These are the headlines we are tracking at 2 p.m. Nine Naxals killed in an encounter between security forces and the Naxals in the forest of Dantewada in Bijapur. Massive success for the security forces. New bill to tackle rape cases tabled in Bengal Assembly. Proposal to treat rape like murder with death penalty. Mamata Banerjee had announced new law against rape. A 16-year-old molested in Maharashtra's Nanded in fact, coaching center. Teacher has now been arrested. Locals vandalized the coaching center. NCP and Shiv Sena protest against the delay in absence of Shakti bill. Shakti bill passed in the Maharashtra Assembly awaits President's nod. Netflix series IC-814 controversy continues. Netflix content head meets INB officials. Storm over alleged name of the terrorist. Sources say Netflix has assured review of the content. Haryana polls focus on Gurugram's infrastructure. RWAs to contest election over shoddy infra. No accountability for crores spent on urban infrastructure, says the RWAs. World Bank's robust forecast for Indian economy. World Bank says India fastest growing economy in financial year 23-24. Growth will remain strong for India. Now, in Chattisgarh, there is a massive security forces success which has come in the shape of this encounter which has taken place, in which 9 Naxals have been killed in the exchange of fire between the security forces and the Naxalites in the forest of Dantewada, remember, and Bijapur district borders. Now, IG Bolster has informed that this operation today took place, in which there was contact established with the left ultras, and the resulting exchange of fire resulted in the death of 9 Naxals. Apart from that, arms and ammunition have also been recovered from the encounter site. Let me bring you very quickly the latest from the ground. My colleague Anurag Dwari is joining us with more details at this moment. Anurag, what's the latest on the ground? Is the encounter over? Is the exchange of fire still going on? What's happening on the ground?
Still going on, Ankit. And the police have received the tip-off that Maoists from West Bastar division has gathered on the border area of Dantewada and Bijapur. And acting on that information, a joint party of the District Reserve Guards, DRG and CRPF struck in the area on Tuesday morning. And after that, a fierce encounter took place between the security forces and the Naxals around 10:30 a.m. And the rebels then retreated from the spot after the security forces overpowered them in the gun battle. And so far, the bodies of 9 Naxals in uniform have been, recovered from the spot, and a huge quantity of arms and ammunition, including SLR .303 rifle and .315 bore rifle, were also recovered from the spot. And few days back, Home Minister Amit Shah has said that the Naxals will be wiped out from Chattisgarh, and in this year only we have seen that more than 130 Naxals have been killed in different encounters in Bastar. On May 10th, 12 Naxals were gunned down in the Bijapur district, and in Kaker on April 16th, 9 Naxalites were killed, and on Monday itself, 5 Naxalites, carrying a cumulative bounty of over rupees 2 lakh surrendered in Bijapur. So a huge success for the security forces there in Bastar.
Right, Anurag Dwari. Also at this moment, Anurag, just give our viewers an overview of the situation as far as the left ultras or the Naxalite problem in Chhattisgarh is concerned. Over the last few years, we have seen how gradually the security forces have been able to establish strong presence, which have resulted in the Naxal activities or terror related to Naxal incidents a decrease as far as these incidents are concerned.
Ankit, I can just quote you an example of how security forces are marching, in the stronghold of the Naxals, because we have seen Puvarti, a village, where in the past so many decades, never ever security forces were successful even in entering, because Puvarti belongs to dreaded Naxal commander Hidma. But during this year, the security forces opened a camp also in Puvarti, and the election commission also successfully conducted elections in so many villages of Maoist stronghold. So the security forces are going deep inside the stronghold of Naxals there in Bastar, and clearly what we are seeing from the past so many months, that the security forces are on offensive even in the period of TCOC, where we have seen that Naxals used to be on the offensive, and they have killed so many security personnel during the TCOC period in Bastar.
Thank you so much, Anurag, for joining us with all those details on this big story that we are tracking from Chhattisgarh. Moving on to the national capital, in fact, where the Aam Aadmi Party and the Lieutenant Governor are once again at this moment head on, in fact, as the politics is concerned. This is regarding the 1.5 crore rupees, which Aam Aadmi Party alleges that the Lieutenant Governor has spent on social media. LG hired a firm for his social media image makeover, and the Aam Aadmi Party in fact questions why does the LG need social media boost. Once again, a face-off between the Aam Aadmi Party government and the Lieutenant Governor in the national capital. Let's go across to my colleague Shreya, who's joining us with more details on this. Shreya, at this moment, whatever we are hearing between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Lieutenant Governor, another chapter is being added to it. What exactly is this controversy, and has their LG office reacted to this?
That's right, Ankit. The war of words has erupted once again between the Aam Aadmi Party and the LG office. And Saurabh Bharadwaj, Delhi minister, has questioned that why would a big leader as LG, V.K. Saxena, require a social media presence. And he has also said that to make LG's face shine on social media, it has been said that rupees 1.5 crores will be given annually to this particular company. And he has questioned that is this money that the LG will be utilizing for the social media boost will be from the Delhiites themselves, from the people's pocket. But then, as per sources from LG office, they have reacted to these comments made by Saurabh Bharadwaj by stating that what about the money spent by the Aam Aadmi Party? The LG office has questioned that almost 3,000 crores has been spent by Aam Aadmi Party on advertisements because they believe that Kejriwal is the biggest leader, and they in return have questioned where is the money, where is this money coming from, and where are they utilizing this money for the last 5 years? LG office states that is this money coming from any sort of foreign, is this a foreign money? This money is also from the taxpayers' money itself. And this war of words has erupted over a very mere subject, and that is of the social media presence of the LG Saxena. And the LG office sources have also said that is this illegal to have a social media presence for the LG? There is nothing wrong in it. It is nothing illegal as such. So this controversy should place in the first place, and however, he has responded to all the questions that Saurabh Bharadwaj has made. That why would someone? Yeah. So this war of words continues right now.
Thank you for joining us with all those details. Let's listen into what Saurabh Bharadwaj had alleged during his press conference.
देखिए, अब तक दिल्ली के अंदर कई एलजी साहब आए, कई गए, और हमने कभी नहीं देखा कि कोई एलजी अपनी सोशल मीडिया के लिए, अपने फेसबुक, अपने इंस्टाग्राम, अपने ट्विटर के लिए 1.5 करोड़ रुपए सालाना की कंपनी को हायर करे। 2 साल से एलजी साहब पहले दिन से सक्रिय हैं ट्विटर पे, अभी भी उनके लोग रीट्वीट नहीं करते, उनको लोग नहीं पसंद करते, इसलिए वो प्रसिद्ध नहीं है। चुनाव से एन पहले क्या मतलब बनता है? एलजी की पोस्ट तो एक ऑर्नामेंटल पोस्ट है, जिसके अंदर उनको अपने उनका जो नियमित दायरा है उसके अंदर उनको काम करना चाहिए। ये तो सीधा सीधा जो है चुनाव से पहले एलजी ऑफिस का इस्तेमाल जो है राजनीतिक कारणों से करना चाहते हैं, तो साफ दिख रहा है इस टेंडर के अंदर।
Meanwhile, the West Bengal government has tabled a bill in the Legislative Assembly to bring a new law that makes incidents of rape a crime commensurate with murder, for which punishment will be death penalty or life imprisonment. The law will also include provisions of a time-bound trial and enhanced compensation or fine, which will be collected from the guilty. The bill needs the nod of the President for the passage. In fact, Andhra Pradesh and Maharashtra have passed similar bills, but the laws have not received the assent of the President of India. The bill is named Aparajita Woman and Child Bill 2024, and it aims to strengthen protection for women and children by revising and introducing new provisions related to rape and sexual assault. Meanwhile, on the other hand, in fact, in Maharashtra, where NCP Sharad Pawar faction leader and former Home Minister Anil Deshmukh has demanded President Draupadi Murmu to approve the Shakti bill, which was passed by the Maharashtra legislature, which prescribes the death penalty for rapists. NCP Sharad Pawar leaders and women workers are protesting against the delay in clearing the bill by wearing red ribbons at the pedestal of Mahatma Gandhi statue near the State Secretariat. Incidentally, President Murmu on the 3-day visit to Maharashtra. In fact, NCP Sharad Pawar demands President Murmu to approve the Shakti bill passed by the Maharashtra legislature that prescribes the death penalty for the rapist.
सबका सलाह लेके ये बहुत अच्छा कायदा देशमुख साहब ने लाया था और सब ने दिल्ली भी भेजा हुआ है, लेकिन तब मोदी सरकार थी, उन्होंने कुछ नहीं किया। आज एनडीए की सरकार दिल्ली में है, उन्होंने भी कुछ नहीं किया, उसका हम जाहिर निषेध करते हैं। मैं खुद देशमुख साहब को विनती करूंगी कि देशमुख साहब अगर सब नेताओं गण को, सारे जो इंडिया अलायंस के नेता है, उनको अगर जब खत लिखे तो जब पार्लियामेंट नवंबर में शुरू होगा तो मैं देशमुख साहब को विनती करूंगी वो दिल्ली आए, सब बड़े नेताओं से हम लोग मिलेंगे, उसके बाद हम सब इंडिया अलायंस से उनसे बात करके विनती करेंगे कि हम लोग साथ जाके इस देश के जो होम मिनिस्टर है उनसे मिले और उनको विनती करें कि ये बिल ला दे।
Let me go across to my colleague Radhika, who is joining us with more details on this. Radhika, now, this is, of course, politics also peaking there, but the fact remains that this becomes a very emotive issue on the backdrop of what we have seen in Thane, in Badlapur, and also what is happening in West Bengal. I mean, something that will resonate with people, and questions will be asked. Why is the president delaying in the assent of this bill?
Certainly, that's the question being asked by opposition in Maharashtra, which is why this protest was witnessed today by NCP Sharad Pawar faction. We did hear Supriya Sule. They're saying that we need guarantees for women's safety and therefore this bill needs to be approved. In fact, Maharashtra government had been pushing for this bill, but this was in fact passed by Maharashtra legislature in 2021, and at that time MVA was in power, which is why the MVA at the moment are pushing for it, saying that there can't be any more delays. Now, of course, Draupadi Murmu is in town, is in Mumbai for a 3-day visit. In fact, she's there for centenary celebration of Mantralaya in Mumbai, and therefore this protest also taking place right next to Secretariat, where there Supriya Sule and several other women workers of NCP, women leaders of NCP are stating that Shakti bill, which in fact prescribes death penalty for rapists as well as stringent punishment as far as sexual assault offenders are concerned, need to be approved by the president of the country. In fact, MVA had been pushing for it. This was something that was passed in Maharashtra legislature in 2021 when MVA was in power. It went to the president in 2021 itself. It's been more than 3 years, but the bill is still pending for approval. So now, of course, there had been back and forth between Maharashtra government and centre. Centre recently, in fact, asking Maharashtra government, questioning Maharashtra government over the need for Shakti bill simply because there have been new criminal laws that have come to fore, which takes care of strict punishment as far as sexual offenders is concerned. So yes, there is a back and forth between Maharashtra government and the centre over the bill, but the MVA leaving no stone unturned in taking this up, especially significant considering the incidents that we saw in Kolkata, of course, and Badlapur as well.
Right. Radhika, I request you to stay on with me. And why does this bill, ladies and gentlemen, become so important? I'll give you another example, and that example is coming in from Maharashtra itself. A 16-year-old was allegedly molested by her teacher at a private coaching center in Maharashtra's Nanded. Locals vandalized the coaching center, and the teacher has now been detained after a case has been registered against him. Let me go back to my colleague Radhika, who is continuing to be with us on this story. Radhika, you know, this is another example of why stringent laws are needed despite the current set of laws, despite what we saw post-2012. Incident of, you know, these kind of sexual advances or abuse against women continue.
Certainly, these incidents continue to occur not just in Mumbai, Maharashtra, but across the country. Another disturbing incident, and this time a 16-year-old girl allegedly molested by her tutor, by a teacher of her coaching center. This incident happened recently. Of course, this man who is the tutor has been arrested by the police there under a stringent POCSO Act. At this point, what is also disturbing is that people, locals and family members took law into their hands and started vandalizing that particular private coaching center simply because they did not trust the policing, they did not trust the law, which is what they in fact told the police as well as officials at that particular coaching center, saying that this shouldn't have been allowed. Their trust has been betrayed. You can see those visuals of them vandalizing that particular place, using wooden sticks and completely ransacking that particular institute in the small town of Nanded. But unfortunate incident there, a 16-year-old allegedly molested by a tutor from a private coaching center. He has of course been arrested, but the sad reality is that such incidents continue to happen across the country.
Adhika, thank you for joining us with all those details coming in from Maharashtra. Quite shocking, this story, in fact, which we have reported from Nanded. Moving on, a junior artist in the Malayalam film industry has accused award-winning actor and director Babu Raj of rape, adding to the flood of sexual abuse complaints against senior Mollywood figures. Sordid details of many of which were revealed in the Justice Hema Committee, in fact, report which was released last week. The report, which includes shocking stories of abuse, was submitted to the Kerala government in 2019 but made public only last week. After clearing legal challenges, in fact, from the film industry, a rape case has been filed against actor Babu Raj over complaint which has now been filed where sexual assault on pretext of a film role was filed by a female junior artist. Meanwhile, amid the massive controversy surrounding Netflix web series IC814, the Kandahar hijack, Netflix content head today met joint INB secretary. In fact, government sources have told NDTV Netflix has assured review of its content. Huge controversy had erupted over the use of Hindu names for the hijackers in the web series. Earlier, sources in the government had said that it is taking the matter very seriously and added nobody has the right to play with the sentiments of the people. Aishwarya, my colleague, joins us with more details as far as this story is concerned. Aishwarya, just bring our viewers the details of what in fact happened in this meeting. Does the review mean that the Netflix is going to review the current series, or going from here, the content which they produce will be reviewed?
Well, the Netflix has assured the INB ministry that they will review the content of the current web series, that is IC814 as well, and if needed, then there would be certain cuts that we can see in the next few days. Apart from it, they have assured the government that in future they will work in accordance to the sentiments of the people of this country, and their work and their content will be reviewed from here on. Certainly, remember this. There has been a huge outrage and objections that were raised on the social media platform by different viewers on the IC814, particularly, naming the terrorist as the Indian names, and there were no disclosure, or there was no, at any point of time, the web series hasn't revealed the original identity of these terrorists, and they had been named as their code names, which were Indians, which is Bola and Shankar, that clearly had, given a misinterpretation to the people in large that those were Indians who were involved in the terrorist activity, which was factually wrong, and therefore the reason the government of India has stated that they are very, very serious as to objections that were raised, and therefore the reason perhaps the content head of Netflix was summoned today, and the meeting almost lasted for 1 hour. Apart from this particular objections, there were other objections as well that the government of India had asked Netflix to give a written reply. Number two, it was of course the comic, in a comic manner, how the negotiating team dealt with the hijackers out there, and this was this clearly had hurted the sentiments of those people who died and the family members and those people who were involved in the entire operations. The chief negotiator Ajit Doval was also was showcased in a very lighter mode, which at that point of time, according to government, was a very sensitive issue. Apart from it, they had all given a clean chit to the Pakistani ISI, who had clearly, was at the backdrop of the entire operations, and the blame was ultimately, showcased in the web series to the Talibanis and also Osama bin Laden. So certainly that also had one of the objections to the viewers who wrote on the social media platform. Therefore, the reason perhaps government taking these objections very seriously and stating that history cannot be rewritten. The Netflix content head was summoned today. The meeting lasted for 1 hour, but the assurances, of course, had been given to the government of India that the sentiments will not be heard of the Indians in the future.
Thank you so much for joining us with all those details, Ashwara, reporting on this important meeting between the Netflix content head and the government of India. Meanwhile, the World Bank's forecast for Indian economy, in fact, the World Bank has upgraded India's growth forecast. India's fastest growing economy in the financial year 23-24 at 8.2%. World Bank has also said growth will remain strong in India. India has significant untapped potential to leverage, and international trade for development will also boost its growth.
The World Bank has just upgraded India's growth forecast to 7% for FY 24-25 from the earlier projection of 6.6%. To decode what this means and what has led to the growth upgrade, really, we are joined by Country Director India of the World Bank, Mr. August Kwame. Thank you very much for your time. First, for our viewers to understand, what has led to this, upgrade really in the growth projection?
Thank you, Shakti. As we know, the recent numbers that were released were very positive for India's growth going forward with a strong first quarter. And it's no surprise that we expect growth to be stronger than we had initially thought in our last IDU. And one of the reasons why we have upgraded our forecast from 6.6 to 7 for the coming year is that we think global trade is recovering and will recover a bit faster than we had initially anticipated. And by the way, trade is something that we cover extensively in the IDU, and I will invite your readers to look at the section on trade because it's very rich in analysis. Mm-hmm. So if global trade picks up, India will benefit from it. And we know that India has been doing very well despite a very challenging global environment, but if this global environment improves slightly, it will benefit India, and we hope this will be a trend, this trend will continue. Right. The second reason why we upgraded our forecast is that agriculture is also doing pretty well. Agriculture did, situation was very difficult last year, but with the monsoon and the fact that, farmers have been patient and stayed the course, and the price of fertilizers have also helped. We think that there will be a pickup in agricultural growth this coming year. So these two, trade and agriculture, will really help.
Really, the latest study by the World Bank mentions that the labor market has improved, but youth unemployment remains elevated. How do you think India can address this? Yes, measures were announced in the budget, but how do you think we can see implementation on the ground?
Well, first, let's focus on the positive. Youth unemployment was at a peak during the pandemic or immediately after the pandemic. Mm-hmm. And it has declined significantly, coming from well over 20, close to 30%, to now 16.5, 17%. It is still high, 17%, but it is much lower than what it was a few years ago. So there is progress. Now, where to go from here? Yes, of course, India will want a youth unemployment that is much lower because India has a young population, many of them well-trained, and they can power the economy going forward.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Former principal of Ajikar Hospital, Sandeep Ghosh, has been arrested by the CBI in connection with the financial irregularities at the hospital. Another drone attack in Manipur. 3 people have been injured. Terrorists are using sophisticated weapons in these attacks. 35 dead in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana as rain continues to create havoc in the states. Netflix content head meets INB officials, assures review of the content.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV. 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for
Very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadwa. Let's get you our top story, and that's Prime Minister Modi, who is expected to arrive in Brunei anytime now, kicking off a significant two-nation tour in Brunei. He's set to meet with the Sultan Hassan Al Bolkiah, the world's longest-serving monarch, who has been in power since 1967. During his visit, India and Brunei will sign a new memorandum of understanding on space cooperation, building on their 2018 agreement on satellite tracking. Following his visit, the Prime Minister will also then head to Singapore, and that he will be in Singapore tomorrow. And Russian President Vladimir Putin arrived in Mongolia on Monday, his first visit to a member country of the International Criminal Court since it ordered his arrest last year. Ukraine called on Mongolia to detain him, but there is no risk of Putin's arrest. A political consultant close to the Kremlin told Bloomberg that noting that Ulaanbaatar would have given guarantees ahead of the trip. Mongolia's balancing act of maintaining ties with its powerful neighbors, Russia and China, while seeking closer relations with the United States, has become more difficult since the war in Ukraine, particularly as 95% of the people their fuel comes from Russia. And it is Ulaanbaatar cannot endanger its own population by poking the bear to its north, arguing is how a Foreign Policy Research Institute has argued regarding the situation. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu remained defiant amid mounting international and domestic pressure to secure a ceasefire agreement to release Israeli hostages in Gaza. The killings of 6 hostages held by Hamas has spurred protests as well as labor strikes in Israel on Monday in one of the most significant demonstrations of public outrage against Netanyahu since the war began. The US president also rebuked him for not doing enough to secure a deal, while the United Kingdom has said that it will suspend 30 arms export licenses to Israel over humanitarian concerns. Netanyahu dismissed the criticism, saying ceding to pressure would send the wrong message to Hamas. But a Jerusalem Post editorial has gone on to warn that the hostage deaths have pushed the Israeli public to say enough is enough.
מרגיש צער עמוק, אני מרגיש שלא הצלחנו להוציא אותם. אמרתי למשפחות, ואני חוזר ואומר גם הערב, אני מבקש את סליחתכם שלא הצלחנו להביא אותם חזרה בחיים. היינו קרובים, אבל לא הצלחנו.
And an Israeli-American family that had become an international icon in the struggle to free hostages from Hamas's captivity in Gaza laid their son to rest on Monday. It is Hirsch Goldberg. Polin was said to have been killed by militants in the war-torn territory just as soldiers were approaching the spot where he was being held. Thousands of people gathered at his funeral during their desperate fight to free their son. The parents met with US President Joe Biden, the Pope as well, Pope Francis and others, and addressed the United Nations urging the release of all hostages. Hundreds of Israeli protesters blocked a main road in Tel Aviv on Monday to protest the failure to return hostages held in Gaza. The protest is part of a rare call for a general strike by Israel's largest trade union. Now, the strike is the first since the start of the war. It aims to shut down or disrupt major sectors of the economy, including banking, healthcare, and the country's main airport. The protesters are demanding that Israeli Prime Minister reach a deal to return the remaining roughly 100 hostages held in Gaza, a third of whom are believed to be dead, even if it means leaving a battered Hamas intact and withdrawing from the territory. Many Israelis support this position, but others have prioritized the destruction of the militant group over the freedom for the hostages. Thousands of Israelis poured into the streets of Tel Aviv for a second day in a row in grief and anger after 6 more hostages were found dead in Gaza. Their deaths fueled fury and frustration amongst Israelis. Most have massive protests, whether it's in Jerusalem as well as Tel Aviv, since the news broke, and a rare general strike to protest the failure of returning of hostages held in Gaza led to disruptions around the country. Israeli forces and bulldozers moved into Jenin city on Monday during the 6th consecutive day of the army's deadliest operation in the occupied West Bank since the Israel-Hamas war began. Witnesses said that vehicles advanced while the military shot in the air to disperse people from the streets. 29 people were killed since the operation began last week, and Israel's incursion started on Tuesday, causing alarm among the international community that the war might widen beyond Gaza. And Lebanon's health ministry has said on Monday that 2 people were killed in an Israeli strike on a car in the southern coastal town of Nakura. The ministry did not disclose further details. However, Israel has often announced attacks targeting Hezbollah militants and their allies while in their vehicles in targeted drone strikes. Now, a video has showed a charred vehicle on the side road of that area, which hosts the headquarters of the United Nations interim forces in Lebanon. And it is Hezbollah and Israel that have been trading nearly daily strikes and counter-strikes along the border, which began shortly after the outbreak of the war in Gaza. And tensions between Brazil and Elon Musk's business empire has been raked up further as the country's telecoms regulator threatened to sanction his satellite broadband company Starlink, hours after its top court stood behind a controversial decision to ban social network X from the country. Brazil's president Lula da Silva has also backed the top court's judge. The decision that's been taken by the judge to suspend X. The judge found that X allowed postings of hate messages and falsehoods about the country's electronic voting system that undermined Brazil's democracy. The Brazilian judiciary may have given an important signal that the world is not obliged to put up with the far-right ideology of Elon Musk just because he is rich, is what Lula said in an interview with CNN Brazil released on Monday. And also decades after they were killed, Poland held a state burial on Monday of the remains of more than 700 victims of Nazi Germany's World War II mass execution. This is the executions that were recently uncovered in the so-called Valley of Death in the country's north. This is in the town that began with a funeral mass at the church, leading to an interment with military honors at a local funeral of the victims of the Nazi crimes. The remains are contained in 188 small wooden coffins with ribbons in national white and red colors across them. The relatives of the victims and aid to the President Duda, local authorities and top officials to the State National Remembrance Institute, which carried out and documented this is as far as they were taking part in the event. And presiding bishop also said that he wanted to give back dignity to the victims of the crime. Duda sent a message saying that the deaths weren't in vain and will always be held in the national memory because the only reason they were killed by the Nazis was the fact that they were Polish. And Pope Francis arrived in Indonesia on Tuesday at the start of the longest trip, hoping to encourage its Catholic community and celebrate the tradition of interfaith harmony in a country with the world's largest Muslim population. Francis plans to take a rest day today in Jakarta, given the overnight flight from Rome and the rigors of an 11-day voyage zigzagging across time zones, and that will take him to other parts, including Singapore. However, the Vatican has gone on to say that the 87-year-old Pope would meet with a group of refugees, migrants and sick people at the Vatican residence in Jakarta today. Russian President Vladimir Putin said Monday that Ukraine's incursion in the Kursk region wouldn't stop Russian forces from advancing in Donbass. Listen in. Peter Weir, the Australian director and screenwriter of Dead Poets Society and The Truman Show, was on the red carpet before receiving a prestigious honorary Golden Lion Award for a Lifetime Achievement at the 81st Venice Film Festival. He posed for photographs alongside Ethan Hawke, who starred in Dead Poets Society in 1989. Tilda Swinton and Julianne Moore have arrived at the Venice Lido ahead of a press conference for their film The Room Next Door. The drama, which is showing in competition at the Venice Film Festival, tells the tale of Ingrid, played by Moore, and Martha, played by Swinton, two writers who meet while working on the same magazine in their youth. After pursuing different careers, Ingrid as a novelist, Martha as a war reporter, the pair reunite in extreme circumstances. The Room Next Door is based on a novel called What Are You Going Through? Nicole Kidman was in London on Monday for the series premiere of her Netflix show, The Perfect Couple, alongside her co-stars. And this is Kidman. Kidman is one half of The Perfect Couple. Her husband, played by Schreiber, they host a wedding for their son. But before anyone has had the chance to say I do, there is an accident with one of the wedding party dying. But who really is responsible is a big question. The show also stars Ishan Khattar. And let's get you more news coming in, and this is of a junior artist in the Malayalam film industry who has accused the award-winning actor and director Baburaj of rape, adding to the flood of sexual abuse complaints against the senior Mollywood figures. Sordid details of many of which were revealed in the Justice Hema Committee report last week. The report, which includes shocking stories of abuse, was submitted to the Kerala government back in 2019, but made public only now after clearing legal challenges from film industry members. A rape case has now been filed against the actor over the complaint of sexual assault on the pretext of a role in a film that has been filed by the former female junior artist. And NDTV has found that people in Manipur who were hit by last year's ethnic violence are once again fleeing to save their lives because there has been a second drone attack which has taken place in Imphal in a matter of 2 days. Here's a ground report.
A major escalation in crisis hit Manipur, with the weaponized drones used by suspected Kuki insurgents to carry out an attack in the Imphal West district, leading to 2 deaths and many injuries. An NDTV team at ground zero of the attack, Kautruk village in the Imphal West district, was witness to this charred truck and gutted houses with almost all belongings burned to ashes. The area is still volatile. Intermittent firing and even explosions could be heard at a distance, forcing the NDTV team to take cover. Locals question the role of the central forces that gird the fringe areas like Kautruk, that lies at the border of the Meitei-dominated valley region, and the Kuki villages up in the adjacent hills.
Yesterday was a different strategy for them, using the drone and then dropping. So that was new to us, and then we were not prepared for that. Assam Rifle is there, up there, controlling. So that should have taken the line of them and have the control of the firing from up.
The Sunday attack has marked yet another cycle of fear. 34-year-old Thangjam Basant had to flee Kautruk yet again. He broke down while speaking to NDTV. A woman was killed and her 12-year-old daughter injured. The woman had come to visit her maternal home.
Taramiba magi phakdagi upammi phak tharaga upammi moje phak thabagi upambada mana taramiba mapajida idagi samdagi noi nappaga lerama yumda pak lakwa phangdabani inamadu ngarang khak lakchabani inamadu.
Basant, Anu and many others are now sheltered few miles away from Kautruk in this government school. About 150 people of the village have been displaced. They had faced a communal flare-up last year and had to stay in relief camps for months. Their lives were slowly limping back to normalcy until Sunday's attack. A day before the Sunday attack, Kuki Zomi groups held massive rallies and reiterated their demand for a separate union territory. The Kuki Zomi civil society groups have been claiming their villages being targeted by armed Meitei groups. They fear violence will escalate.
The violence in Manipur region will continue to escalate until and unless there is a permanent political solution for the Kuki Zo people, and as long as Biren Singh is in charge.
While security forces continued their joint combing operation in Manipur's Kangkopi and Imphal West districts, BJP's own MLA, R.K. Imo Singh, in a letter to Union Home Minister Amit Shah, have questioned the role of central forces if they were mere spectator to the fresh escalation. With BM Sanju in Kautruk, this is Ratndeep Chaudhary for NDTV.
Switching tracks from Imphal now to Greater Noida, and over 200 residents of a society in Greater Noida fell sick after allegedly consuming contaminated water on Monday. The residents, mostly children, experienced symptoms such as vomiting, diarrhea, high fever and abdominal pain. And according to the residents of the society, the complaints started to come out only after the water tank was cleaned just 2 days ago. My colleague Shreya spoke with the residents. Let's listen in.
So I am outside this gated society where almost over 200 people have been affected due to the water contamination, and it's predominantly children who are facing these symptoms. And for that, the water testing has begun. Almost 10 tanks have been drained out and are being refilled, and health camps have been set up in this particular gated society in Greater Noida West, and medicines are being distributed, health checkups are being done, and I'm joined by one of the facility officers here. सर आप बताइए अभी क्या काम चल रहा है? अभी हमने देखा कि पुलिस ऑफिसर्स भी आ गए, क्या इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो रहा है?
मैम फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल तो अभी जो पानी है, अंडरग्राउंड टैंक है, ओवरहेड टैंक है, अथॉरिटी का वाटर है, इसको पहले चेक किया गया है। इसकी वाटर क्वालिटी है, सैंपल है, सारे ऐसे विजिबल ओके हैं। TDS हार्डनेस चेक की गई है। पैरेलली अभी हमने बाहर से और अथॉरिटी टीम ने भी सैंपल कलेक्ट किया है और लैब टेस्ट के लिए, जिससे एक्चुअल पता चले क्या रीज़न है, क्यों हुआ है, या कुछ और भी रीज़न है। अभी ये कंफर्म नहीं हो पाई है और वो अभी किया जा रहा है। पैरेलली हमने 10 टैंक हमने ड्रेन किया है और भी करते जा रहे हैं, ठीक है, ताकि हमारे सोसाइटी में थोड़ा मतलब स्लोली कर रहे हैं ताकि हमारा वाटर इफेक्ट ना हो पूरी सोसाइटी का, क्योंकि अगर हम एक साथ सारे कर दें तो वाटर क्राइसिस हो जाएगा, क्योंकि 4000 फैमिली हमारे यहाँ रहता है।
But for now, we know that the tanks that have been, the water quality that have been checked, there the water sample is not showing that there has been any discrepancy, any sort of chemicals, excess of chemicals because of which this water contamination can take place. मतलब आप बोल रहे हो कि इधर जो लोग बीमार पड़ रहे हैं, that is despite the purification system, the ROs that have been put up.
मैम RO एक्चुअली क्या होता है, सारे फ्लैट्स में होती है। फ्लैट्स में लोग RO ट्रीट करके पीते हैं, बाकी हमारे यहाँ का पानी प्रॉपर अथॉरिटी का पानी आ रहा है और हम उसी को यूज़ कर रहे हैं। डायरेक्ट हम उसको स्टोर करके हम फ्लैटों में भेजते हैं, मतलब ओवरहेड टैंक भेजते हैं, वहाँ से फ्लैटों में आता है। वो दोनों जगह पे अथॉरिटी का जहाँ हमारा इनिशियल स्टेज है जहाँ आता है वो, और सारे सैंपल कलेक्ट कर लिया गया है उसी को चेक करने के लिए, ताकि अगर कुछ इंटरनली वाटर में है, कुछ है तो फिजिकली उसमें कुछ नहीं दिखता है, ठीक है। हमने हार्डनेस हो, TDS हो, हमने साइट पे चेक किया है, जो साइट पे कर सकते हैं, जो प्रोविज़न होता है। बाकी चीज़ लैब पे होती है, लैब के लिए ऑलरेडी सैंपल कलेक्ट कर लिया है, उसमें अगर कुछ होगा, चीज़ें होंगी, इट विल कन्फर्म, ठीक है।
TDS लेवल्स अभी क्या है? अभी नॉर्मल है TDS लेवल्स पानी का?
मैम 287 आ रहा था, ठीक है ना मैम। ये 300 के नीचे ही है TDS है, हार्डनेस भी 300 के नीचे है यहाँ का।
और लैब सैंपल्स कब तक आ जाएगा?
मैम लैब सैंपल है, इसमें जो एक्सपर्ट जो ऑथराइज जो है जिन्होंने टेस्ट करा है, और हमने अथॉरिटी से भी बात करी है, तो अभी उन्होंने कंफर्म टाइम नहीं बताया कि कब तक आएगा। जैसे अभी वो सैंपल लेके गए हैं उसी हिसाब से बताएं कितना टाइम लगेगा, क्या है नहीं है। 4-5 पॉइंट के 2-3 टीम ने करी है, अथॉरिटी से भी 2 टीम आई थी, एक दूसरा भी अभी हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट से आए हुए हैं, तो वो चेक कर रहे हैं। एक्चुअल अभी रूट कॉज पता नहीं चला, जैसे भी होता है तो उसी पे काम किया जाएगा। और हमने सारी लाइन्स हो, चीज़ें हो, जो भी अथॉरिटी का आ रहा है हमने इंटरनली चेक कर लिया। इसके बाद हम आउटसाइड का जो आ रहा है 2 सोर्स हमारे पास, तो वो चेक करेंगे।
And the issue of lack of basic facilities when it comes to Gurugram in Haryana, where elections are coming up soon. So Haryana is now being seen in the assembly elections. People living in Sector 33 are raising issues of no road, no vote. And the resident association is now going to contest the elections itself.
A millennium city that's buckling under pressure from basic issues like water, electricity, and roads. With assembly elections in Haryana just weeks away, residents of Gurugram near Delhi say they have lost faith in the government and public representatives. These flats in a premium Gurugram location are worth rupees 3 to 4 crores each, but the approach road is in such bad shape.
मेरा बेटा अभी उसके फिलहाल सर्जरी हुई थी और हम उसको हॉस्पिटल से लेके आ रहे थे, उसके बैक में इशू था तो मेजर सर्जरी थी, यहाँ से कैब वाले ने मना कर दिया। उस बच्चे को आफ्टर 6 days of his surgery he has to come all the way through walking till the house.
The society, Unitech Residency, has about 700 flats in which about 2,000 people live and pay crores of rupees in taxes. But residents claim not one politician or government official is ready to address their woes.
पिछले 2-3 साल से समस्या बढ़ती जा रही है। जो बिल्डर ने सड़क बना के दी थी, वो सड़क जो है बारिश में पानी भरने के कारण ख़राब हो गई है, और जब भी हम बिल्डर के पास जाते हैं वो हाथ झाड़ के खड़ा हो जाता है।
बिल्डर कुछ नहीं करेगा, गवर्नमेंट को ही करना है जो भी करना है, चाहे वो म्यूनसिपैलिटी से कराएं, चाहे वो खुद करें।
Now the Federation of Apartment Owners Association, an organization of different RWOs of Gurugram, has decided to contest the elections on its own. The association is fielding its candidates from Gurugram and Badlapur.
पूरा गुड़गांव हमारे साथ है। जब मैं कह रहा हूँ कि पूरा गुड़गांव साथ है हमारे, तो पूरा गुड़गांव साथ है। ये पूरे गुड़गांव की आवाज़ है और ये गुड़गांव की जनता की आवाज़ है जो हम लोग यहाँ आपके सामने खड़े हैं। और ये आने वाला समय और जो इलेक्शन का जो रिज़ल्ट ही बताएगा कि कौन जीतेगा और कौन हारेगा। हम लोग बहुत कॉन्फिडेंट हैं।
Gurugram residents say that while the move may be symbolic, it may help them spotlight issues of basic infrastructure in a supposedly ultra-modern city. With Ashwini Kumar Singh, Bureau Report, NDTV.
India is shining bright at the Paralympics with Suhas Yathiraj there bringing glory along with Sumit Until. Sumit Until has bagged gold in the javelin throw, while Suhas Yathiraj has clinched a silver in the badminton category.
हमारे साथ एक रेयरेस्ट कॉम्बिनेशन है। IAS ऑफिसर हैं, बहुत एबल एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर हैं, मेरे अच्छे दोस्त हैं और बहुत ही उम्दा खिलाड़ी हैं। बैक टू बैक 2 सिल्वर सुहास जी, और मुझे आपकी उदासी देखी नहीं जा रही है, अब मुझे अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है।
जब भी पैरालंपिक में सिल्वर मिलता है, ये फीलिंग ऐसे होता है क्योंकि इंसान को ना ज़िंदगी में जो मिलता है उससे ज़्यादा जो नहीं मिलता है उसको लेके बहुत ज़्यादा दुख होता है। तो आज का दिन शायद ऐसा ही है कि जो मिला वो उसके लिए ईश्वर की तो असीम कृपा रही है, बट जो इतना नज़दीक आके मैं देशवासियों के लिए गोल्ड नहीं ले पाया तो उसके लिए थोड़ा दुख है। पैरालंपिक क्वालिफाई करना ही बहुत बड़ी चीज़ होती है
और आपका क्वालिफिकेशन आसान
नहीं था। मैं जब शुरू किया था रैंक 39 था और वहाँ से लेके सफ़र में एशियन पैरा गेम्स में गोल्ड मिलना, वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप में गोल्ड मिलना, फिर वर्ल्ड नंबर 1 बनना। हाँ, एंड उसके बाद अभी टोक्यो में, ये पेरिस में पैरालंपिक्स में सिल्वर मिलना। तो ये मैं कहूँगा कि कायनात की, ईश्वर की, सारे सपोर्टर्स की, मैं सब की बहुत असीम कृपा, और मैं आई हैव बीन एक्सट्रीमली लकी। डेस्टिनी हैज़ बीन वेरी काइंड।
वजह कि जहाँ भी सुमित गए हैं गोल्ड तो जीता ही है, रिकॉर्ड के साथ जीता। और एक बार फिर आपने जो आपका जो ट्रेडमार्क है गोल्ड और रिकॉर्ड, वो आपने बरकरार रखा।
काफ़ी खुशी है कि पैरालंपिक रिकॉर्ड के साथ में गोल्ड मेडल लेके आए देश के लिए, और काफ़ी प्राउड फील कर रहा हूँ, काफ़ी ब्लेस्ड फील कर रहा हूँ कि मेरे को ऐसी टीम मिली है जो हर टाइम मेरे साथ खड़ी रहती है।
आपने पूरी दुनिया देखी है, कितना एक्सेसिबल और कितना इंक्लूसिव है ये सोसाइटी, कितना जो पैरा एथलीट्स होते हैं कितना उनको इंक्लूसिव होते हैं, और कितना इंडिया के
सच्चाई बताऊँ मैंने लाइफ में इतने कंपटीशन खेले, इतनी बड़ी बड़ी स्टेज पे परफॉर्म किया, बट जिस तरह का क्राउड सपोर्ट मेरे को यहाँ पे देखने को मिला मैंने आज तक लाइफ में नहीं देखा।
बिल्कुल
जिस तरह की क्राउड सपोर्ट कर रही थी हर एक थ्रो पे, हर एक एथलीट को, दैट वाज अमेजिंग। और बाकी जगह कम देखने को मिलता है, और एक्सेसिबिलिटी की बात करें तो हर जगह व्हीलचेयर एक्सेसिबल हैं ये स्टेडियम, आप कहीं पे भी चले जाओ।
Hello, Moto.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of coal, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. Stay with us for all the news you need to know. Let's take a look at the top headlines at this hour. West Bengal has passed its anti-rape bill, Aprajita. The bill seeks death penalty for rape and murder. Mamata Banerjee versus BJP now over the implementation of the bill. Mamata Banerjee tells leader of opposition, Suvendu Adhikari, to get the governor to sign the bill promptly so it can be implemented. Suvendu Adhikari hits back, says implementation is the government's responsibility. Meanwhile, in Maharashtra, a 16-year-old is molested in Nanded. A teacher is arrested. Locals vandalize the coaching center. Also, the NCP, Sharad Pawar, holds a protest over the delay in presidential assent to the Shakti bill, which is also for women's safety. This as the president is on an official visit to Maharashtra. In Chhattisgarh, 9 Naxals have been killed in an exchange of fire between security forces and Naxals in the forest of Dantewada. Netflix India has assured the centre that in the future content will be in accordance with the nation's sentiment. Sources have said this after the OTT giant's assurance comes after the massive row involving its web series IC814 Kandahar Hijack over the portrayal of the hijackers. And with Haryana polls around the corner, the focus on Millennium City, Gurugram and its infrastructure. Resident Welfare Associations, fed up with the shoddy infrastructure, will be contesting the election. They say no accountability for crores that are spent on urban infrastructure. Our top story now, the West Bengal Assembly has unanimously passed the anti-rape Aparajita bill brought in by the Mamata Banerjee government. Calling it historic and model, the Chief Minister said the bill was a tribute to the junior doctor who was raped and killed in the state-run RG Kaur hospital last month. Remember, Mamata Banerjee has been facing immense criticism over its handling of the matter. The West Bengal police has also been in the firing line with the protests across the country. Now, with this passing of this bill, Bengal has become the first state to bring in amendments to the central laws dealing with offences of rape, gang rape and sexual assault. The law will also include provisions for a time-bound trial and enhanced compensation or fine which will be collected from the guilty. But the focus now shifts to the implementation of the bill, and for that the governor's assent is needed. He could even send it to the president. Mamata Banerjee and the BJP sparred over the implementation of the bill, with Mamata Banerjee saying the opposition should ask the governor to sign the bill. It is our responsibility to enact it. After that, the bill needs the nod, as we said, either from the governor or on to the president. The BJP hit back saying this is not their responsibility. The immediate implementation is the government's responsibility. NDTV Saurabh Gupta sent us this report.
This is of course a new law that the state government has been talking about in terms of not only ensuring stricter punishment, including the death penalty for all rape cases by making rape a crime commensurate with murder, but also what they are saying is that there should be a case where many times where you see there's a lag in the justice system, and they are saying that this has to be a mandated time-bound process of delivering justice, and that is something that this law looks at. Now, during the passing of the bill, of course, there was a political debate on it, and this is, of course, in the Legislative Assembly. Entire bill, of course, looks at what can be improved in terms of punishment, in terms of processes to ensure that rapes, that the laws against rape are actually a deterrent against such crimes. Now, there was exchange of, sort of arguments and counter-arguments between the opposition and the government, and leader of opposition, Shubhendu Adhikari, also delivered a speech. He, of course, made several important points and also raised some allegations especially in specific to the RG Kaur case, including other BJP MLAs, including Ognimitra Paul, also spoke, but the point is that both the BJP and the TMC, this bill was passed with support from both, and the leader of opposition Shubhendu Adhikari also made it clear that that they were in support of the bill. However, West Bengal has now got a new law, and there was a little bit of an argument over actually ensuring the implementation of these laws, because often we've seen how laws are passed but they never become rules. They just languish. So in that context, the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, Shubhendu Adhikari said we want it to be implemented as soon as possible, to which Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee responded, you should ask the governor to sign it immediately. And therefore, now, of course, once this is passed, it's sent to the governor. Then it depends on what the governor does, whether he signs it or whether he sends it back to the assembly, or what he does, or whether he sends it to the president. All of these possibilities remain. So therefore, it is a law that's been passed by both the opposition and the government here. Of course, albeit there were arguments on the amendments that were moved by Shubhendu Adhikari, the leader of opposition. But at this point, we can report that this law, the Aparajita Women and Child West Bengal Criminal Laws Amendment Bill 2024, has been passed by the West Bengal Assembly, looking at stricter punishment, death penalty for rapes, making rape a crime commensurate with murder, and also ensuring time-bound processes to ensure the judicial process in such cases also moves fast and justice is delivered, and thereby it actually acts as a deterrent against rape. All of this, as you know, comes in the backdrop of the horrific incident at the RG Kaur Medical College and Hospital, where a young postgraduate doctor was brutally raped and murdered. Her body was found on the 9th of August.
All right, and some breaking news now coming in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has landed in Brunei, Dar es Salaam, which is the first ever bilateral visit by an Indian Prime Minister. As a special gesture, the Prime Minister was received by the Crown Prince Haji Al Muhtadi Billah. It's a two-day visit which aims to strengthen India's ties with Brunei and commemorates 40 years of diplomatic relations between the two countries. The Prime Minister is in Brunei on the invitation of Sultan Hassan Al Bolkiah, the second longest reigning monarch in the world following the UK's Queen Elizabeth II. The Prime Minister will be holding bilateral discussions on all aspects of relations and cooperation with Brunei. Well, let's go across to NDTV's Ghazali now for more. And Ghazali, tell us more about this two-day visit, the first by an Indian Prime Minister to Brunei.
See, this visit is particularly significant as it coincides with the 40th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic ties between India and Brunei. The two nations have developed a warm and friendly relationship with cooperation spanning multiple sectors, including defense, trade, investment, and notably the space technology, because India's space program has greatly benefited from Brunei's support, particularly through the establishment of a telemetry tracking and command station in Brunei in the year 2000, and this facility plays a crucial role in monitoring India's eastward satellite launches, exemplifying the strategic importance of space cooperation between the two countries. And during the Prime Minister's visit, the two leaders are expected to explore new avenues for collaboration, particularly in space technology and satellite navigation. And this collaboration not only strengthens the bilateral ties, but also aligns with India's broader goal of establishing itself as a key player in the global space arena. And besides the space technology, the defense cooperation remains another critical aspect of India's relationship with Brunei, because the two nations signed a memorandum of understanding, or the MOU, on defense in 2016, which was later renewed in 2021. And this particular agreement provides a framework for collaboration, including regular exchanges at high levels, naval and coast guard ship visits, joint training exercises, and participation in each other's defense exhibitions. And particularly because Brunei's strategic location in the Southeast Asia region makes it a valuable partner in India's Act East policy and its vision for a free, open, and inclusive Indo-Pacific. And as India also marks a decade of its Act East policy, this visit assumes additional significance, reinforcing the importance of Brunei as a key ally in the region.
Right, and an important part of India's Look East policy. Thanks so much, Ghazali, for joining us there. Prime Minister Narendra Modi landing in Brunei, received by the Crown Prince, and it's the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to the Southeast Asian nation. Well, returning now to our top story, even as the Aprajita bill was passed in the West Bengal Assembly, that is the anti-rape bill that makes it more stringent, makes the rules more stringent with the death penalty for rape and murder. Now, a BJP MP, Soumitra Khan, has shot off a letter to the Union Law Minister seeking action against the Kolkata Police Commissioner. He alleges that the law and order situation in the state has been deteriorating since the 9th, and he sought the centre's intervention in restoring the law and order in the state. Also said that
घटने के बाद जो महीना तदंत में जो सब कुछ में ये जो इसका हाथ है, ये क्यों अरेस्ट नहीं हो रहा है, और पब्लिक पूरा पुलिस का विरोध में चला गया, तो पुलिस का एक्शन जब ममता बंदोबस्त कर रहा है तो उसका खिलाफ क्यों नहीं होगा? इसलिए हम 355 मांग रहा हूँ, जब आप 355 लगाइए, क्योंकि पश्चिम बंगाल का हालत कश्मीर से भी खराब है।
सर, आपने ये भी लिखा है लेटर में कि एविडेंसेस को कहीं ना कहीं टेम्पर किया गया है, जिस तरीके से सीबीआई ने पूरी जांच को टेक ओवर किया गया है, कोलकाता पुलिस ने एविडेंसेस देने में छेड़खानी भी की गई।
नहीं, जो एविडेंस छेड़छाड़ किया है उसको तो पहले अरेस्ट करना चाहिए, तो सीबीआई को भी अरेस्ट करना चाहिए विनीत गोयल को, क्योंकि वो भी तो छेड़छाड़ किया है, तो छेड़छाड़ जो किया है वो भी तो गलती है, तो उसको क्यों अरेस्ट नहीं हो रहा है? तो हम लोग उसलिए दिया है। मैंने दिल्ली में बहुत सारे मंत्री के पास जा रहा हूँ, मैंने एचएम सर से भी टाइम मांगेंगे, सब देश का पूरा मंत्री को हम बताएंगे कि परिस्थिति क्या है बंगाल पे। एक महीना होने जा रहा है, फिर भी ऐसे तो फिर भी सब चुपचाप है, तो नहीं, ऐसे तो नहीं चलेगा ना, ये कश्मीर से भी खराब हो गया।
आपने डिमांड की है कि कोलकाता पुलिस कमिश्नर को
कोलकाता पुलिस कमिश्नर को इमीडिएट हटाइए, उसको अरेस्ट करना चाहिए, क्योंकि पोस्टमार्टम के बाद टाइम वो क्यों डिस्टर्ब किया है, तो उसको अरेस्ट करना चाहिए।
आपको लगता है सीबीआई को वहां पर जांच करने के लिए जो टीम गई है उनको निष्पक्ष जांच करने दी जा रही है?
मैं तो सीबीआई में देखिए एक बात बोलूं, राजीव कुमार जो घटना घटी थी रात में महोदय सीएम उसके घर के सामने बैठ गए थे जी हम जांच करने नहीं देंगे। कौन एक भी फाइनल रिजल्ट अभी तक निकला? मैं चाहता हूं सीबीआई के कम से कम जो देश का सबसे बड़ा क्राइम ब्रांच का सबसे बड़ा इन्वेस्टिगेशन टीम है तो कुछ करके दिखाओ। 15 साल लग जाएगा, उसके बाद यहाँ पे जो स्टूडेंट है वो देखेगा 15 साल के बाद वो हुआ है। ये पश्चिम बंगाल का पब्लिक हंस रहा है। तो हम चाहते हैं भाई जल्द इसका जो आरोपी है उसको अरेस्ट करो, और कल अरेस्ट किया है इस सबसे बड़ी धन्यवाद। लेकिन आरजीकर घटना जिसका पोस्टमार्टम का पीछे जिसका रोल है उसको भी अरेस्ट करना चाहिए।
Thank you so much for listening to us. That was Soumitra Khan, West Bengal BJP MP, demanding removal of Kolkata Police Commissioner.
All right, well, to talk more about the passage of this anti-rape bill as well as this latest demand by the BJP, we're joined by K.R. Ghosh, spokesperson BJP West Bengal, and Krishanu Mitra, spokesperson of the Trinamool Congress. Thank you both for joining us. And first to you, K.R. Ghosh, the BJP supporting the passage of this bill in the West Bengal Assembly. Mamata Banerjee now asking that the BJP ensure that the governor gives his assent and therefore the implementation can be done promptly.
See, Bharatiya Janata Party is always for the justice. We are demanding justice. Unlike Trinamool Congress, we are demanding justice for the victim from day one. Having said that, we have our leader of opposition in the West Bengal Assembly, Shri Shubhendu Adhikari, has laid down certain amendments. The primary of which is that whoever is responsible for falsifying evidences or tampering the evidences should be held guilty. In that context, why hasn't Mamata Banerjee's government, who is wanting capital punishment to the Arjikar rapists or gang of rapists, why isn't she taking any action against the police commissioner? Because has been made clear in the Supreme Court as well that the police department, especially the top levels of the police, they have been shielding. The FIR was lodged, can you believe it, Gargi? FIR was lodged long after the victim was cremated. There was no FIR lodged by the hospital or the police. The FIR was lodged by the father of the victim. So whoever is responsible for tampering of the evidences or manipulating the evidences has to be held guilty. And also we have also wanted a number of other amendments also, that the witnesses should be given ultimate protection by the state police. We have also laid down a request to the state governments that no witness should lodge themselves in a government hospital during the time of witness taking, because we've seen this in numerous other cases.
All right, so several points there demanded by the BJP as the Prajata bill was passed. Krishanu Mitra, your response to this, the BJP now saying that they also want action against the police commissioner.
No, first of all, I repeat that what BJP is doing, they are trying to divert their attention from one goalpost to another. First of all, if there is any accusation of tampering with evidences or fiddling with the crime scene, then the CBI must come out in open. They should present the documents and the evidence, and they should identify who are the guilties. We are not investigating, the state police is not investigating it anymore. So this figment of imagination that was put by the BJP representative and earlier by one of BJP's MPs in your show is hilarious, because I want to know if this victim and the protection of the victim's family is restricted to West Bengal only, or does it apply to other states like Uttar Pradesh and Hathras and Unnao incidents? What happened to the victims and their families in those cases? What is going on with Baba Ram Rahim and the accused of Bilkis Banu rapist? So you see, BJP is making a mockery. BJP know where does it stand. Supreme Court has not given any verdict as to who is guilty and actually if there is any guilty at all. Whatever we have seen, the progress in the Arjikar rape and murder case has been done by the Kolkata police only. CBI, we don't know. Yesterday, the arrest was made by the CBI, but it was not regarding the rape and murder case. It was in a different investigation regarding corruption in the hospital.
That's
so
right. Ghosh, first respond to this, that, you're shifting the goalpost. The person has been arrested. The case has been handed over to the CBI. We're still waiting for the CBI to give clarity on the various conspiracies. You spoke very loosely about tampering of evidence. There has been no proof of that till now. So now, you're shifting your focus to the police commissioner. Also, the CBI needs to come out and say what they found so far without compromising the investigation, of course.
Absolutely not, Gargi. We are not shifting the goalpost. We have always mentioned and maintained that we want justice for the victim. And see, I'm not going about the whataboutery of TMC. I'm not going to respond to their lies, to their fakeries. However, will my TMC colleague care to answer that why did the representative of CBI state in the Supreme Court, Honorable Supreme Court, that there has been tampering of evidences? Why is it a mere coincidence that the day Honorable High Court granted the CBI investigation, there had been this renovation work, so-called renovation work done on the RGCR hospital? Why was it necessary? Why, according to the victim's parents, let me give it just 10 seconds. According to the victim's parents, there weren't anything to shield off the scene of crime. We have seen the viral video that there have been at least 20 to 30 people, most of them who are not even related to the hospital. And TMC themselves, they have suspended one doctor who was from Bardhaman, and they had got another doctor from Malda Medical College. And this week they have suspended.
Right, ma'am. Again, these are many details that we've heard every time this happens. These details are brought up, these points are brought up. Krishanu Mitra, your response to that. Also, let's go back to the bill that has been passed today. And one of the criticisms is that because she has come under such a amount of pressure and criticism, the West Bengal Chief Minister, this is her way of showing that they're doing more on this issue of rape and murder. She even said this was a tribute to the victim of this horrific crime in the RGCR hospital.
Hello.
Yes, Krishanu Mitra, go ahead.
Yeah, you see, the Chief Minister has put every record on the floor of the House today. And she has put that the abysmal rate of conviction in cases of rape in this country, it's just over 2%. So it is not West Bengal specific, it is pan-India, number one. Number two, what we have said that earlier the central minister has said that regarding this fast-track courts, we have put it on record also again that West Bengal stands number 2 as far as this initiation of fast-track court is concerned. We have 88 functioning and 10 are lying with, for adding 10 more, and lying with the High Court at present. And we stand number 2 in the state, so the fakery was being done by the central minister who was pointing fingers at us regarding...
I strongly object to what Krishanu Mitra is saying. I strongly object to what Krishanu Mitra is saying. He's lying. He's blatantly lying. He's lying.
We have put the record. It is on the floor of the House. So BJP, we don't want to. We don't want to undertake.
She has stated.
One moment. Let him just finish his point, K. Ghosh. I will let you just respond to that.
He is lying to his teeth. He's calling the Union Minister a liar.
The Union Minister is lying, so we are saying she is lying. So
all right, we'll have to leave it there. I think again we're going into too many details there, but yes, a big day with the Mamata Banerjee government passing, and it was a unanimous passing of this anti-rape bill in the West Bengal Assembly. Thank you both for joining us on the program. I'm sorry to interrupt you. We're going to have to go across now to breaking news as the Prime Minister has arrived in Brunei, and we showed you those visuals. It is the first ever visit, a bilateral visit by an Indian Prime Minister to Brunei, and he, as a special gesture, he was also received by the Crown Prince there. There you can see a guard of honor for the Prime Minister. Let's listen in. dignitaries there. Tell us about the program. Right, Ghazali, if you could tell us about the Prime Minister's program in Brunei, the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to the country.
Yeah, so the Prime Minister will be arriving at a community welcome at a hotel. After the airport, he will be moving to a hotel where he will be receiving arrival and community welcome there. And after that, the Prime Minister in the evening at around 5:20 India Standard Time or Indian time, the Prime Minister will be inaugurating the Chancery of the High Commission of India. So there is an inauguration ceremony at the High Commission of India in Brunei. And later at around 5:45 p.m. Indian time, he will visit to a Omar Ali Saifuddin Mosque, a notable mosque there, historic mosque in Brunei, in Brunei's capital. And these are the two programs which are scheduled today after his arrival at the hotel. And why this entire visit is very significant, because we need to understand the India-Brunei relations. The two countries established its relations in 1984. However, the Indian diaspora established roots in Brunei as early as in 1930s, and there are around 14,500 Indians who are living in Brunei. Over half are semi and unskilled workers in the oil and gas industry, construction and retail businesses. Notably, many doctors in Brunei are also from India. Indians are also teachers, engineers and IT professionals, and it is expected that the Indian Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, will also be having a dialogue or a kind of an address to the Indian community there, the diaspora there. Now, coming to the point that why does Brunei matter to India? Because Brunei happens to be an important partner in India's Act East policy. And if you see in Modi's 3.0, the third term of the NDA government, the Indian government has been trying to has carried out its outreach program to most of its neighbor, not just in the immediate neighborhood or those countries which share borders with India, but at least in the entire Southeast Asia region. India has been trying to reach out to other leaders. The primary reason being is to counter the influence of China in the region. Also, the maritime security happens to be the key focus area of Indian government in the coming years due to Chinese growing influence in the region, as well as Chinese, you know that how China has been giving debt to other countries, and in the mode of recovery, it also establishes close relations, like what China is doing with Bangladesh, what it has done with Sri Lanka and Maldives. And to counter that entire influence, India has also kind of ramped up its efforts when it comes to reaching out to other countries. So we saw Malaysian Prime Minister visiting India. India's Foreign Secretary has been visiting countries like Bhutan and Nepal on one side of India's border. We saw a regime change in Bangladesh, but India is also trying to reach out to the new regime in Bangladesh. So continuing with that effort, India's Prime Minister has now embarked on a 3-day journey,
right.
One to Brunei and the next
That's
to Singapore.
right. In fact, Ghazali, I was about to ask you that this, big look east policy push with the Prime Minister's 3-day visit. Right now, he's just arrived in Brunei. You're telling us about the program, and then he will go on to Singapore as well.
Yes, after that, this trip from Brunei, Indian Prime Minister will head towards Singapore. Now, that would be another key visit of the Prime Minister after 6 years, because Singapore also happens to be a very close partner of India when it comes to geopolitical relations or diplomatic relations between India and Singapore. Singapore was the source of largest FDI, the largest source of FDI for India. And we know the kind of defense cooperation, trade ties with Singapore. India enjoys a very good relations with Singapore when it comes to trade ties, investment, food and agri-technology, defense sector. These are certain sectors where India and Singapore have very close ties, and to improve those ties from a strategic comprehensive partnership, it is only going to elevate that kind of relationship when the Prime Minister visits to Singapore. This will be his visit after 6 years. The first time he visited was in his first term, and then later in his second term, Prime Minister visited Singapore, and his third term, this is going to be like after 6 years from the second term. This is in his first trip to Singapore in third term, when the Prime Minister will be meeting the head of the state there in Singapore. On his invitation, he will be going to Singapore, and this also comes a week after a ministerial 3+3 meeting was held between India and Singapore last week, when India's External Affairs Minister Mr. J&K, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, Trade Minister Mr. Piyush Goyal, Railways Minister Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav. These 4 ministers had gone to Singapore for a India-Singapore ministerial dialogue, where a lot of discussions happened on multiple areas, and perhaps to follow that up and to have a concrete kind of MOUs and to sign MOUs between India and Singapore. Perhaps in this visit we will see some concrete results coming out of Prime Minister's visit.
All right. Thanks so much, Ghazali. So, Prime Minister there in Brunei, the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister, and marks 40 years of diplomatic relations with the Southeast Asian partner. And the Prime Minister on a 2-day visit there to Brunei. Will keep bringing you all the very latest. With that, time for us to slip into a short break. Coming up on the other side, Karnataka has declared dengue an epidemic. What does this mean? What does it entail? All that and more up ahead. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your
Welcome back. In some breaking news now coming in from Karnataka, the government there has declared dengue as an epidemic disease, and there will be a penalty if people violate rules in the exercise of powers conferred to the government under the Karnataka Epidemic Diseases Act. They have taken this decision to notify dengue fever, including severe forms of dengue fever, as an epidemic disease. Let's go across to Pratibha for more on this. And Pratibha, has there been, a real outbreak of dengue in the state that has led to this decision by the government?
But there has definitely been a surge in dengue cases in Karnataka. Just recently, in fact, it had crossed the 24,000 mark as well. And several forms of the epidemic, we are calling it dengue, malaria, to several forms of this that has been witnessed in Karnataka recently. In fact, a lot of strategies as well as actions that were put in place by the Karnataka Health Minister in terms of OV trap baskets and all. Even though it hasn't really hit the alarm bells as far as the fatality of the disease is concerned, but yes, the recent information is that the BBMP Health Department as well as the Health Ministry of the state have worked together on notifying the dengue fever and making sure that this would now come under the Karnataka Epidemic Diseases Regulations 2020. Now, according to these regulations, there are fines as well that have been put up to ensure that people are more responsible when it comes to playgrounds as well as parks and water tanks. Necessary measures to prevent breeding of mosquitoes need to be taken. The competent authority or its authorized officer shall have powers to levy penalty on anyone who disobeys this. So the fines range up to 400 to around 1,000 rupees when it comes to commercial establishments, urban areas, rural areas, construction sites, as well as other playgrounds. Back to you.
All right. Thanks so much, Pratibha, for joining us with those details. So very interesting and very somewhat drastic measure they're taken by the Karnataka government, but really to deal with the dengue outbreak, declaring it as an epidemic disease and also severe penalties if people violate rules in the spread of mosquitoes and therefore in the spread of the disease. Well, moving on to news from on Delhi now, and another AAP versus LG installment of this, constant fight, this showdown that we have seen. Now the AAP has said that the Lieutenant Governor has spent 1.5 crore on social media, that the LG had hired a firm for social media image. And also, why does the LG need a social media boost is what the Aam Aadmi Party government is asking. So this, the latest controversy over the hiring of a social media firm. The LG office sources, however, say nothing wrong in hiring a firm, and then have hit back saying the Aam Aadmi Party spent 3,000 crore on advertisements, that they should explain the source of that 3,000 crore that it spent.
देखिए, अब तक दिल्ली के अंदर कई एलजी साहब आए, कई गए, और हमने कभी नहीं देखा कि कोई एलजी अपनी सोशल मीडिया के लिए, अपने फेसबुक, अपने इंस्टाग्राम, अपने ट्विटर के लिए 1.5 करोड़ रुपए सालाना की कंपनी को हायर करे। 2 साल से एलजी साहब पहले दिन से सक्रिय हैं ट्विटर पे, अभी भी उनके लोग रीट्वीट नहीं करते, उनको लोग नहीं पसंद करते, इसलिए वो प्रसिद्ध नहीं है। चुनाव से एन पहले क्या मतलब बनता है? एलजी की पोस्ट तो एक ऑर्नामेंटल पोस्ट है, जिसके अंदर उनको अपने उनका जो नियमित दायरा है उसके अंदर उनको काम करना चाहिए। ये तो सीधा सीधा जो है चुनाव से पहले एलजी ऑफिस का इस्तेमाल जो है राजनीतिक कारणों से करना चाहते हैं, तो साफ दिख रहा है इस टेंडर के अंदर।
All right, let's go across to Shreya now for more. And Shreya, so this is the latest, LG versus AAP or AAP versus LG, in fact, taking place. And this time, Aam Aadmi Party pointing out what is the need for the LG to have spent so much public money on managing his social media.
That's right. This mudslinging has begun right ahead of the assembly elections, and the LG office sources have told us that there is nothing wrong or illegal about the LG office having a social media agency working for them, and instead LG sources have taken a dig at the Aam Aadmi Party, questioning that what about the lump sum amount of rupees 3,000 crores that they have spent on the advertisement of Mr. Arvind Kejriwal. And because Saurabh Bharadwaj mentioned that, he's not as big a leader, and why would the LG sort of have a social media presence for his publicity, the LG sources have instead said that, they just believe, Aam Aadmi Party just believes that Kejriwal is the biggest leader, and they are allowed to do the social media publicity that is justified. But quite ironically, they are hitting out at LG for having a social media presence. And LG has questioned that where is this rupees 3,000 crores coming from? That is it from some foreign funds or from the very taxes paid by the Delhi citizens? And the LG office has basically commented on this irony in Aam Aadmi Party's claims, and this is a mere mudslinging on a petty subject, as LG having hired an agency to sort of boost the social media presence of LG right ahead of the assembly elections.
All right, so the latest installment really of this fight, but the Aam Aadmi Party, they're pointing out that why does a Lieutenant Governor, pointing out the constitutional position, need to spend so much on image building on social media? Thanks so much, Shreya, for joining us with those details. News now from Maharashtra, where the NCP Sharad Pawar faction leader and former Home Minister Anil Deshmukh has demanded that President Draupadi Murmu approve the Shakti bill that was passed by the Maharashtra legislature that prescribes the death penalty for rapists. NCP leaders and women workers protested against the delay in clearing of the bill by wearing red ribbons at the pedestal of Mahatma Gandhi's statue near the state secretariat. President Draupadi Murmu is currently on a 3-day official visit to Maharashtra. The NCP demanding that the president approve the Shakti bill that had been passed by the Maharashtra legislature, which prescribes the death penalty for rapists. Let's just listen into what NCP leader Supriya Sule had to say.
सबका सलाह लेके ये बहुत अच्छा कायदा देशमुख साहब ने लाया था और सबने दिल्ली भी भेजा हुआ है, लेकिन तब मोदी सरकार थी, उन्होंने कुछ नहीं किया। आज एनडीए की सरकार दिल्ली में है, उन्होंने भी कुछ नहीं किया, उसका हम जाहिर निषेध करते हैं। मैं खुद देशमुख साहब को विनती करूंगी कि देशमुख साहब अगर सब नेताओं गण को, सारे जो इंडिया अलायंस के नेता है, उनको अगर जब खत लिखे तो जब पार्लियामेंट नवंबर में शुरू होगा तो मैं देशमुख साहब को विनती करूंगी वो दिल्ली आए, सब बड़े नेताओं से हम लोग मिलेंगे, उसके बाद हम सब इंडिया अलायंस से उनसे बात करके विनती करेंगे कि हम लोग साथ जाके इस देश के जो होम मिनिस्टर है उनसे मिले और उनको विनती करें कि ये बिल ला दे।
Certainly, that's the question being asked by opposition in Maharashtra, which is why this protest was witnessed today by NCP Sharad Pawar faction. We did hear Supriya Sule. They're saying that we need guarantees for women's safety and therefore this bill needs to be approved. In fact, Maharashtra government had been pushing for this bill, but this was in fact passed by Maharashtra legislature in 2021, and at that time MVA was in power, which is why the MVA at the moment are pushing for it, saying that there can't be any more delays. Now, of course, Draupadi Murmu is in town, is in Mumbai for a 3-day visit. In fact, she's there for centenary celebration of Mantralaya in Mumbai, and therefore this protest also taking place right next to Secretariat, where there Supriya Sule and several other women workers of NCP, women leaders of NCP are stating that Shakti bill, which in fact prescribes death penalty for rapists as well as stringent punishment as far as sexual assault offenders are concerned, need to be approved by the president of the country. In fact, MVA had been pushing for it. This was something that was passed in Maharashtra legislature in 2021 when MVA was in power. It went to the president in 2021 itself. It's been more than 3 years, but the bill is still pending for approval. So now, of course, there had been back and forth between Maharashtra government and centre, Centre recently, in fact, asking Maharashtra government, questioning Maharashtra government over the need for Shakti bill simply because there have been new criminal laws that have come to fore, which takes care of strict punishment as far as sexual offenders is concerned. So yes, there is a back and forth between Maharashtra government and the centre over the bill, but the MVA leaving no stone unturned in taking this up, especially significant considering the incidents that we saw in Kolkata, of course, and Badlapur as well.
And even as those protests were held for this bill, in Nanded, a 16-year-old was allegedly molested by her teacher at a private coaching center. Locals who were outraged later vandalized the coaching center. The teacher was detained after a case was registered against him, Radhika reports. All right, moving on to news now from Haryana and a case that is causing a lot of outrage on the Agra-Delhi National Highway at the Gadpuri toll station. Now, CCTV footage is now available, which shows this teenager, a class 12 student, who was killed by cow vigilantes. This took place on the 23rd of August, and now there's this CCTV footage which actually shows this car being chased by the cow vigilantes. The deceased Aryan is in the red car while the accused were following in another car, and the shooting took place shortly after they passed this toll booth. Now, it's a horrifying case really of mob lynching. A class 12 student, Aryan, was shot dead after he was mistaken for cattle smuggler in Faridabad. The accused chased the victim's car for 30 kilometers before he was killed. There were other people in the car with him as well at the time. The 5 people have been arrested now in connection with this incident, but it's a shocking case really. And remember, there has been a huge amount of criticism of the cow vigilante gangs in Haryana and accusations that not enough is done about them. But now an innocent boy there losing his life after being shot at by cow vigilantes. Here's what his father had to say.
कसघर वाले गौ वाले ने पीछा किया, गौ हत्या करने वालों को समझ के इनने गोली चलाई। हम पंडित हैं, हमें कोई मतलब ही नहीं, ना कोई हमारा झगड़ा लड़ाई। हमारे पूरे हरियाणा के अंदर में नाम की देख ली पुलिस चौकी में किसी में फायदा कोई भी एप्लीकेशन तक नहीं होगी, क्यों हम लाइन है, परदेसी हैं आदमी, कमाने खाने वाले हैं।
All right, a distraught father there. News now from Uttar Pradesh, and UP has extended its deadline for government employees to declare their assets. This Yogi government has extended the deadline for government employees to declare their assets now to September 30th. Earlier, it was August 31st, which was the deadline, or otherwise they would not be receiving their salaries. 6 lakh government employees so far have declared their assets. Let's go across to Ranveer now for more. And Ranveer, this is an action, or this diktat has been given by the state government in order to curb corruption in the state, but now the deadline has been extended.
Yeah, UP government want to curb corruption. That's why around 2-3 months back, UP government ordered all government employees to ensure that they submit their movable and unmovable properties in the human resource portal of UP government. The employees of the UP government, they have to declare their properties, and the deadline was 31st August. But due to some technical issue in the portal, the government has now extended the deadline to 30th September, giving relief to those employees who have not yet filed their asset declaration. So government decided that another 1 month will be given to employees, and if they fail to do so by 30th September, then the salaries of the employees will be withheld and action will be taken against them. So a big relief to those employees who have not yet filed who have not declared their properties in the human resource portal of UP government. So they have 1 month more, and they have to declare their movable and unmovable properties in the human resource portal.
All right, so relief for some of those government employees who so far have not declared their assets. Now the deadline has been extended. Thanks so much, Ranveer, for joining us with those developments. All right. right, breaking news now coming in on the Badlapur case. Remember the assault or sexual assault that had taken place on two minors, just 3 and 4 years old, that had caused massive outrage. Now the court is not satisfied with the way, with the action that has been taken so far. The High Court has said its unsatisfactory methods were used to apprehend the accused. Remember, it was a worker at the school who was arrested for sexually assaulting the two girls in the bathroom of the school, and this had led to massive protests over this issue. The Bombay High Court has said ensure probe is proper. Well, let's go across to Paras for more on this. Paras, what is the reason for the High Court, making such serious observations, questioning the manner of the probe taking place?
Gargi, this is the third time when this entire matter has been heard by Bombay High Court. The Bombay High Court has taken a suo motu petition in this entire matter, which has happened in Badlapur. In this entire matter, on the first time when this matter was heard, there were many things which was asked by the respected Bombay High Court to the investigation team, and now also one important thing has been said by the Bombay High Court is that make sure this is a very serious matter and you should investigate very thoroughly in this entire matter. So whenever this type of any case happens, diary should be maintained, and in this matter also diary has been maintained, but the respected Bombay High Court has asked the investigation team that why is the only way to write the case diary? This is not the purpose of the case diary. You cannot write this same way for last 35 years. Gargi, this is very important in this entire matter, or if we see the history. So Bombay High Court is questioning the entire law and order situation. So
so very serious observations there by the High Court, the Bombay High Court there in the Badlapur case, saying that the probe must be proper. With that, time for us to slip into a short break. More news coming up on the other side. Do stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient.
Welcome back. Let's get you the World Bank's forecast for the Indian economy now, and it's upgraded India's growth forecast. The World Bank says India is the fastest growing economy at 8.2%. Here's an exclusive chat with the India director of the World Bank.
The World Bank has just upgraded India's growth forecast to 7% for FY 24-25 from the earlier projection of 6.6%. To decode what this means and what has led to the growth upgrade, really, we are joined by Country Director India of the World Bank, Mr. August Kwame. Thank you very much for your time. First, for our viewers to understand, what has led to this upgrade really in the growth projection?
Thank you, Shakti. As we know, the recent numbers that were released were very positive for India's growth going forward with a strong first quarter. And it's no surprise that we expect growth to be stronger than we had initially thought in our last IDU. And one of the reasons why we have upgraded our forecast from 6.6 to 7 for the coming year is that we think global trade is recovering and will recover a bit faster than we had initially anticipated. And by the way, trade is something that we cover extensively in the IU, and I will invite your readers to look at the section on trade because it's very rich in analysis. So if global trade picks up, India will benefit from it. And we know that India has been doing very well despite a very challenging global environment, but if this global environment improves slightly, it will benefit India, and we hope this will be a trend, this trend will continue. Right. The second reason why we upgraded our forecast is that agriculture is also doing pretty well. Agriculture, situation was very difficult last year, but with the monsoon and the fact that farmers have been patient and stayed the course, and the price of fertilizers have also helped. We think that there will be a pickup in agricultural growth this coming year. So these two, trade and agriculture, will really help.
Really, the latest study by the World Bank mentions that the labor market has improved, but youth unemployment remains elevated. How do you think India can address this? Yes, measures were announced in the budget, but how do you think we can see implementation on the ground?
Well, first, let's focus on the positive. Youth unemployment was at a peak during the pandemic or immediately after the pandemic. And it has declined significantly, coming from well over 20, close to 30%, to now 16.5, 17%. It is still high, 17%, but it is much lower than what it was a few years ago. So there is progress. Now, where to go from here? Yes, of course, India will want a youth unemployment that is much lower because India has a young population, many of them well-trained, and they can power the economy going forward.
Hello, Moto.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. Coming up ahead, the Karnataka has declared dengue an epidemic. Also, West Bengal passes the anti-rape bill. All that and more ahead. Let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking. The Bombay High Court finds fault with the Badlapur horror probe in which 2 minor girls were sexually assaulted in the school bathroom by a worker there. The court questions the case diary, the manner in which the accused was nabbed. Ensure proper probe justice should not be rushed, is what the High Court has said. West Bengal, a Prajata anti-rape bill has been passed by the Mamata Banerjee government. The bill seeks death penalty for rape and murder and also fast-tracking of cases. And now Mamata versus the BJP over implementation of the bill. Mamata tells Leader of Opposition Suvendu Adhikari to get the governor to sign it promptly. He hits back, says immediate implementation is the government's responsibility. After a spike in cases of dengue in the state, Karnataka government has declared dengue an epidemic. Those who are caught being careless or spreading mosquitoes, helping spread mosquitoes, will be punished under the law after dengue has been declared an epidemic in the state. Prime Minister Modi lands in Brunei, the first bilateral visit by an Indian Prime Minister to the Southeast Asian nation. The Prime Minister is on a 2-day visit there. And in Haryana's Gurugram, as elections are around the corner, the focus is on infrastructure, and Resident Welfare Associations fed up of shoddy infrastructure in the Millennium City in fact, will be contesting the elections on their own. Our top story now, and the High Court, the Bombay High Court had some very stringent, some very serious comments on the manner in which the Badlapur sexual assault case has been investigated. Remember, this is involving the sexual assault of 2 minor girls aged 3 and 4 in the bathroom of their school, allegedly by a sweeper who worked there or a cleaner who worked there. It caused massive outrage in Thane in Badlapur and was taken up by the Bombay High Court suo motu. Now the court, in its third hearing on the matter, has observed that not satisfied with the action and the way the accused was nabbed was not satisfactory. Ensure the probe is proper. Let's go across to Radhika Ramaswamy for more on this story. And Radhika, some very, very serious observations that the High Court had to make, wrapping the investigators, questioning the manner in which the probe was conducted. Give us details on this hearing that took place.
That's right. The Bombay High Court Division Bench continued to hear the suo motu PIL regarding the Badlapur sexual assault case. Of course, this was the third hearing in the case, and over the last 3 hearings, Bombay High Court had been pulling up Badlapur police over its shoddy investigation. Now, today, of course, the Advocate General submitted a progress report on the probe, court observing that some of the things have been done, be it the test identification parade, FSL reports, and also the CDR. Court was also informed that statements have been recorded of both the victims, which was not done during the first hearing, and that a second FIR has also been registered. But court, when it went through the case diary, asked certain pertinent questions after looking at the case diary as to why there is a stereotyped manner of writing a case diary that isn't the purpose, and that it must include steps taken in the probe, and none of the steps taken in the probe have been mentioned as part of the case diary, and the way the accused were also nabbed, is also improper, is something that the court has observed. And also court questioning about helpline numbers and measures being taken, to which the Advocate General says compliance is being ensured at this point, although measures are in place. Now, court, of course, did give out an order in which it said that some of the things have been met with as far as investigations are concerned. SIT has conducted an inquiry, reports received, forensics have also been received, CCTV footage has been seized and examined, which was not done during the first 2 hearings, and appropriate steps now being taken and will continue to take is a promise that has been given by the state at this point. A court also looking at some of the reports of the Education Department and talking about how some of the sentences were incomplete. Therefore, it has been prepared in a haphazard manner is an observation made by the court. But very importantly, court suggesting names of a few people, especially of retired judges and retired IPS officers who could be made part of the committee of the state governments to look into, POCSO Act in itself, its implementation, what changes can be brought about. So yes, multiple directions given by Bombay High Court in terms of forming committee and on the manner in which probe must be conducted.
All right, Radhika, thanks so much for joining us with all those details of the comments and what the High Court had to say on the manner in which the probe has been conducted in the Badlapur case. There you can see those visuals from earlier when there was massive local outrage, when locals there were angry over the police's tardy investigation. In fact, not even filing the case initially, that led to this outrage, and the state government had to ensure and give assurances that the probe would take place properly. Now the High Court saying that the probe must be conducted properly. Meanwhile, in Maharashtra, the NCP Sharad Pawar faction held a protest demanding passage and the assent by the president of the Shakti bill that was passed in the Maharashtra legislature, and this is also on women's safety. It prescribes the death penalty for rapists. So NCP leaders and women workers protested today at the Mahatma Gandhi statue near the Secretariat. This as President Draupadi Murmu is on a 3-day visit to Maharashtra. They are demanding that the Shakti bill be passed. That bill which was passed by the Maharashtra legislature that prescribes the death penalty for rapists get the assent from the president.
सबका सलाह लेके ये बहुत अच्छा कायदा देशमुख साहब ने लाया था और सबने दिल्ली भी भेजा हुआ है, लेकिन तब मोदी सरकार थी, उन्होंने कुछ नहीं किया। आज एनडीए की सरकार दिल्ली में है, उन्होंने भी कुछ नहीं किया, उसका हम जाहिर निषेध करते हैं। मैं खुद देशमुख साहब को विनती करूंगी कि देशमुख साहब अगर सब नेताओं गण को, सारे जो इंडिया अलायंस के नेता हैं, उनको अगर जब खत लिखे तो जब पार्लियामेंट नवंबर में शुरू होगा तो मैं देशमुख साहब को विनती करूंगी वो दिल्ली आए, सब बड़े नेताओं से हम लोग मिलेंगे, उसके बाद हम सब इंडिया अलायंस से उनसे बात करके विनती करेंगे कि हम लोग साथ जाके इस देश के जो होम मिनिस्टर है उनसे मिले और उनको विनती करें कि ये बिल ला दे।
Certainly, that's the question being asked by opposition in Maharashtra, which is why this protest was witnessed today by NCP Sharad Pawar faction. We did hear Supriya Sule. They're saying that we need guarantees for women's safety and therefore this bill needs to be approved. In fact, Maharashtra government had been pushing for this bill, but this was in fact passed by Maharashtra legislature in 2021, and at that time MVA was in power, which is why the MVA at the moment are pushing for it, saying that there can't be any more delays. Now, of course, Draupadi Murmu is in town, is in Mumbai for a 3-day visit. In fact, she's there for centenary celebration of Mantralaya in Mumbai, and therefore this protest also taking place right next to Secretariat, where there Supriya Sule and several other women workers of NCP, women leaders of NCP stating that Shakti bill, which in fact prescribes death penalty for rapists as well as stringent punishment as far as sexual assault offenders are concerned, need to be approved by the president of the country. In fact, MVA had been pushing for it. This was something that was passed in Maharashtra legislature in 2021 when MVA was in power. It went to the president in 2021 itself. It's been more than 3 years, but the bill is still pending for approval. So now, of course, there had been back and forth between Maharashtra government and centre. Centre recently, in fact, asking Maharashtra government, questioning Maharashtra government over the need for Shakti bill simply because there have been new criminal laws that have come to fore, which takes care of strict punishment as far as sexual offenders is concerned. So yes, there is a back and forth between Maharashtra government and the centre over the bill, but the MVA leaving no stone unturned in taking this up, especially significant considering the incidents that we saw in Kolkata, of course, and Badlapur as well.
Meanwhile, the West Bengal Assembly today unanimously passed the anti-rape Aparajita bill that was brought in by the Mamata Banerjee government, calling it historic and model. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee said the bill was a tribute to the junior doctor who was raped and killed in the state-run RG Kaur hospital last month. With this, Bengal became the first state to bring in amendments to central laws dealing with offences of rape, gang rape and sexual assault. The law will also include provisions for a time-bound trial and enhanced compensation or fine which will be collected from the guilty. But the focus now shifts to the governor's assent to the bill, with Mamata and the BJP sparring over the immediate implementation. Mamata Banerjee said the opposition should ask the governor to sign the bill. It is our responsibility to enact it. After that, the BJP hit back, saying that it is the government's responsibility.
This is, of course, a new law that the state government has been talking about in terms of not only ensuring stricter punishment, including the death penalty for all rape cases by making rape a crime commensurate with murder, but also what they are saying is that there should be a case where many, of course, many times where you see there's a lag in the justice system, and they are saying that this has to be a mandated time-bound process of delivering justice, and that is something that this law looks at. Now, during the passing of the bill, of course, there was a political debate on it, and this is, of course, in the Legislative Assembly. Entire bill, of course, looks at what can be improved in terms of punishment, in terms of processes to ensure that rapes, that the laws against rape are actually a deterrent against such crimes. Now, there was exchange of, sort of arguments and counter-arguments between the opposition and the government, and leader of opposition, Shubhendu Adhikari, also delivered a speech. He, of course, made several important points and also raised some allegations especially in specific to the RG Kar case, including other BJP MLAs, including Ognimitra Paul, also spoke, but the point is that both the BJP and the TMC, this bill was passed with support from both, and the leader of opposition, Shubhendu Adhikari, also made it clear that that they were in support of the bill. However, West Bengal has now got a new law, and there was a little bit of an argument over actually ensuring the implementation of these laws, because often we've seen how laws are passed but they never become rules. They just languish. So in that context, the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, Shubhendu Adhikari, said we want it to be implemented as soon as possible, to which Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee responded, you should ask the governor to sign it immediately. And therefore, now, of course, once this is passed, it's sent to the governor. Then it depends on what the governor does, whether he signs it or whether he sends it back to the assembly, or what he does, or whether he sends it to the president. All of these possibilities remain. So therefore, it is a law that's been passed by the opposition and the government here. Of course, albeit there were arguments on the amendments that were moved by Shubhendu Adhikari, the leader of opposition. But at this point, we can report that this law, the Aparajita Women and Child West Bengal Criminal Laws Amendment Bill 2024, has been passed by the West Bengal Assembly, looking at stricter punishment, death penalty for rapes, making rape a crime commensurate with murder, and also ensuring time-bound processes to ensure the judicial process in such cases also moves fast and justice is delivered, and thereby it actually acts as a deterrent against rape. All of this, as you know, comes in the backdrop of the horrific incident at the RG Kar Medical College and Hospital, where a young postgraduate doctor was brutally raped and murdered. Her body was found on the 9th of August.
Even as the Aparajita bill was passed in the West Bengal Assembly, BJP MP Soumitra Khan shot off a letter to the Union Law Minister seeking action against the Kolkata Police Commissioner. He alleges that the law and order situation in the state has been deteriorating since the 9th of August, when this horrific rape and murder took place. Soumitra Khan has sought the centre's intervention in restoring law and order in the state.
कोलकाता का पुलिस कमिश्नर मिस्टर विनीत गोयल, इसको क्यों नहीं अरेस्ट हो रहा है? इन्होंने जो राजगीर घटना में घटने के बाद जो महीना तदंत में जो सब कुछ में ये जो इसका हाथ है, ये क्यों अरेस्ट नहीं हो रहा है? और पब्लिक पूरा पुलिस का विरोध में चला गया, तो पुलिस का एक्शन जब ममता बंदोबस्त कर रहा है तो उसका खिलाफ क्यों नहीं होगा? उसलिए हम 355 मांग रहा हूँ, जब आप 355 लगाइए, क्योंकि पश्चिम बंगाल का हालत कश्मीर से भी खराब है।
सर, आपने ये भी लिखा है लेटर में कि एविडेंसेस को कहीं ना कहीं टेम्पर किया गया है। जिस तरीके से सीबीआई ने पूरी जांच को टेक ओवर किया गया है, कोलकाता पुलिस ने एविडेंसेस देने में छेड़खानी भी की गई।
नहीं, जो एविडेंस छेड़छाड़ किया है उसको तो पहले अरेस्ट करना चाहिए, तो सीबीआई को भी अरेस्ट करना चाहिए विनीत गोयल को, क्योंकि वो भी तो छेड़छाड़ किया है। तो छेड़छाड़ जो किया है वो भी तो गलती है, तो उसको क्यों अरेस्ट नहीं हो रहा है? तो हम लोग उसलिए दिया है। मैंने दिल्ली में बहुत सारे मंत्री के पास जा रहा हूँ, मैंने एचएम सर से भी टाइम मांगेंगे। सब देश का पूरा मंत्री को हम बताएंगे ये परिस्थिति क्या है बंगाल पे। आज 1 महीना होने जा रहा है, फिर भी ऐसे तो फिर भी सब चुपचाप है, तो नहीं, ऐसे तो नहीं चलेगा ना। ये कश्मीर से भी खराब हो गया।
आपने डिमांड की है कि कोलकाता पुलिस कमिश्नर को
कोलकाता पुलिस कमिश्नर को इमीडिएट हटाइए, उसको अरेस्ट करना चाहिए, क्योंकि पोस्टमार्टम के बाद टाइम वो क्यों डिस्टर्ब किया है, तो उसको अरेस्ट करना चाहिए।
आपको लगता है सीबीआई को वहां पर जांच करने के लिए जो टीम गई है उनको निष्पक्ष जांच करने दी जा रही है?
मैं तो सीबीआई में देखिए एक बात बोलूँ, राजीव कुमार जो घटना घटी थी रात में, ममता सीएम उसके घर के सामने बैठ गए थे जी हम जांच करने नहीं देंगे। कौन एक भी फाइनल रिजल्ट अभी तक निकला? मैं चाहता हूं सीबीआई के कम से कम जो देश का सबसे बड़ा क्राइम ब्रांच का सबसे बड़ा इन्वेस्टिगेशन टीम है तो कुछ करके दिखाओ। 15 साल लग जाएगा, उसके बाद यहाँ पे जो स्टूडेंट है वो देखेगा 15 साल का बाद वो हुआ है। ये पश्चिम बंगाल का पब्लिक हंस रहा है। तो हम चाहते हैं भाई जल्दी जल्द इसका जो आरोपी है उसको अरेस्ट करो, और कल अरेस्ट किया है, इस सबसे बड़ी धन्यवाद। लेकिन अर्जीकर घटना जिसका पोस्टमार्टम का पीछे जिसका रोल है उसको भी अरेस्ट करना चाहिए।
To us, that was Soumitra Khan, West Bengal BJP MP, demanding removal of Kolkata Police Commissioner.
We are demanding justice for the victim from day one. Having said that, we have our leader of opposition in the West Bengal Assembly, Sri Shubhendu Adhikari, has laid down certain amendments. The primary of which is that whoever is responsible for falsifying evidences or tampering the evidences should be held guilty. In that context, why hasn't Mamata Banerjee's government, who is wanting capital punishment to the Arjikar rapists or gang of rapists, why isn't she taking any action against the police commissioner? Because has been made clear in the Supreme Court as well that the police department, especially the top levels of the police, they have been shielding. The FIR was lodged, can you believe it, Gargi? FIR was lodged long after the victim was cremated. There was no FIR lodged by the hospital or the police. The FIR was lodged by the father of the victim. So whoever is responsible for tampering of the evidences or manipulating the evidences has to be held guilty. And also we have also wanted a number of other amendments also, that the witnesses should be given ultimate protection by the state police.
All right, news now from Karnataka, where amid a surge in dengue cases in the state government has now notified dengue fever, including severe forms of it, as an epidemic disease and made regulations to amend the Karnataka Epidemic Diseases Regulation 2020. So that's a big step. This is a mosquito-borne disease, as one knows, and the penalty if people violate rules, that it shall be the duty of every owner, and the government has also mobilized resources and personnel across various departments to focus on source reduction, which involves eliminating mosquito breeding sites. ASHA workers and volunteers will also be tasked to conduct door-to-door visits. Let's go across to Pratibha now for more. And Pratibha, this is quite, a big measure to counter the spread of dengue. Clearly, Karnataka is dealing with a huge spike in the number of cases, and now the government also wants to take, action against those who are careless or in some way responsible for the spread of dengue. Give us the details.
In fact, it's been a sharp increase in the dengue cases here in Karnataka. In fact, crossing the 24,000 mark that Karnataka was talking about, the health department then swinging into action with respect to at least introducing OV trap baskets to ensure that the mosquito breeding areas would definitely be looked into and the breeding could actually be reduced there. Now, while these measures are being undertaken by both the BBMP as well as the health department here, we are talking of 12 deaths that have occurred so far. This is the cases that have been reported as well as registered from January until now. And keeping all these cases in mind, they have now notified this as an epidemic, and they have also ensured that there would be fines levied by those in authority when it comes to, say, construction sites or playgrounds to other such areas that could become a potential breeding ground for mosquitoes. And the fines could range from anywhere between 500 to 1,000 rupees, and this has also been categorized into urban areas and rural areas. We'll have to wait to see whether this kind of action would actually put an end or keep a control with respect to the disease that is spreading. And we're not just talking about dengue here, but other related diseases as well, like malaria and others, for instance. Back to you.
All right. Thanks so much, Pratibha, for joining us. With all those details and big development there with Karnataka declaring dengue as an epidemic disease. Well, moving on now to news of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who arrived in Brunei's Dar es Salaam, which it's the first ever bilateral visit by an Indian Prime Minister to the Southeast Asian country. As a special gesture, he was received by the Crown Prince. The two-day visit aims to strengthen India's ties with Brunei and commemorates 40 years of diplomatic relations between the two countries. And the Prime Minister is visiting at the invitation of Sultan Hassan Al Bolkiah, the second longest reigning monarch in the world following UK Queen Elizabeth II. The Prime Minister will hold bilateral discussions on all aspects of relations and cooperation with Brunei. Also, the Indian diaspora there has gathered to welcome the Prime Minister as well. Let's go across to NDTV's Ghazali now for more. And Ghazali, once again, you know, there are visuals also available of Indians gathered at the hotel to welcome the Prime Minister. But tell us more about the Prime Minister's program here on this two-day visit to Brunei.
See, right now the Prime Minister will be arriving at the hotel, and we think he has arrived already, where the Indian diaspora will be welcoming him. And after that, the Prime Minister is scheduled to inaugurate one segment or to say one portion in the Indian High Commission, a chancery in the Indian High Commission in Brunei. After that, he is also supposed to visit a historic mosque in Brunei. Why all this is significant? Because we have been reporting that how this is the first ever visit of an Indian Prime Minister to Brunei, despite having diplomatic ties, and we are also having marking the 40th year of our diplomatic ties with Brunei. Besides these diplomatic ties, why it is significant? Because India has been observing the growing influence of China in the South Asian region, and that is why in this term of NDA government, and if you see the foreign policy or the Prime Minister's statements and activities since coming to power in the third term, the government of India or the Foreign Affairs Ministry has been reaching out to multiple partners or neighbors in the Southeast Asian region. We saw India providing aid to Sri Lanka. India is taking up public projects in Maldives. We saw the regime change in Bangladesh, and despite that, India has been in touch with the new government there. So it certainly shows that how India is trying to counter the influence of China in the region, and be it for maritime cooperation, be it for defense cooperation, be it space technology, food and agriculture. So all the thrust areas where India is strong, India is contributing towards other partners, and where India needs to have more contribution, that is where India is reaching out to multiple partners. Like for example, we knew since independence that for defense India was heavily reliant on Russia, but after that, over the years, our reliance for defense procurement or purchase has also diversified. We have found partners in Europe like France and Germany. So even for energy sector, Brunei happens to be one of the key partner of India, from where India was importing hydrocarbons. And in the near future, as per External Affairs Ministry statement, Brunei is also likely to provide us natural gas, because with the passage of time in the coming years, India's energy needs will also diversify or will increase. So from these point of trade and investment ties, Brunei is important, and also to counter China's influence in the Southeast Asian region, India needs to have maximum countries on his side to counter China. So that is why Brunei is also very important.
That's right, and that's why a 3-day trip to Brunei and then to Singapore. Thanks so much, Ghazali, for joining us with the latest there. Moving on to other news now, and the latest round in Aam Aadmi Party government in Delhi versus the LG, and Aam Aadmi Party is now hit out at the LG for spending 1.5 crore on his social media, questioning why the LG had hired a firm to manage his social media image, saying why does someone in a constitutional post need social media boost. Now, the LG office sources have said that nothing wrong in hiring the firm, and hit back and once again brought up the issue of AAP having spent 3,000 crore on advertisements.
कि अब तक दिल्ली के अंदर कई एलजी साहब आए, कई गए, और हमने कभी नहीं देखा कि कोई एलजी अपनी सोशल मीडिया के लिए, अपने फेसबुक, अपने इंस्टाग्राम, अपने ट्विटर के लिए 1.5 करोड़ रुपए सालाना की कंपनी को हायर करे। 2 साल से एलजी साहब पहले दिन से सक्रिय हैं ट्विटर पे, अभी भी उनके लोग रीट्वीट नहीं करते। उनको लोग नहीं पसंद करते, इसलिए वो प्रसिद्ध नहीं है। चुनाव से ऐन पहले क्या मतलब बनता है? एलजी की पोस्ट तो एक ऑर्नामेंटल पोस्ट है, जिसके अंदर उनको अपने उनका जो नियमित दायरा है उसके अंदर उनको काम करना चाहिए। ये तो सीधा सीधा जो है चुनाव से पहले एलजी ऑफिस का इस्तेमाल जो है राजनीतिक कारणों से करना चाहते हैं, तो साफ दिख रहा है इस टेंडर के अंदर।
All right, let's go across to Shreya now for more. And Shreya, the Aam Aadmi Party raising the issue of why a governor an LG needs to spend 1.5 crore of public money on his social media and having a firm, handle it as well, pointing out that they have made many LGs, but no one has ever, spent money like this.
That's right. The Delhi minister has clearly said that posts like that of the president or lieutenant governor is for the public interest and not for self-promotion. And therefore, in response, the LG office sources has told us that he defended the practice, stating that there is nothing wrong or illegal in hiring a social media agency. And taking a dig at the Aam Aadmi Party, the LG sources questioned the party's alleged rupees 300 crores advertisement spending. They speculated whether this funding came from foreign sources or the very taxes paid by the Delhi citizens. And the LG office sources said that there is nothing wrong in having a social media presence, and rather criticized the Aam Aadmi Party for hitting out at LG for having a social media presence, and also alleged that they and has questioned that where would they spend rupees 300 crores on the advertisement of their party leaders, including Arvind Kejriwal. Then why cannot the LG have a basic social media presence? And remember that this mudslinging is happening right ahead of the Delhi Assembly elections, and therefore this war of words has erupted. The LG office has questioned the Aam Aadmi Party as to what is wrong in having a social media presence, whereas the Delhi Minister Saurabh Bharadwaj has questioned that why would a leader with the post of Lieutenant Governor, why would he require self-promotion? Because his job is to cater to the public interest and not for self-promotion.
Thanks so much for joining us with all those latest details and developments. In other news now, Netflix India has updated the opening disclaimer on its web series IC-814 Kandahar Hijack to include the real and code names of the hijackers. The OTT giant's country content chief Monica Shergill said this after a massive row had broken out over the names, the nicknames being used for the hijackers, such as Bhola and Shankar, and this had led to a huge uproar on social media, and then the summoning of Netflix by the government to be questioned over this. But let's go across to Aishwarya now for more. And Aishwarya, after the meetings were held and the government took up this matter, now this disclaimer will go ahead of the series on the Netflix platform.
Well, certainly big update coming in as far as the meeting is concerned with the INB secretary and the Netflix content head Monica Shergill. It was informed to her that the Netflix India should put out the disclaimer on the uproar of the viewers. Remember, there was objections that were raised on the social media platform by the viewers that the Indian names were used and the code names were used, and there was no disclaimer in the end or in the beginning of the web series which states that these hijackers belongs to Pakistan, and they were Pakistan-backed from the Pakistan-backed terror organization, and therefore the reason perhaps correct storytelling needs to be done, and therefore the reason perhaps today the Information Broadcasting Ministry asked them to put the disclaimer. The official statement has come out from the Netflix India team. They have stated now that for the benefit of the audience, those who are unfamiliar with the 1999 hijacking of Indian airline flight IC-814, the opening disclaimer has been updated to include the real and code names of the hijackers. The statement also states that the code names in the series reflect those used during the actual events. And remember, this is the same that has also been written in the MEA statement back back they released in 2000s. It was also further stated in the Netflix India statement that India has a rich culture of storytelling, and we are committed to showcasing these stories and their authentic representation. Remember, the government of India yesterday revealed to NDTV that the sentiments of Indians cannot be heard. The storytelling should not be wrong, and therefore the reason perhaps the content chief was summoned today at the IB ministry. The meeting lasted for almost an hour, and after she went back to from the ministry, now an official release had come. Netflix had updated their opening disclaimer for the web series IC814 with the original names of these hijackers.
All right, Aishwarya, thanks so much for joining us with those details. So Netflix putting out that statement. Let's just listen in. There was a press conference a short while ago in which that statement was read out. Let's listen in.
वो आप Netflix की टीम से यहाँ पर ले सकते हैं. तो please note, this is the only official statement on this matter. There are a lot of reports online, and I request our esteemed members of the press to please refer to this particular statement. And I'm reading it as per quote from Monica Shergill, Vice President Content, Netflix India. Please pay attention. For the benefit of audiences unfamiliar with the 1999 hijacking of Indian Airlines Flight 814, the opening disclaimer has been updated to include the real and code names of the hijackers. The code names in the series reflect those used during the actual event. India has a rich culture of storytelling, and we are committed to showcasing these stories and their authentic representation. Would you like me to repeat that once again, or would you like to go ahead and take this quote again? I'll quickly read it for you. For the benefit of audiences unfamiliar with the 1999 hijacking of Indian Airlines Flight 814, the opening disclaimer has been updated to include the real and code names of the hijackers. The code names in the series reflect those used during the actual event. India has a rich culture of storytelling, and we
All right, so an official statement there from Netflix over this entire controversy, and they will now carry a disclaimer ahead of the series. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More news coming up on the other side. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day.
Welcome back. Now, special coverage ahead of the Jammu and Kashmir elections. And what are the issues of the common man that he wants a resolution through his vote during the assembly elections? Well, amid apple harvesting season, people are enthusiastic about elections being held after a gap of 10 years. In Pulwama, locals and first-time voters talk about why this election is so important. They say the drug menace and unemployment is the biggest challenge for the people of Jammu and Kashmir that they're facing, and the new government should address it as its first priority.
There has been, 30% voters in this out of 88 lakh voters who are eligible to vote in this election. 30% are below the age of 29. So you can imagine they will decide the fate of this election and the candidates. But when we are in Pulwama and everybody, all of them, these people, you are all having the apple orchards, yes, and the apple, these orchards is your real economy and the livelihood. Yes, तो आप बताएं कि जब हार्वेस्टिंग सीजन भी हो, लेकिन आप सभी लोग कहते हैं कि नहीं, इलेक्शन पे बात होती है और आप भी चर्चा करते हैं.
बिल्कुल, इट इज़ अबाउट हार्वेस्ट एप्पल अभी तैयार है, हर जगह पे तैयार है, लेकिन यहाँ जो अभी इलेक्शन का जो फेस्टिवल आज चल रहा है पूरे साउथ कश्मीर में पर्टिकुलरली, तो हम भी इसमें कहीं ना कहीं इसमें पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि हमें लग रहा है कि हम चाहते हैं कि एक चेंज होनी चाहिए, कि आने वाले समय में एक पॉजिटिव चेंज आनी चाहिए. और एज अ यूथ अगर मैं कहूँ, अनलेस एंड अनटिल यूथ को हम अगर कंसिडर नहीं करेंगे, यूथ को ऑन बोर्ड नहीं लेंगे, तो आने वाले समय में हम यूथ ही इस कौम को चलाने वाले हैं. इसलिए हम चाहते हैं कि एक पॉजिटिव चेंज हो.
क्या इश्यूज हैं जो इस इलेक्शन के अहम हैं? स्लोगन्स जो हैं, जज्बाती इमोशनल स्लोगन्स के बगैर आम आदमी के क्या मुद्दे हैं?
बिल्कुल, अगर देखा जाए तो सबसे बड़ा इशू जो है वो अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट का इशू है. ड्रग्स को लेके हमारा बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है इस वक्त सोसाइटी को. इन चीज़ों को सीरियस लेने की ज़रूरत है.
तो आप ये बताएं कि जब आपका इतना यूथ पॉपुलेशन है, क्योंकि 10 साल बाद वो इलेक्शन हो रहे हैं, आप क्या जानते, क्या मुद्दे हैं आपके लिए?
Okay. First, I would just like to what election means to us. Election is something that is act of selecting someone, and this selection must be likewise the decision maker should take such a decision that must be attractive. For example, I have to take the decision home to. There are several candidates.
Issues क्या हैं? Issues क्या हैं जो जिनकी बुनियाद पे वोट होगा आप चुनेंगे?
Sir, there is economic bankruptcy, political alienation is there, moral division is there. There is no platform where we can just expose our pitiable condition. There is no one whom we can address.
आपके तो representation मिले जो आपकी जो जज्बात की तर्जमानी के, so that you are represented.
Yeah. Post abrogation or constitution. Some says it is a constitutional amendment. Which some say that it's abrogation of Article 370. What I say, obviously, after the abrogation of Article 370, it's for the first time the elections are going to be held. So it is somehow they are it is a kind of a representation. Right.
Now, the horrifying case of mob lynching from Haryana, in which a young class 12 student was the victim. Aryan Mishra was shot dead after he was mistaken for cattle smuggler in Faridabad. In fact, this took place a few days ago, and the accused chased the victim's car for 30 kilometers before he was killed. And now 5 people have been arrested in connection with this incident. It was on the Agra-Delhi National Highway. You can see visuals of the car being chased at the toll plaza there. The CCTV footage shows Aryan, the deceased, in the red car while the accused were following in a Swift, and the shooting took place shortly after passing this toll. The accused are currently in police custody and further investigation is underway.
कसघर वाले गौ वाले ने पीछा किया, गौ हत्या करने वालों को समझ के इनने गोली चलाई। हम पंडित हैं, हमें कोई मतलब ही नहीं, ना कोई हमारा झगड़ा लड़ाई। हमारे पूरे हरियाणा के अंदर मैं नाम की देख ली पुलिस चौकी में किसी में फायदा कोई भी एप्लीकेशन तक नहीं होगी, क्यों हम लाइन परदेसी हैं, आदमी कमाने खाने वाले हैं।
All right, so very tragic case there. Let's go across to Mukesh now for more. And Mukesh, this is a very shocking case in which a class 12 student was shot dead by cow vigilantes. They have been arrested. What is the latest you can share with us?
देखिए, जो फरीदाबाद पुलिस है उसने दावा किया था कि जितने लोग अरेस्ट हुए हैं 5 के 5 वो किसी भी गौरक्षा दल से जुड़े हुए नहीं हैं। ये क्लेम था फरीदाबाद पुलिस का। लेकिन एनडीटीवी की टीम ने जो एक्यूज पकड़े गए हैं उनमें से एक मेन एक्यूज है अनिल कौशिक। हम लोग उसके घर गए हैं और उसकी माँ से बात की है। उसकी माँ ने ये बताया कि हाँ, मेरा बेटा एक गौरक्षक है और बहुत लंबे समय से गायों की सेवा कर रहा है और उसके लिए काम कर रहा है। उसकी माँ ने यह भी कहा कि उस रात में मेरा बेटा जो डस्टर गाड़ी है उसका पीछा कर रहा था। उसको लगा था कि इस डस्टर गाड़ी में गौ तस्कर बैठे हुए हैं और उसी शक में वो पीछा कर रहा था। इसके बाद माँ का दावा ये है कि जो पहली गोली है वो डस्टर कार में बैठे हुए लोगों ने चलाई और उसके बाद दूसरी कार से फायरिंग हुई। हालांकि वो दावा ये भी कर रही है कि मेरे बेटे ने कोई गोली नहीं मारी है, उसको गलत पकड़ा गया है। लेकिन उसने इतना माना है कि गौ तस्कर समझकर उसका बेटा जो आर्यन है उसकी गाड़ी का पीछा कर रहा था। और फिर हमने यहाँ पर और जांच की तो पाया कि अनिल कौशिक की 2 गाड़ियां खड़ी हुई हैं जिन पर गौरक्षा दल लिखा हुआ है। एक गाय की एम्बुलेंस है वो भी उसके पास है और उसने एक संगठन बनाया हुआ है। उस संगठन का नाम है लिव फॉर नेशन और उस संगठन के पेज पर आप जाएंगे यूट्यूब पर तो उसमें अनिल कौशिक के बहुत सारी वीडियोस पड़े हुए हैं और उनमें वो गौरक्षा करता हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है। किसी वीडियो में वो किसी का पीछा कर रहा है। तो एनडीटीवी ने ये जानकारी निकाली है कि आरोपी गौ रक्षा दल से जुड़ा हुआ है और गौ तस्कर के शक में ही ये पूरी घटना हुई है।
All right, thanks so much Mukesh for joining us with those details. So Mukesh telling us even though the police for the moment have denied that these were a gang of cow vigilantes, NDTV visited the residence of one of them who've been arrested and it's very clear that he is associated with such a group. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More news coming up on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated
Welcome back. The World Bank's forecast for the Indian economy and a boost for India as the World Bank has upgraded India's growth forecast, and it's the fastest growing economy with 8.2% in financial year 23-24. The World Bank has also said that the growth will remain strong and India has significant untapped potential to leverage. Here's an interview with the World Bank India director.
The World Bank has just upgraded India's growth forecast to 7% for FY 24-25 from the earlier projection of 6.6%. To decode what this means, what has led to the growth upgrade really, we are joined by Country Director India of the World Bank, Mr. August Kwame. Thank you very much for your time. First, for our viewers to understand, what has led to this upgrade really in the growth projection?
Thank you, Shakti. As we know, the recent numbers that were released were very positive for India's growth going forward with the strong first quarter. And it's no surprise that we expect growth to be stronger than we had initially thought in our last IDU. And one of the reasons why we have upgraded our forecast from 6.6 to 7 for the coming year is that we think global trade is recovering and will recover a bit faster than we had initially anticipated. So if global trade picks up, India will benefit from it. And we know that India has been doing very well despite a very challenging global environment. But if this global environment improves slightly, it will benefit India. And we hope this will be a trend, this trend will continue. Right. The second reason why we upgraded our forecast is that agriculture is also doing pretty well. Agriculture, situation was very difficult last year, but with the monsoon and the fact that farmers have been patient and stayed the course, and the price of fertilizers have also helped. We think that there will be a pickup in agricultural growth this coming year. So these two, trade and agriculture, will really help.
Really, the latest study by the World Bank mentions that the labor market has improved, but youth unemployment remains elevated. How do you think India can address this? Yes, measures were announced in the budget, but how do you think we can see implementation on the ground?
Well, first, let's focus on the positive. Youth unemployment was at a peak during the pandemic or immediately after the pandemic. And it has declined significantly, coming from well over 20, close to 30%, to now 16.5, 17%. It is still high, 17%, but it is much lower than what it was a few years ago. So there is progress. Now, where to go from here? Yes, of course, India will want a youth unemployment that is much lower because India has a young population, many of them well-trained, and they can power the economy going forward.
Now news from Haryana as elections are in focus and the issue of lack of basic facilities in Gurugram next to Delhi and called the Millennium City is now being seen as an assembly elections issue. People living in Sector 33 are raising the issue of no road, no vote, and the Resident Welfare Association is now going to contest the elections itself. Take a look.
A millennium city that's buckling under pressure from basic issues like water, electricity, and roads. With assembly elections in Haryana just weeks away, residents of Gurugram near Delhi say they have lost faith in the government and public representatives. These flats in a premium Gurugram location are worth rupees 3 to 4 crores each, but the approach road is in such bad shape.
मेरा बेटा अभी उसके फिलहाल सर्जरी हुई थी और हम उसको हॉस्पिटल से लेके आ रहे थे, उसके बैक में इशू था तो मेजर सर्जरी थी, यहाँ से कैब वाले ने मना कर दिया। उस बच्चे को आफ्टर 6 days of his surgery he has to come all the way through walking till the house.
The society, Unitech Residency, has about 700 flats in which about 2,000 people live and pay crores of rupees in taxes. But residents claim not one politician or government official is ready to address their woes.
पिछले 2-3 साल से समस्या बढ़ती जा रही है। जो बिल्डर ने सड़क बना के दी थी वो सड़क जो है बारिश में पानी भरने के कारण खराब हो गई है और जब भी हम बिल्डर के पास जाते हैं वो हाथ झाड़ के खड़ा हो जाता है।
बिल्डर कुछ नहीं करेगा, गवर्नमेंट को ही करना है जो भी करना है, चाहे वो म्युनिसिपैलिटी से कराएं चाहे वो खुद करें।
Now the Federation of Apartment Owners Association, an organization of different RWOs of Gurugram, has decided to contest the elections on its own. The association is fielding its candidates from Gurugram and Badlapur.
पूरा गुड़गांव हमारे साथ है। जब मैं कह रहा हूँ कि पूरा गुड़गांव साथ है हमारे, तो पूरा गुड़गांव साथ है। ये पूरे गुड़गांव की आवाज़ है और ये गुड़गांव की जनता की आवाज़ है जो हम लोग यहाँ आपके सामने खड़े हैं। और ये आने वाला समय और जो इलेक्शन का जो रिज़ल्ट ही बताएगा कि कौन जीतेगा और कौन हारेगा। हम लोग बहुत कॉन्फिडेंट हैं।
Gurugram residents say that while the move may be symbolic, it may help them spotlight issues of basic infrastructure in a supposedly ultra-modern city. With Ashwini Kumar Singh, Bureau Report, NDTV.
International news now. In weeks after announcing his historic decision to step away from the presidential race, Joe Biden has now fully embraced the role of a Kamala Harris campaigner. Reports say that it's Biden's carefully crafted return to the campaign trail as he shifts from candidate to surrogate mode. My colleague Vishal Vivek with the details.
It's been the honor of my life to serve as your president. But in the defense of democracy, which is at stake, I think it's more important than any title.
Weeks after announcing his historic decision to step away from the presidential race, Joe Biden has now fully embraced the role of a Kamala Harris campaigner. The duo tried to woo working-class voters at an event at a local union hall in Pittsburgh on Monday. Biden said that there is only one choice as far as the US presidential race is concerned: Kamala Harris.
The first decision I made to nominate his nominee in 2020 was selecting her as my vice president. And by the way, it was the single best decision I made as President of the United States of America.
Reports say that it is Biden's carefully crafted return to the campaign trail as he shifts from candidate to surrogate mode. According to reports, Biden's advisors in the last few weeks have been going over what his plans on the campaign trail will entail. Biden will visit Pennsylvania, Wisconsin and Michigan over the next 5 days. All three are blue wall states where he beat former President Donald Trump in 2020 by a thin margin. Reports suggest that Biden will be promoting the Democratic Party's popular agenda items during these visits. The president is expected to spend a substantial amount of time in Pennsylvania, the state where he was born. Reports say that his allies are hoping that his political influence in the state can help Harris. During his visit to the state, the 81-year-old did not waste any time in vouching for Harris.
I promise you, if you elect Kamala Harris as president, it'll be the best decision you will have ever made.
Interestingly, ever since ending his campaign, Biden has seen a small uptick in his approval ratings. Whether this influences Harris's approval ratings remains to be seen. Historically, a vice president running for the Oval Office has almost always benefited when the incumbent president has a good approval rating. With Vishal Vivek, Bureau Report, NDTV World.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Brunei on the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister there. He interacted with the diaspora.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. बनेगा।
The Bombay High Court finds fault with the manner in which the Badlapur horror is being probed. Remember, 2 minor girls were sexually assaulted in the bathroom of a school by a cleaner there, allegedly by a cleaner. The court now questions the case diary. The manner in which the accused was nabbed, say, ensure proper probe. Justice should not be rushed. After outrage, IC814 makers add a disclaimer to the series. Netflix content head says the opening disclaimer has been updated with the real name of the hijackers included. This is after the content head was summoned by the centre over this series. West Bengal's Aprajita anti-rape bill is passed unanimously. The bill seeks death penalty for rape and murder. Now Mamata Banerjee is sparred with the BJP over implementation of the bill. She tells the leader of opposition to get the governor to sign it promptly so it can be implemented. Suvendu hits back, says immediate implementation is the government's responsibility. Karnataka government fights against dengue. The government has declared dengue an epidemic and strict action will be taken against those who may be responsible for the spread of mosquitoes. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Brunei on his historic two-day visit to the country, the first bilateral visit by an Indian Prime Minister. Prime Minister Modi interacts with the Indian diaspora there. Our top story now. In the West Bengal Assembly unanimously passed the anti-rape Aparajita bill today, brought in by the Mamata Banerjee government. Calling it historic and model, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee said the bill was a tribute to the junior doctor who was raped and killed in the state-run RG Kaur hospital last month. Remember, this had led to uproar and allegations over mishandling against the Chief Minister as well as the Kolkata police. But with this, Bengal became the first state to bring in amendments to central laws dealing with the offences of rape, gang rape and sexual assault. The bill will now go to the governor and his assent will make it law. Or it could even go further to the president. NDTV Saurabh sent us this report.
This is of course a new law that the state government has been talking about in terms of not only ensuring stricter punishment, including the death penalty for all rape cases by making rape a crime commensurate with murder, but also what they are saying is that there should be a case where many times where you see there's a lag in the justice system, and they are saying that this has to be a mandated time-bound process of delivering justice, and that is something that this law looks at. Now, during the passing of the bill, of course, there was a political debate on it, and this is, of course, in the Legislative Assembly. Entire bill, of course, looks at what can be improved in terms of punishment, in terms of processes to ensure that rapes, that the laws against rape are actually a deterrent against such crimes. Now, there was exchange of, sort of arguments and counter-arguments between the opposition and the government, and leader of opposition, Shubhendu Adhikari, also delivered a speech. He, of course, made several important points and also raised some allegations especially in specific to the RG Kaur case, including other BJP MLAs, including Ognimitra Paul, also spoke, but the point is that both the BJP and the TMC, this bill was passed with support from both, and the leader of opposition Shubhendu Adhikari also made it clear that that they were in support of the bill. However, West Bengal has now got a new law, and there was a little bit of an argument over actually ensuring the implementation of these laws, because often we've seen how laws are passed but they never become rules. They just languish. So in that context, the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, Shubhendu Adhikari said we want it to be implemented as soon as possible, to which Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee responded, you should ask the governor to sign it immediately. And therefore, now, of course, once this is passed, it's sent to the governor. Then it depends on what the governor does, whether he signs it or whether he sends it back to the assembly, or what he does, or whether he sends it to the president. All of these possibilities remain. So therefore, it is a law that's been passed by both the opposition and the government here. Of course, albeit there were arguments on the amendments that were moved by Shubhendu Adhikari, the leader of opposition. But at this point, we can report that this law, the Aparajita Women and Child West Bengal Criminal Laws Amendment Bill 2024, has been passed by the West Bengal Assembly, looking at stricter punishment, death penalty for rapes, making rape a crime commensurate with murder, and also ensuring time-bound processes to ensure the judicial process in such cases also moves fast and justice is delivered, and thereby it actually acts as a deterrent against rape. All of this, as you know, comes in the backdrop of the horrific incident at the RG Kaur Medical College and Hospital, where a young postgraduate doctor was brutally raped and murdered. Her body was found on the 9th of August.
Okay, those are live visuals. The BJP has organized a protest in Kolkata today on the same day that the Mamata Banerjee government introduced a stringent anti-rape bill in the West Bengal Assembly. The proposed law also seeks to impose capital punishment for individuals convicted of rape. Those are live visuals that you can see. This is a protest by residents of Kolkata. It's been organized by the BJP. Remember, junior doctors have also been protesting since the August 9th incident of the brutal rape and murder of a 31-year-old junior doctor in the RG Medical College and Hospital. The erstwhile principal of that college has been arrested by the CBI yesterday on charges of irregularities. The crime is anyway being investigated by the CBI. That's Shivendu Adhikari, the leader of opposition in Bengal Assembly, walking as part of the protest. Moving on to some breaking news, there's a controversial entry into the Congress party today. A man seen with Goldie Brar has joined the Congress party. It's election season. Controversial leader Gokul Sethia has joined the Congress party. Sethia has earlier been seen with Goldie Brar. In a viral picture, he has joined the Congress party. Gangster Goldie Brar has links with Lawrence Bishnoi. That's what sources have told NDTV. Those are the pictures that you can see. I have my colleague Gurpreet joining us with more detail on this. Gurpreet, tell us. Gurpreet, tell us about this controversial joining that has happened in the Congress. Who is Gokul Sethia and what kind of links does he have?
Well, this is the controversial entry in Congress, and we have seen some of the pictures of Gokul Sethia along with Goldie Brar has been viral for the last so many hours. What we can understand and what we have seen from the pictures also, it seems that he was very close to Goldie Brar, and we know Goldie Brar is a wanted criminal in the various cases. What we have learned from the local sources also, they say Gokul Sethia had contested an independent candidate last time and he had a very close fight, and maybe it is possible he can make a way for the Congress in Sirsa, and that could be possible reasons why he has been brought in. But now we have seen the opposition leaders, and a lot of pictures have been viral of Gokul Sethia with Goldie Brar, showing the association with the gangster Goldie Brar. And so let's see how Gokul Sethia is going to give a response on this picture which has been viral. And we have seen the opposition party, they are also putting a question mark over this controversial entry. So let's see what will be the repercussion and how the things will be going to be unfolded. But as of now, it seems it's the controversial entry in the Congress, and a lot of questions have been put on the Congress after joining Gokul Sethia, and let's see how the Congress is going to give clarification on this. Back to studio.
Okay, thank you, Gurpreet, for joining us with those details. Controversial joining in the Congress party today. Moving on to some other news. Netflix today has issued a statement. In fact, this is after the outrage on the IC-814. Remember that several people pointed out and alleged that the movie has been sympathetic to terrorists and it had hidden the real names of the terrorists. Now, the IC-81 makers were under a lot of scrutiny for that, and Netflix had also been called by the INB ministry. That meeting took place today. Now, Netflix has also issued a disclaimer now, and it has said that real names of the hijackers have been included. In fact, Monica Shergill, Vice President of Content Netflix India, has said, and I quote, for the benefit of audiences unfamiliar with the 1999 hijacking of Indian Airlines Flight 814, the opening disclaimer has been updated to include the real and code names of the hijackers. The code names in the series reflect those used even during the actual event. India has a rich culture of storytelling, and we are committed to showcasing these stories and their authentic representation. This is what Monica Shergill, the content head of Netflix, has said today. This is really what happened after the meeting between the INB ministry officials with Netflix representatives. Let's look at some reactions now.
This is the only official statement on this matter. There are a lot of reports online, and I request our esteemed members of the press to please refer to this particular statement. And I'm reading it as per quote from Monica Shergill, Vice President Content, Netflix India. Please pay attention. For the benefit of audiences unfamiliar with the 1999 hijacking of Indian Airlines Flight 814, the opening disclaimer has been updated to include the real and code names of the hijackers. The code names in this series reflect those used during the actual event. India has a rich culture of storytelling, and we are committed to showcasing these stories and their authentic representation.
So that's an important statement by Netflix. Also joining us now is my colleague Aishwarya, who's been reporting on this case. Aishwarya, tell us, I mean, it's been an important day today, but when it comes to video streaming platforms, the rules have always been slightly very tricky, because every time the government brings about a set of rules, they get contested in courts. The IT rules are also being contested now, but there's been a tug-of-war between OTT platforms and governments, something very similar to what played out today. Tell us, what was the meeting all about, and what did Netflix do after the delegates, the representatives of Netflix met with the officials of the ANB ministry?
Well, remember earlier government sources revealed to NDTV that why the Netflix content chief was summoned to the IT ministry. It was stated by the government that nobody has a right to play with the sentiments of the people of this country, and wrong portrayal or presenting wrong facts before the audience is something that one should ignore. You should think before portraying anything in a wrong manner, and therefore the reason perhaps when there was huge outrage and anger amongst the audience on social media regarding the two names of the hijackers, that was without any disclaimer shown in the web series IC 814, and it portrayed like that, like those two hijackers had their code names of Indians to a lot of people who were unfamiliar of the 1999 IC 814 hijacking, thought that these two might be Indian, and certainly that had made government to think upon it. Government has stated earlier that they are very, very serious as far as the portrayal of the facts on the OTT platforms are concerned, and therefore the reason today it was the Netflix content VP and the other members from the Netflix who were summoned. It was Information Broadcasting Ministry who met these officials, and the meeting lasted for almost an hour, to which it was asked to Netflix India that they should put the disclaimer of putting out the right facts and the names of those hijackers as to what their original identity was. And the official statement has now come up from the Netflix India team that now they will be amending the opening disclaimer, and there would be original names of these hijackers which would be put in place as far as the hijackers are concerned. Also, there were several people who also stated that they were, Pakistani-backed Pakistani-backed ISI, which had been given clean chit in the web series. Also, the negotiating team of the Indian government had been showcased in a very light manner, in a comic manner, in fact, that had hurted the sentiments of the people who were involved in the hijacking process, and therefore the reason perhaps Netflix India now had come out and stated that and assured the government that they will review their content, and also in the future they will assure the they assure the government that the sentiments should not be hurt, and that will be in accordance with the rules and regulations. In this brief statement, it has been also stated by Netflix India that India has a rich culture of storytelling, and we are committed to showcasing these stories and their authentic representation. Lastly, it was stated by Netflix India that the code names of the series reflect those used during the actual event, but now they will include the real and the code names of the hijackers that was earlier as well, to make it transparent and to make it familiar to those people who has recently seen this movie, now a web series, I beg your pardon, and also those who are unfamiliar of the entire hijacking operation. This amendment has been made further by Netflix India team.
Right. Thank you, Aishwarya, for reporting those details. That was my colleague, Aishwarya, reporting an important outcome of the meeting that took place between IND ministry officials and, of course, the Netflix representatives today. Netflix has amended its opening disclaimer of the OTT series IC814, and it has basically added the original names of the hijackers, something that was a point of contention with several people pointing out that this was an attempt to hide the identity of the Pakistani-supported terrorists. Moving on, former principal of RGK Medical College and Hospital in Kolkata, the site where the brutal rape and murder of a 31-year-old junior doctor took place on the 9th of August, Sandeep Ghosh has been sent to 8 days police custody now. CBI arrested him yesterday. Remember that this was with regard to his involvement in financial irregularities, something that the CBI has been probing. Apart from the investigation into the crime that took place, CBI has sought 10 days custody for the accused. Okay, Saurabh Gupta joins us with more details on this. Saurabh, we saw Dr. Ghosh, we saw Sandeep Ghosh getting arrested by the CBI yesterday. That was with regard to his involvement in financial irregularities, and today the CBI has sought 10-day custody for the accused. I mean, let me also remind my audience that Ghosh has been interrogated for at least 10 to 11 days now. Saurabh, tell us, where does the investigation stand now, and what does this move of the CBI infer now?
Well, you know, there are two cases that the CBI is investigating. One is, of course, the main case of rape and murder, which, of course, the CBI was handed over initially. And then, of course, later on, there was a case of financial irregularities against Sandeep Ghosh, which was also handed over to the CBI by the Calcutta High Court. Now, the CBI has arrested Sandeep Ghosh in the case of financial irregularities. It arrested the former principal of RGK Medical College and Hospital late evening yesterday. And, of course, today it produced him in court, as is the norm, within 24 hours. And he has been sent to 8 days police custody or CBI custody. Now, this will mean that he will undergo custodial interrogation in connection with this case. And this is something that, of course, the CBI has done along with 3 others as well who've been arrested. So 4 people have been arrested, including Sandeep Ghosh, the former principal of RGK Medical College and Hospital. But importantly, it's in a case of financial irregularities. It is not in connection with the case which pertains to the investigation of the rape and murder at the RGK Medical College and Hospital that has seen West Bengal go into a series of protests, and political and non-political as well. And even as those protests continue, the man in the eye of the storm, rather, especially after these financial irregularities also came to light, has been sent to CBI custody. Though today, while there was a debate going on the Aparajita bill, which was passed by the Assembly, the BJP alleged that corruption and the rape and murder are linked. This is something that the Trinamool has denied, and also, the police have denied at this point, and the CBI has not made any statement on either. But again, Sandeep Ghosh has been arrested in a case of financial irregularities that is being investigated by the CBI.
Also, for the benefit of the audience, help us understand where does the investigation stand now, because we do keep reading about how Sanjay Roy's polygraph test was done and the interrogation is still on. His lawyers have also made a lot of statements. Where does the investigation into the crime that basically shook the nation, where does that stand now?
You know, that's a very important question, and unfortunately there's been no public statement, a public sort of update on the progress of that investigation, leading many to believe that that investigation has taken a back seat, at least for the agency CBI, which seems to be now focusing on the financial irregularities investigation that really has led to the arrest of Sandeep Ghosh. The fact is that the CBI says this is a court-monitored investigation, and they will share the details of the progress of the investigation with the court. However, in the absence of any verified, credible, official information in the public domain, there is an information vacuum that has also led to a lot of disinformation, misinformation as well on this case. And perhaps, the real sort of update on the progress will come at the next court hearing, which is on the 5th.
Gupta, for joining us with those very critical details. Moving on to some more stories from West Bengal, even as Aparajita bill was passed in the State Assembly today, BJP MP Soumitra Khan has shot off a letter to Union Law Minister seeking action against Kolkata Police Commissioner. He alleges that the law and order situation in the state has been on a state of decline since the 9th of August. Soumitra Khan has also sought the centre's intervention in restoring law and order in the state of West Bengal.
कोलकाता का पुलिस कमिश्नर मिस्टर विनीत गोयल, इसको क्यों नहीं अरेस्ट हो रहा है? इन्होंने जो राजनीतिक घटना में घटने के बाद जो महीना तदंत में जो सब कुछ में ये जो इसका हाथ है, ये क्यों अरेस्ट नहीं हो रहा है? और पब्लिक पूरा पुलिस का विरोध में चला गया, तो पुलिस का एक्शन जब ममता बंदोबस्त कर रहा है तो उसका खिलाफ क्यों नहीं होगा? उसलिए हम 355 मांग रहा हूँ। जब आप 355 लगाइए, क्योंकि पश्चिम बंगाल का हालत कश्मीर से भी खराब है।
सर, आपने ये भी लिखा है लेटर में कि एविडेंसेस को कहीं ना कहीं टेम्पर किया गया है। जिस तरीके से सीबीआई ने पूरी जांच को टेक ओवर किया गया है, कोलकाता पुलिस ने एविडेंसेस देने में छेड़खानी भी की गई।
नहीं, जो एविडेंस छेड़छाड़ किया है उसको तो पहले अरेस्ट करना चाहिए। तो सीबीआई को भी अरेस्ट करना चाहिए विनीत गोयल को, क्योंकि वो भी तो छेड़छाड़ किया है। तो छेड़छाड़ जो किया है वो भी तो गलती है, तो उसको क्यों अरेस्ट नहीं हो रहा है? तो हम लोग उसलिए दिया है। मैंने दिल्ली में बहुत सारे मंत्री के पास जा रहा हूँ, मैंने एचएम सर से भी टाइम मांगेंगे। सब देश का पूरा मंत्री को हम बताएंगे कि परिस्थिति क्या है बंगाल पे। एक महीना होने जा रहा है, फिर भी ऐसे तो फिर भी सब चुपचाप है, तो नहीं, ऐसे तो नहीं चलेगा ना। ये कश्मीर से भी खराब हो गया।
आपने डिमांड की है कि कोलकाता पुलिस कमिश्नर को
कोलकाता पुलिस कमिश्नर को इमीडिएट हटाइए, उसको अरेस्ट करना चाहिए, क्योंकि पोस्टमार्टम के बाद टाइम वो क्यों डिस्टर्ब किया है, तो उसको अरेस्ट करना चाहिए।
आपको लगता है सीबीआई को वहां पर जांच करने के लिए जो टीम गई है उनको निष्पक्ष जांच करने दी जा रही है?
मैं तो सीबीआई में देखिए एक बात बोलूं, राजीव कुमार जो घटना घटी थी रात में, महोदय सीएम उसके घर के सामने बैठ गए थे जी हम जांच करने नहीं देंगे। कौन एक भी फाइनल रिजल्ट अभी तक निकला? मैं चाहता हूं सीबीआई के कम से कम, जो देश का सबसे बड़ा क्राइम ब्रांच का सबसे बड़ा इन्वेस्टिगेशन टीम है, तो कुछ करके दिखाओ। 15 साल लग जाएगा, उसके बाद यहाँ पे जो स्टूडेंट है वो देखेगा 15 साल का बाद वो हुआ है। ये पश्चिम बंगाल का पब्लिक हंस रहा है। तो हम चाहते हैं भाई जल्दी जल्द इसका जो आरोपी है उसको अरेस्ट करो, और कल अरेस्ट किया है, इस सबसे बड़ी धन्यवाद। लेकिन आरजीकर घटना जिसका पोस्टमार्टम का पीछे जिसका रोल है, उसको भी अरेस्ट करना चाहिए।
Thank you so much for listening to us. That was Soumitra Khan, West Bengal BJP MP, demanding removal of Kolkata Police Commissioner.
Moving on, there's an important update in the Badlapur sexual assault case. Remember, this is the horrific incident that took place last month. It involves sexual assault on two 4-year-old school-going children, school-going girls. Now, the Bombay High Court has reprimanded the investigators. The court has said that it is not satisfied with the action, and the way accused was nabbed was not satisfactory. That's what the court has said today. It has also said that doctors can't refuse to examine a rape victim. Doctors can't say no, go to the police. This is what the court has said. And in fact, it has made a very important point saying, educate your son and save your daughters. The court has emphasized that private doctors must also be aware that they cannot refuse to examine a rape victim. And this is under the POCSO Act, which is considered the most stringent form of law to protect children. They cannot simply say, go to the police. The court further added, educate the son and save your daughters, and clearly saying that it is not satisfied with the action in the Badlapur sexual assault case. Joining me now is my colleague Radhika, who's been reporting on this case. Radhika, tell us about the important takeaways from what the court said today.
That's right. Bombay High Court's division bench, in fact, heard the suo motu PIL regarding the Badlapur sexual assault case. This is the third hearing that happened. The division bench expressing serious concerns over the investigations conducted in the case. Even earlier, it had wrapped the police over shoddy investigations. Today, it continued to do so while also issuing directions. In fact, Advocate General submitted a progress report on the probe. court observing that some of the things have been taken care of, including the FSL reports, CDRs and test identification parade as well. Court is also informed of the statements recorded, the second FIR file, but court took notice of the case diary. It asked why it is a stereotyped manner of writing a case diary which must change, and also spoke about the compliance as far as several of the measures have been taken. Our court went through some of the points of the report that was submitted and also pointed at who the committee should be headed by. Some of the suggestions were given as far as who should head the committee, that could include Neeran Borwankar, the IPS officer, and also a former Bombay High Court judges, including Justice Sadhana Jadhav and Shalini Phansalkar Joshi. These are, of course, the names suggested by the court as far as the whole committee is concerned, but also court pointing at how, as far as the accused is concerned, it took a while for them to arrest the accused. The proper investigations were not carried out, as something that the court reiterated, and went on to also point at how efforts must be taken to make even private doctors aware that they cannot refuse to examine a rape victim under POCSO Act. So they cannot just say go to the police. That's an observation made by the court. And also, once again, reiterating that what is important is education of boys. Beta Padhao and Beti Bachao is something that the division bench also pointed out. So, yeah, multiple directions given, observations given, and also sort of pulling up the police over shoddy investigations in the case and giving directions as to what can be done in the days to come, and also giving suggestions for the formation of committee which can look into the POCSO Act in itself. Now, the matter has been adjourned to 4 weeks, and committee of the state government will be reporting, will be submitting a report in 8 weeks before the division bench of the Bombay High Court.
Right. Radhika Ramaswamy, thank you so much for joining us. That is Radhika, my colleague, reporting on how the Bombay High Court has raised some serious concerns with regard to the investigation that's going into the Badlapur sexual assault case. Moving on to some more stories from poll-bound Maharashtra. NCP leader, this is Sharad Pawar faction, and former Home Minister Anil Deshmukh has demanded that President Draupadi Murmu approve the Shakti bill that was passed by the Maharashtra Assembly. Remember, this was a bill that was passed when Uddhav Thackeray was the Chief Minister. It prescribes death penalty for rapists. The bill was stalled by the centre because it allegedly violated some provisions of the Data Protection Act. NCP leaders led by Sharad Pawar faction and women Karyakartas are also protesting against the delay in clearing this bill. Remember, West Bengal has already brought in a bill called Aparajita to basically mandating death penalty for rapists. And today the protest that took place in Bombay also saw NCP workers wearing red ribbons at the pedestal of Mahatma Gandhi statue near the state secretariat. Incidentally, President Murmu is on a 3-day visit to Maharashtra. NCP led by Sharad Pawar faction has demanded that President Murmu approve the Shakti bill that was passed by the Maharashtra Assembly but stalled by the centre, and it has said that it is the most stringent form of action for rapists.
सबका सलाह लेके ये बहुत अच्छा कायदा देशमुख साहब ने लाया था और सब ने दिल्ली भी भेजा हुआ है, लेकिन तब मोदी सरकार थी, उन्होंने कुछ नहीं किया। आज एनडीए की सरकार दिल्ली में है, उन्होंने भी कुछ नहीं किया, उसका हम जाहिर निषेध करते हैं। मैं खुद देशमुख साहब को विनती करूंगी कि देशमुख साहब अगर सब नेताओं गण को, सारे जो इंडिया अलायंस के नेता है, उनको अगर जब खत लिखे तो जब पार्लियामेंट नवंबर में शुरू होगा तो मैं देशमुख साहब को विनती करूंगी वो दिल्ली आए, सब बड़े नेताओं से हम लोग मिलेंगे, उसके बाद हम सब इंडिया अलायंस से उनसे बात करके विनती करेंगे कि हम लोग साथ जाके इस देश के जो होम मिनिस्टर है उनसे मिले और उनको विनती करें कि ये बिल ला दे।
Certainly, that's the question being asked by opposition in Maharashtra, which is why this protest was witnessed today by NCP Sharad Pawar faction. We did hear Supriya Sule. They're saying that we need guarantees for women's safety and therefore this bill needs to be approved. In fact, Maharashtra government had been pushing for this bill, but this was in fact passed by Maharashtra legislature in 2021, and at that time MVA was in power, which is why the MVA at the moment are pushing for it, saying that there can't be any more delays. Now, of course, Draupadi Murmu is in town, is in Mumbai for a 3-day visit. In fact, she's there for centenary celebration of Mantralaya in Mumbai, and therefore this protest also taking place right next to Secretariat, where Supriya Sule and several other women workers of NCP, women leaders of NCP are stating that Shakti bill, which in fact prescribes death penalty for rapists as well as stringent punishment as far as sexual assault offenders are concerned, need to be approved by the president of the country. In fact, MVA had been pushing for it. This was something that was passed in Maharashtra legislature in 2021 when MVA was in power. It went to the president in 2021 itself. It's been more than 3 years, but the bill is still pending for approval. So now, of course, there had been back and forth between Maharashtra government and centre. Centre recently, in fact, asking Maharashtra government, questioning Maharashtra government over the need for Shakti bill, simply because there have been new criminal laws that have come to fore, which takes care of strict punishment as far as sexual offenders is concerned. So yes, there is a back and forth between Maharashtra government and the centre over the bill, but the MVA leaving no stone unturned in taking this up, especially significant considering the incidents that we saw in Kolkata, of course, and Badlapur as well.
So there are NCP workers protesting there against crimes on women and also asking for state-led laws to deal with the violence against women. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day.
Welcome back. Now, Preeti Pal made history by becoming the first Indian female track and field athlete to win 2 medals at the Paralympic Games in Paris, securing a bronze in 200-meter T35 category, which was her second medal, in fact, with a personal best time of 30.01 seconds. This remarkable feat makes her the second Indian woman to earn 2 medals at a single Paralympics, following shooter Avni Lekhera's gold and bronze achievements in Tokyo. Preeti participates in the T35 category, which is because she has cerebral palsy. Now, Preeti joins us for an interview from Paris, having finished her events there. Preeti, thank you very much for talking to us. सबसे पहले आपका reaction to the fact that you've made history, क्या history आप पे भारी लग रहा है?
इसके लिए तो मैं आपको सभी को धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ जो आप मुझे सब इतना सपोर्ट कर रहे हो, और ये बहुत ही बिग अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली है कि सबसे पहले मेरा ही इवेंट हुआ है। अगर शायद किसी और का इवेंट होता तो वो मेडल आता, वो पहले भारतीय बनती, क्योंकि ये तो देखो सिमरन दी का आ जाता या मेरा आ जाता, ये तो एक ही बात थी, लेकिन अगर किसी और का आता तो ऐसा लगता कि पहले हमारा होना चाहिए था। इसलिए बहुत बड़ी बात है कि ये हमारा समाज का नाम ऊंचा हुआ है, हमारा देश का नाम ऊंचा हुआ है कि पहला ट्रैक में मेडल आ गया है, और ये हमारी मेहनत भी थी सबकी जो हम यहाँ तक आ पहुँचे हैं।
प्रीति, आपको हम ये पूछना चाहेंगे कि सडनली आपका जो परफॉर्मेंस बहुत अच्छा हो गया है, एशियाड से पहले आपका परफॉर्मेंस इतना अच्छा नहीं था, क्या कुछ आपने टेक्निकल एडजस्टमेंट्स किया होगा जिसकी वजह से योर परफॉर्मेंस रियली हैज सर्ज्ड?
मेरी जो परफॉर्मेंस आई है, ज़्यादा जो बिल्डअप हुई है, वो मेरी एशियन गेम्स के बाद हुई है। जैसे मैं वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप का ट्रायल देने गई थी, वहाँ से मेरी जो पोजीशन थी वो अप होती चली गई। जो मेरी टाइमिंग थी वो भी मैं जैसे ग्राउंड पे करती थी, भैया बोलते थे वाओ पर्सनल बेस्ट, पीबी कर दिया आज तो, पीबी कर दिया। उसे देख के और भी कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल बढ़ जाता था। मेरी हर हफ्ते शायद माइक्रो सेकंड भी टूटती चली गई। वो देखो उन्हीं की मेहनत की वजह से है सब कुछ, जो उन्होंने टेक्निक अप्लाई की है।
प्रीति, आप सेरेब्रल पॉल्सी से जूझ रहे हैं, काफ़ी टाइम हो गया है, तो शायद कुछ इवेंट्स जैसे कि 200 मीटर आपके लिए बहुत टफ था, लेकिन मेंटली आप अपने आप को एडजस्ट किया, क्या कुछ मेंटल बैटल्स का सामना करना पड़ा व्हाइल यू वर प्रिपेयरिंग फॉर द पेरिस पैरालंपिक्स?
200 मीटर मेरे लिए शायद इतना टफ इसलिए लगता था क्योंकि इसमें इंडोरेंस पावर चाहिए होती है और उसमें लैक्टिक वर्कआउट करना पड़ता है, और मैं लैक्टिक वर्कआउट से बहुत डरती हुई इसी वजह से मैं वॉशरूम में ही बैठी रहती थी कि जब वोमिटिंग वगैरह हो जाती थी और पेट में दर्द भी होता था तो मैं वहाँ चली जाती थी वॉशरूम में कि बहुत हो गया, मैं नहीं कर सकती, मैं हिम्मत टूट जाती थी। लेकिन जब रिकवर हो जाती थी ना, नहीं करना है, सब कुछ अच्छा होएगा।
प्रीति, ये आपने जो पेरिस में शानदार परफॉर्मेंस दिया, 2 ब्रॉन्ज मेडल, पेरिस पैरालंपिक्स में इस तरह का परफॉर्मेंस देना जब एक्सपेक्टेशंस काफ़ी हाई था, आपके लिए कितना मुसीबत था, आपके लिए कितना बड़ा चैलेंज था ये?
दबाव तो नहीं था, लेकिन ये था कि हाँ कलर चेंज कर सकती हूँ। मुझे अपना आप पे भी बिलीव था कि मैं कर सकती हूँ, लेकिन लास्ट में इतना टाइट हो गई थी मैं, ऐसा लग रहा था कि शायद दूसरी लड़की आगे निकल जाएगी मेरे से। पर लेकिन नहीं, मेरी हिम्मत रही और मैं भागती चली गई और मेरा आज मेडल आ गया। शायद सब लोगों की दुआ भी थी और मेरे पास सबका ये भी था कि मतलब नहीं यार इसका आएगा आएगा। सब मुझे पहले ही बोल रहे हैं कि कॉन्ग्रेचुलेसन, इसमें अपना बेस्ट करना, कि मेडल का कलर चेंज करना। मैंने कहा नहीं कि मैं बेस्ट करूँगी और जो होगा वो देखा जाएगा।
प्रीति, बहुत लंबा समय नहीं हुआ है कि आपने अपना इवेंट शुरू किया है। 2018 में यू केम इनटू द सर्किट। व्हाट वर द इनिशियल चैलेंजेस? मुझे ये भी सुनने को आया था इनिशियली योर क्लासिफिकेशन वाज नॉट अ पार्ट ऑफ पैरालंपिक गेम्स।
मेरी ज़िंदगी में सबसे बड़ा संघर्ष जो मेरा था वो एशियन गेम्स से पहले था कि मुझे लगता था कि मेरी कैटेगरी, क्योंकि पैरा गेम्स में होता है कि जब तक आपकी कैटेगरी नहीं बनेगी तब तक आप इंटरनेशनल टूर कोई भी नहीं खेल सकते हो। जैसे एशियन गेम्स हुआ या ओलंपिक हुआ, ये नहीं खेल सकते हो। उससे पहले आपको बाहर जाके अपनी कैटेगरी बनवानी पड़ेगी, आप तभी खेलोगे। और मेरी कैटेगरी एशियन गेम्स में ही बनी थी, उससे पहले मैं वहीं पे ही थी।
एंड आपने ये स्पोर्ट शुरू कब किया, कैसे किया? मुझे पता है कि आप मुजफ्फरनगर से है, यूपी के रहने वाली है, पर दिल्ली भी आई आप स्पोर्ट करने के लिए। हमें इनिशियल चैलेंजेस, इनिशियल डेज के बारे में थोड़ा बताइए।
मैंने सोशल मीडिया के थ्रू अपनी रील्स देखी थी कि पैरा एथलीट भी खेलते हैं, क्योंकि सब लोग मुझे बोलते थे यार ये तो बहुत अच्छा दौड़ती है कि इसे खेलना चाहिए, लेकिन नॉर्मल्स में कैसे खेल सकते हैं, ये तो शायद पॉसिबल ही नहीं था। फिर मुझे पैरा एथलीट के बारे में पता लगा कि मैंने सोचा यार ये तो बहुत अच्छी बात है, कि मेरा मन भी था और मेरा ड्रीम भी था कि यार मैं स्पोर्ट्स में जाऊं। तो मुझे एक ज़रिए मिला सोशल मीडिया से, और फिर मैं कैलाश प्रकाश स्टेडियम गई और वहाँ पे मुझे गौरव त्यागी कोच भी मिले थे और मिस फातिमा दी भी मिली। फातिमा दी ने मुझे बताया कि पैरा गेम्स ऐसे होते हैं, पहले कैटेगरी बनती है फिर आप वहाँ जाते हो, और उन्होंने मुझे गौरव त्यागी सर से मिलवा के उन्हीं के अंडर में प्रैक्टिस करवाई। लेकिन वहाँ से मेरा मतलब ये था कि एशियन गेम्स तक मैं पहुँच गई, किसी न किसी तरह रुड़कते उड़कते चली गई। लेकिन उसके बाद भी मेरा मनोबल टूट गया था कि यार क्या मैं इतनी मेहनत कर रही हूँ। मैं दिन रात में साइकिल से आती थी अपने स्टेडियम में, सुबह ही खाना वाना बना के 5-5 बजे भी आती थी मैं। लेकिन मैं सोचती थी पसीने में मैं जब ही हो जाती थी, यार मेरा वर्कआउट कैसे होएगा अब। और शाम को भी मैं जाके खाना बनाती थी कि अब या फिर से खाना बनाना है फिर वर्कआउट करना है, और परफॉर्मेंस बिल्कुल भी नहीं बढ़ रही थी। डाइट में ये था कि अगर मैं जाते हुए एक गिलास जूस पी लेती थी तो ऐसे सोचती थी यार वाओ क्या आज से एक जूस मिल गया है तो अब तो परफॉर्मेंस अच्छी आएगी। लेकिन वही है ना कि परफॉर्मेंस सिर्फ एक गिलास जूस से ही नहीं, बहुत सारी चीज़ें होती हैं, टेक्निक्स होती है और अलग डाइट भी होती है जो कि हमें नहीं पता था कि क्या लेना है डाइट में, क्या करना है। तो फिर मुझे फातिमा दी ही एशियन गेम्स के बाद दिल्ली में लेकर आई, गज्जू भैया से मिलवाया उनसे और उनसे बोला कि इसको ये है और देखो कि क्या कमियां हैं इसमें, इसको सुधारो। उन्होंने मेरे से पहले ऐसी नॉर्मल एक स्टाइल लगवाई 60 मीटर की। भैया ने देखा कि इसके बैक मैकेनिक्स चलते हैं, उसको इम्प्रूव किया और मेरे अंदर स्ट्रेंथ भी नहीं थी इतनी और ना ही इंड्योरेंस था। उन्होंने बिल्ड करा, अप करा और उसके बाद मेरी बेस्ट होती चली गई।
बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग बातें कह रहे हैं प्रीति कि आप सोशल मीडिया देखकर आपने गेम्स शुरू किया था और सोशल मीडिया के ज़रिए आपने आपको आगे बढ़ाया। प्रीति, अब क्या, नाउ दैट यू हैव वन 2 मेडल्स एट द पेरिस पैरालंपिक गेम्स, लोगों की ख्वाब रहती है कि ज़िंदगी में एक ओलंपिक मेडल जीत जाए, लेकिन एक ही ओलंपिक्स में आपने 2 बार मेडल जीता है। नाउ व्हाट इज़ द नेक्स्ट एम और व्हाट इज़ द नेक्स्ट टारगेट?
अब आगे मेरा यही ड्रीम है कि मैं अपने मेडल का कलर चेंज करूं और मैं अपना बेस्ट करूं, और बस अब मुझे इनका साथ तो नहीं छोड़ना है क्योंकि जो मेरी पर्सनल बेस्ट होती चली जा रही है और उन्होंने मेरी कमियों को पहचान लिया है कि मेरे अंदर किस चीज़ की कमी को कैसे बिल्डअप करना है।
प्रीति,
अब आगे मेरा यही ड्रीम है कि मैं अपने मेडल।
प्रीति, एक आखिरी सवाल, हु डू यू क्रेडिट दिस विन टू?
इस पूरे मेडल का हक तो सिर्फ मेरे कोच को ही जाता है और जो मुझे यहाँ तक लेके आई है उनका, और जो उनके साथ टीम है मेरी, सिमरन दी, ये तीनों ही हैं जिनकी वजह से मेरा मेडल आया है। बस मैं इन्हीं को डेडिकेट करना चाहती हूँ अपना मेडल।
Thank you very much for talking to us and wish you all the very best, Preeti Pal. She's made history at the Paralympic Games by becoming the first athlete to win 2 medals, first Indian athlete to win 2 medals from one edition of the Games. Thank you very much once again. With that, I hand over to my colleague Vasudha for the rest of the news.
Well, in the midst of a surge of dengue cases in Karnataka, the state government on Tuesday notified the dengue fever, including several severe forms of it, as an epidemic disease, and it has also come out with regulations to amend the Karnataka Epidemic Diseases Regulation 2020 Act. Penalty if people violate rules. That's what the government has put in place. The government has also mobilized resources and personnel across various departments to focus on source reduction, which involves eliminating mosquito breeding, and also mobilizing ASHA workers and other healthcare volunteers who have been tasked with conducting door-to-door visits to educate residents and also ensure compliance with preventive measures that have been put in place by the health department of the state government. The government has said that it shall be the duty of every owner, occupier, builder or any other person in charge of any land, plot, building or place, including water tanks, parks, playground, to take necessary measures to prevent breeding of mosquitoes.
ನೋಡಿಕೊಂಡು ನಮ್ಮ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಇದು ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶ ಇರ್ತದೆ ಅವರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ವಾರ್ನ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ, ಜನರಿಗೆ ತಿಳುವಳಿಕೆ ಹೇಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ, ಮತ್ತು ನೀವು ಸರಿಯಾದ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ದ ನಂತರ ಕೂಡ ಅವರು ಏನೋ ಅದನ್ನು ಸರಿಪಡಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಈಗ ಯಾರು ಕೂಡ ನೋಡಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣಕ್ಕೆ ಫೈನ್ ಹಾಕ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ವಾರ್ನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ನೋಡಪ್ಪ ಹಿಂಗೆಲ್ಲ ಇಟ್ಕೋಬೇಡಿ ಅಂತ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಅವ್ರು ಅದೇ ಥರ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾಗ ಮತ್ತೆ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಆವಾಗ ಏನಾಗ್ತದೆ, ಅವನಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಏನಾದರೂ ನಾವೊಂದು ಶಿಸ್ತು ಕ್ರಮ ತೊಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ, ಏನಾದರೂ ಒಂದು ಕ್ರಮ ತೊಗೊಳಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಈಗಿದೆ. ಮೊದಲೇನು ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು, ಹೋಗಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು, ಮಾಡದೇ ಹೋದರೆ ಏನೂ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವರು ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾದಾಗ ನಾವು ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಏನು ಕ್ರಮ ತೊಗೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೇನು ಪವರ್ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ, ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅವ್ರು ವಾರ್ನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು, ಹೋಗಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಈಗ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗಾದರೂ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅರ್ಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಸಿಕ್ತವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆಲ್ಲ ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಆದರೆ ಇದು ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಗಟ್ಟಿಯಾಗಿ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಇದು ಒಂದು ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಈ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟ್ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೊಸ ಈ ರೂಲ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ.
Meanwhile, BJP in Kolkata is holding a protest. This is against a crime that took place on the 9th of August. Remember, a brutal rape and murder of a junior doctor in Arjikar Medical College and Hospital. Meanwhile, the former principal of that college, Sandeep Ghosh, has been sent to 8 days police custody. He was arrested by the CBI yesterday, and CBI has also sought 10 days custody for the accused. Saurabh Gupta joins me with more details on this. Saurabh, tell us what is the update on the investigation front, and also tell us a little bit more on the protest. The visuals that are on the screen, we can see Shuvendu Adhikari and for that matter even Arjun Singh. So tell us about the people who are leading this protest, including Locket Chatterjee. This is probably one of the many protests that the BJP has initiated in the state. So what on the protest, and also what is the update on the investigation front?
Well, you know, the BJP, of course, is leading these protests, and this is something that has arrived right now at Hazra. Hazra is where Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee stays, and this protest, led by the leader of opposition, Shuvendu Adhikari, has arrived from Rabindranath to Hazra, and this is, of course, a protest with a gathering of women, and also led by the leader of opposition in West Bengal, Shuvendu Adhikari, who is, of course, as you know, a BJP leader. The BJP has been carrying out protests on this. In fact, even today, there have been protests like the one you see in these pictures, and this is against, like I said, the incident at the Arjikar Medical College and Hospital, which has led to a lot of public anger as well. The case of brutal rape and murder of a second-year postgraduate student is something that has shocked the conscience of the city and beyond, and therefore there are protests taking place. But the political protests are also now taking place with a clear aim, and this, of course, is the demanding the resignation of the Chief Minister, something that the BJP did in the assembly today as well. The Trinamool has said that if you want justice for the Arjikar victim, and if your slogans are justice for the Arjikar victim, we are with you. But if you want the resignation of the Chief Minister, that's something obviously we are not with. and also accused the BJP of attempting to destabilize Bengal. The BJP says the Trinamool is diverting attention or attempting to divert attention from public anger and mass protests on this issue. So this has become a largely political issue now, with the focus on the case for justice for this young woman and, calls for justice, etc., slowly receding into the background, while the political protests like the demanding of the resignation of the Chief Minister and the BJP leading those protests come into the foreground as days progress, given the fact that the CBI also has not made any public statement on the progress of the investigation into the rape and murder, though it says that it's a court-monitored investigation and it will provide whatever updates it has to a court.
Right. Thank you, Saurabh Gupta, for joining us with those details. Stay with us. Tell us a little bit more about the bill that was passed today by the West Bengal Assembly, because that is being seen as one of a kind. And I was also looking at how parties like NCP, led by Sharad Pawar, is also demanding, the clearance of bills that were passed during Uddhav Thackeray. States are increasingly asking to be empowered when it comes to dealing with crimes against women, and West Bengal seems to have set that example. But of course, there are concerns with regard to duplication of laws. How is the state government looking at Aparajita?
When there are things on a concurrent list, the state has a certain amount of autonomy and the state has a certain amount of powers to frame laws on these issues. And given that law and order is a state subject, dealing with protests like these or dealing with crimes like these solely becomes the responsibility of the state, and therefore the state does believe, I beg your pardon, it has a right to frame laws that act as deterrents. The central complaint of the Chief Minister today and also the Trinamool complaint has been that the laws that are in the new criminal laws that have been passed aren't strong enough to deter people from, criminal minds or who may have an inclination to commit crimes like these, that they say the punishments are not strong enough, and therefore this law, the Aparajita Women and Child West Bengal Criminal Laws Amendment Bill 2024, not only sets up an Aparajita task force led by a DSP rank officer, or mandates the time of investigation, etc., but also enhances the punishment, life imprisonment, which means till the natural life, and also the death penalty. All of these things are part of the effort to make laws that carry stronger punishments. However, there have been counter arguments as well. But the fact is that this law has passed in the assembly, but that important point you raised, that it will now have to wait for assent, and that assent is something that other states that have also passed similar laws are still waiting for. So will West Bengal's law meet the same fate? In all likelihood, it will. But let's see how it progresses, because the Trinamool has also announced that if there's no assent to this bill, then it's very clear that who's opposing these strong laws, and therefore they will push for it as well.
Right. Also, Saurabh, there is some breaking news. The centre has sought directions to West Bengal government to extend full support to CISF or initiate contempt proceedings. This is the centre filing a fresh plea against the West Bengal government. Remember, Ajikar Sumoto case is already there in the Supreme Court, and there are some very serious observations that the centre has made. The centre has sought directions to West Bengal government to extend full support to the CISF or it will initiate contempt proceedings. It has alleged that the CISF personnel meant for providing security of hospital is facing huge issues of accommodation. It has also alleged that the lady contingent is not getting proper accommodation, and there's no place for keeping their security gadgets, and there is no proper transportation. It has also said that there are no proper facilities for the men, and in fact it has asked for contempt proceedings to be initiated against state government officials if proper facilities are not offered by the state to the CISF personnel who are required to be who are responsible for the safety of government hospitals. Can you tell us about how this clearly deepens the gap between the centre and state? Clearly the centre is putting the state government in a dock here. Mamata Banerjee's government is already on the back foot with whatever happened on 9th of August. How do you see the state government responding to the centre's charges?
Well, this is something that is predicted. The day the deployment of CISF was ordered, that very day there were top officers of the CISF who came to the hospital to see what space was there, etc. But, the space is what is a constraint in these hospitals. I mean, there are so many patient parties. Unfortunately, the public health system in India is so overburdened, and there are so many people availing facilities at these hospitals. It's very difficult to give more space to agencies. In fact, even the police have often worked within limited spaces just simply because of the overburdening of these hospitals. Now, there are likely to be, for example, when the CISF is deployed, even we see these debates come up during elections or whenever it's deployed, there are issues over who will foot the bill, why should the state foot the bill, etc. All of these things come up, and this is going to be another lingering issue. Ultimately, I think one has to hold the state government accountable for security, and if that is the case, then providing space, etc., falls on the state government. But again, there is simply no space is what the likely argument of, and whatever they could provide, they have been provided, is what the state government's likely argument could be.
Right. Thank you, Saurabh Gupta, for joining us with those critical details. Another flashpoint between the centre and state. Centre has clearly asked directions to West Bengal government to extend full support to CISF or that it will initiate contempt proceedings. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity."
Good evening and welcome to NDTV. I am Ankit Tyagi. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an action-packed 1 hour lined up for you. Lots of breaking news and, of course, top stories that we will be discussing this evening. Let's start with the headlines at 6. Bombay High Court finds fault with Badlapur horror. Probe to minor girls were sexually assaulted in a school bathroom by a worker there. Court questions the case diary and the manner in which the accused was nabbed. Ensure proper probe. Justice should not be rushed. West Bengal government's Parajita anti-rape bill passed. Bill seeks death penalty for rape murder. Mamata Banerjee versus BJP over implementation of the bill. Mamata Banerjee speaks to, in fact, to Shubhendu Adhikari. Get governor to sign this promptly. After outrage, IC 814 makers add disclaimer. Netflix content head meeting with the Information and Broadcasting Ministry. Real names of hijackers included. Karnataka fights against dengue. Government declares dengue an epidemic in the state. Prime Minister Modi lands in Brunei. Prime Minister Modi on 2-day visit to Brunei. First bilateral visit of an Indian Prime Minister. There is some important breaking news coming in at this moment. The fallout of the RG Hospital Suomoto case in the Supreme Court. The centre files a fresh plea against the West Bengal government. Now, this is going to trigger another war of words between the West Bengal government and the centre. The centre has sought the direction to the West Bengal government to extend full support to CISF or initiate contempt proceedings. Centre alleges CISF personnel meant for providing security of the hospital are facing huge issues of accommodation which is not being provided by the state government. Centre also says lady contingent is not getting proper accommodation and place for keeping security, gadgets and transportation. Meanwhile, the RG hospital in this case, which the Supreme Court took Suomoto, the MHA has now moved to the Supreme Court. No proper facilities for CISF personnel, and they have in fact asked the Supreme Court to direct the Bengal government or face contempt proceedings. All right, let's turn our focus and get you more details on this with my colleague Aishwarya, who is joining us, ladies and gentlemen, at this moment. Aishwarya, quite an important, in fact, direction that the centre has asked is also an admission that they still face, the CISF contingent still faces incorporation as far as the West Bengal government is concerned.
Well, that's the big update coming in from the Supreme Court. The Ministry of Home Affairs have moved Supreme Court. They have filed this plea where they have requested the Supreme Court to intervene as far as their directions are concerned, where they earlier stated that CISF should take control of the security of the RG hospital over there, following by the vandalism and the protests that had taken place earlier at the RG hospital in Kolkata. After that, the deployment of CISF forces was seen at the hospital premises. But now the MHA in this plea had categorically stated that West Bengal government is not giving support to the CISF as far as their the facilities are concerned, their accommodations are concerned, the transportations and logistics are concerned. It has been stated in the plea by the MHA that either the West Bengal government should give full support to the CISF personnel, or the Supreme Court should file a contempt case against the West Bengal government. Now remember, in the plea it has been also stated in a detailed manner how far is the cantonment area where the CISF currently is staying. It takes almost 1 hour for the from the cantonment for these security personnel who have been deployed over there to reach Archikar Hospital. And for the lady personals, there is no proper facilities for toilets and for even living as well, for the accommodation. There is no proper food that is being given to them, and therefore the reason West Bengal government should offer full support. If that doesn't happen, then there should be contempt case that should be filed, or Supreme Court should direct the West Bengal government to extend full support. A big development coming in as far as the security personnel are concerned, where MHA earlier was directed to deploy the CISF forces, but now the intervening plea here in the Supreme Court, while the Supreme Court earlier had taken suo motu cognizance and heard the entire case, but they only earlier directed that there should be central forces that should be deployed to maintain the security, to maintain the law and order. But if such a treatment has been given to the CISF personnel, how will they give proper security to the Archikar Hospital is something that MHA is clearly questioning over here and putting West Bengal government in dock.
Thank you, Aishwarya, for joining us with all those details, important information coming in there from the Supreme Court. My colleague Aishwarya reporting there as far as this story is concerned. Now, let's just shift focus, ladies and gentlemen, to another big story that we are tracking at this moment. Is there an Aam Aadmi Party and Congress alliance on the cards in Haryana? What we know at this moment, that in principle understanding has been reached between Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress for an alliance in Haryana. In fact, Aam Aadmi Party leader Raghav Chadha has been assigned from his party to take forward the negotiations, and the discussions will be between Raghav Chadha and KC Venugopal, Member of Parliament, and also the organization secretary as far as the Congress is concerned. Now, senior leaders are going to discuss, both these leaders are going to discuss in the next round of talks how the seat distribution, the number of seats and which seats can in fact be given to the Aam Aadmi Party in Haryana. So now at least initially when there were talks whether there is going to be an alliance, remember in the Lok Sabha elections of 2024, both the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress, which are part of the India Alliance, fought the election. Aam Aadmi Party was given one Lok Sabha seat, that is Kurukshetra Lok Sabha seat, and in Haryana. And since then, there has been confusion and talks where people were in fact talking about whether the Vidhan Sabha election, which is due now in October, whether there is going to be some sort of an understanding between both the parties. Now, sources are telling us that there is in principle understanding, but the number of seats and which seats is going to be discussed between KC Venugopal and Raghav Chadha from the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party. Let me very quickly go across to my colleague Sunil Prabhu, who is joining us at this moment. Sunil, who is more eager to try and get this alliance going? If you talk to the Congress sources, they say the Aam Aadmi Party really wants this. Aam Aadmi Party also saying that they have the strength and they can benefit as far as this alliance is concerned. But more or less, is it a done deal?
Well, actually, if you honestly ask me, there were a lot of, hiccups from the Congress point of view, no less than Rahul Gandhi, who's actually taken the lead and believes that the India alliance, that, the unity of opposition forces, when they come together, then they are able to put up a better fight against the NDA, against the BJP. And that's the reason why he has taken that lead and really discussed this, revived it in a sense at the Congress Election Committee meeting yesterday, where Mr. Huda said that, we are ready to give 3 or 4 seats, but the Aam Aadmi Party's demand is far greater and far more. As you have seen in the last Lok Sabha election, if there's any indication that one Lok Sabha seat which they gave to the Aam Aadmi Party, they weren't able to win that seat. And it's in that backdrop that the Congress is doing some tough negotiations. As I said, the onus of, I would say, the person who's absolutely keen on this deal is no less than Rahul Gandhi, the leader of opposition, who believes in the unity of opposition forces. If there has been a lesson learned in 2014 and 2019, it is about the fact that when the opposition is divided, they aren't able to take on the BJP. And this time round, they're keen and with the fact that his go-to man, Mr. K.C. Venugopal, and Arvind Kejriwal's go-to man, Raghav Chadha, are speaking to each other. If they both find a realistic decision, then definitely there will be an alliance. But both have to be realistic in terms of winnability, how many seats, and how they want to go about that entire process.
Can I very quickly ask you one more question, Sunil? It's interesting what you are telling us. Rahul Gandhi taking the lead while Arvind Kejriwal is still behind bars. He's expected, if he gets the bail, to come out on 5th. Does the deal, is it limited to Haryana, or will Delhi, the crucial elections of Delhi next year, will also be some part of a bargain as far as this deal is concerned?
No, I don't think at present they're not discussing Delhi at all. At this present juncture, the focus right now is on Haryana. So Delhi, of course, will be considered at a later stage. They also understand that it's important for the Aam Aadmi Party, which has been, had its top leadership behind bars. There's a huge anti-incumbency of 2 terms. The state unit will have to be taken into account. There are misgivings within the Congress party as well as the Aam Aadmi Party about Delhi, because Delhi is quite unique. And if you see, even in the Lok Sabha elections, it was against all odds that the Congress decided to have an alliance with the Aam Aadmi Party. The Aam Aadmi Party conceding 3 Lok Sabha seats at that time. So it's definitely early days for Delhi at this present juncture. I think the focus right now is on Haryana, clearly to find a way forward to see that the unity of opposition forces work together to take on the BJP.
Thank you so much, Sunil, for joining us with all those details. So Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress, in fact, coming to some sort of an understanding when it comes to Haryana. And this could, in fact, lead to some sort of an understanding, because at this moment the talks are on in principle agreement, but the number of specific seats and which are those seats is going to be discussed in some time. Sticking to the Aam Aadmi Party, in fact, in the national capital, another chapter, ladies and gentlemen, is being written in the war of words between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Lieutenant Governor. The Delhi government and the Lieutenant Governor once again at loggerheads, this time over the social media, posts of or the money spent by the Lieutenant Governor's office on the social media for the Lieutenant Governor. Now, Aam Aadmi Party alleges that the LG spent 1.5 crore rupees on social media and hired a firm to boost up the Lieutenant Governor's social media image. The Aam Aadmi Party asks, why does the LG need social media boost? And they also question that this is just happening before the elections of Delhi, which are due next year, early next year. Now, the Lieutenant Governor office has also responded, sources telling us that nothing is wrong in hiring a firm. Aam Aadmi Party, the Lieutenant Governor office says, spent 3,000 crore rupees on advertisements. That is also taxpayers' money. Can the Aam Aadmi Party explain, should rupees 3,000 crores be spent to boost up their image? What is wrong if the Lieutenant Governor office indulges in this kind of an outreach? Listen into what Saurabh Bharadwaj said on this.
देखिए, अब तक दिल्ली के अंदर कई एलजी साहब आए, कई गए, और हमने कभी नहीं देखा कि कोई एलजी अपनी सोशल मीडिया के लिए, अपने फेसबुक, अपने इंस्टाग्राम, अपने ट्विटर के लिए 1.5 करोड़ रुपए सालाना की कंपनी को हायर करे। 2 साल से एलजी साहब पहले दिन से सक्रिय हैं ट्विटर पे, अभी भी उनके लोग रीट्वीट नहीं करते, उनको लोग नहीं पसंद करते, इसलिए वो प्रसिद्ध नहीं है। चुनाव से एन पहले क्या मतलब बनता है? एलजी की पोस्ट तो एक ऑर्नामेंटल पोस्ट है, जिसके अंदर उनको अपने उनका जो नियमित दायरा है उसके अंदर उनको काम करना चाहिए। ये तो सीधा सीधा जो है चुनाव से पहले एलजी ऑफिस का इस्तेमाल जो है राजनीतिक कारणों से करना चाहते हैं, तो साफ दिख रहा है इस टेंडर के अंदर।
Let's shift our focus to Manipur, where another sophisticated attack in which drones have been used by the insurgents is now being reported. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me in fact give you some context as far as this attack is concerned. The government has now formed a high-level panel to probe these drone attacks. The Manipur Corps, Army, BSF, CRPF will be included in this panel. The DGP said the drone experts will visit Manipur, and the police has sought help from the NSG as well. the NIA is likely to take up this issue or this case as far as the drones are concerned. Let me go across back to my colleague at this moment from Manipur. My colleague Ratnadeep joins us. Ratnadeep, just give our viewers a sense. This is possibly the first time that within our country, any insurgent group has used the drones as sophisticated drones to use and carry out these attacks. How is the situation on the ground, and what is now this panel which is going to do?
Well, there have been a series of drone launched bomb attacks in Manipur since Sunday afternoon, and in that over a dozen people are injured. 2 people have already lost their lives. In fact, today the DGP had gone to ground zero. He oversaw the reinforcement which has been sent into the fringe areas between particularly Imphal West and Kankopi district. Now the state government has constituted a high level panel which is a multi-agency panel. It will be led by a senior state police officer, but it has representative senior officials of Army, senior officials of Assam Rifles, of CRPF and BSF. So central paramilitary forces posted in Manipur, Assam Rifles which guards the porous Myanmar-Manipur border, as well as Assam Rifles is posted in the hill areas of Manipur. They are there, Indian Army is there and Manipur Police is there. So these are also the agencies which are part of the unified command in Manipur. So these agencies will together examine the situation that led to these series of drone attacks, and then recommend the government what would be the new strategies. What we are picking up from our sources within the government in Manipur, that already a status report has been sent to center. In fact, DGP Rajiv Singh, while interacting today with media, clearly said that Manipur Police is in touch with NSG for their support. Experts are reaching Imphal in terms of studying the situation due to which these drone attacks have taken place. Anti-drone guns that are used in Kashmir in all likelihood will be deployed in Manipur. That's what we are picking from police sources. Also, official sources have given us to understand that the state government might actually write to NIA to take over the investigations of these drone attacks that have started from Sunday afternoon. So therefore, these are the series of measures, series of action that the government has taken. Remember, the Chief Minister also today posted on X saying that this is an act of terrorism and therefore the government will act on it. However, what is important to note is that in the last 12 hours, although there is no fresh drone attacks, but people, particularly in the fringe areas, are anxious. There are people who have left their villages, taken shelter in other places. In fact, yesterday we reported from ground zero in terms of how the situation has changed at a time when there was a decline in incidents of violence in Manipur, and therefore now drones have become perhaps the new threat in terms of the fragile peace that was persistent in Manipur. And all the agencies who are entrusted in terms of bringing back peace to Manipur have now been made part of this multi-agency high-level panel which will recommend to the government in terms of the new strategy that the government will put in place to make sure that this kind of drone attacks don't take place in future.
Ratnadeep, thank you for joining us with all those details as Ratnadeep was telling us the implications of these attacks. Let's also listen in to what the DGP of the state said on these attacks and this high-power panel.
It's a new thing which has happened. And we have already, Manipur police ने पहले ही tweet किया हुआ है, so it has been escalated and we are taking it very seriously. We have spoken to everybody from here to Delhi, और वहाँ दिल्ली में भी NSG से भी हम लोगों ने बात किया है, DG NSG से बात किया है, उनकी टीम से बात किया है, प्लस और भी एक्सपर्ट्स आ रहे हैं. हम लोगों ने कमिटी भी एक बनाई है कि ये ड्रोन के बारे में पूरा ये पढ़ने के लिए एंड समथिंग टू डू काउंटर करने के लिए उसको कैसे हम लोग आगे ये करें. आसाम राइफल एक कमेटी तो बना दी गई, बट उसके बाद भी कुछ एक्सपर्ट्स को भी हम लोग बुला रहे हैं और जल्दी से जल्दी हम लोग कुछ इसका उपाय ढूंढेंगे.
Let's also get you a story which is coming in from Punjab, which is going to create ripples as far as the state is concerned. Now, there is a controversial entry into the Congress party which has taken place. Man seen with Goldie Brar, the dreaded gangster, in fact, has joined the Congress party. That's Goldie Brar, and that's the person that I'm speaking about. This is the gangster, in fact, Goldie Brar, and that's the person that I'm talking about. This is a leader, Gokul Sethia, who is seen in these images with gangster Goldie Brar. He's all set to join the Congress party, ladies and gentlemen. Sethia is seen in this picture which has gone viral. Remember, Goldie Brar has links with the Lawrence Bishnoi gang, and his name has also propped up in the murder of Sidhu Moosewala, who, remember, was part of the Congress party. His father also, in fact, fought elections on the Congress party ticket. So now this, in fact, becomes a big controversy as far as Punjab is concerned. Let me very quickly go across to my colleague Gurpreet Cheena, who is joining us, ladies and gentlemen, at this moment. Gurpreet, just bring our viewers, what sense does it make, and has there been any explanation or some sort of some sort of reasoning that has come forward from the Congress party about this man who is seen in the picture with the gangster?
Well, this is the for Haryana polls. We have seen a lot of political calculations are being made by the Congress and the other parties also. But today, this controversial entry in the Congress has already put a lot of question mark. What we have learned from the Congress netas and Congress leaders also, they are trying to defend him saying that he was studying in with the Goldie Brar, and these are the old time pictures which have been viral. So let's see that whatever clarification they are going to give. But as of now, this controversial entry has already put a lot of question mark over the Congress, and specifically in terms of Haryana elections, we have seen a lot of political calculations are being made by the various political party to forge alliance or to get new candidates or try to hijack the other candidates from the other parties. Also, this is also that type of exercise which has been done by the Congress today, but it has raised a lot of question mark at this point of time.
Right, thank you for joining us at this moment with all those details. Reporting there, my colleague Gurpreet Cheena, who says that this man has said that he used to study with Mr. Goldie Brar, the gangster, in fact, who is accused of many crimes. All right, moving on, in fact, now to Kolkata, where the former principal and the man in the eye of the storm of the J&K Medical College and Hospital, where a 31-year-old trainee doctor was brutally raped and murdered. The former principal, Sandeep Ghosh, Dr. Sandeep Ghosh, has been arrested, ladies and gentlemen, and has been sent to 8-day police custody. Remember, CBI had sought 10-day police custody for the accused. This is the latest which is coming in. He was arrested yesterday along with 4 others is what we know. And the allegations are of financial irregularities when he was the principal. There were, in fact, complaints which were filed against him by the former assistant, in fact, principal of this college, the man who was second in command. And on his complaints, now the CBI and the Enforcement Directorate are investigating various charges of corruption. Meanwhile, on the backdrop of this horrific crime that took place at the J&K Medical College and Hospital, the West Bengal Assembly has unanimously passed the Anti-Rape Aparajita Bill brought in by the Mamata Banerjee government, calling it historic and model. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee said the bill was a tribute to junior doctor who was raped and killed in the state-run J&K hospital last month. With this, Bengal becomes the first state to bring in amendments to the central law dealing with offences of rape, gang rape and sexual assault. The law will also include provisions for a time-bound trial and enhanced compensation or fine which will be collected from the guilty. The focus now shifts to the governor's assent to the bill, with Mamata Banerjee and the BJP sparring over immediate implementation of the bill. The Mamata Banerjee government, in fact, the Chief Minister had said the opposition should ask the governor to sign the bill. It is our responsibility to enact it after that. The bill hit, the BJP hit back by saying that it is the responsibility of the government. Remember, even after the governor signs it, the president has to give the final nod before this can become a law in West Bengal.
Cross check করে আপনি যদি দেখেন correct information, I don't have any problem.
কিন্তু যদি দেখেন রং ইনফরমেশন, মিসলিডিং ইনফরমেশন, ডিসইনফরমেশন and distorted information and destructive information and provocative information, then speaker has the right to deal it. মনে আছে আপনাদের, কেউ তো একবারও স্বীকার করলেন না উন্নাওয়ের কথা। এটা ফ্যাক্ট যে আজকে প্রতিদিন দেশে প্রায় 90টি ধর্ষণের ঘটনা ঘটে, তার মধ্যে অনেকেরই মৃত্যু ঘটে, খুব বেদনাদায়ক। উত্তরপ্রদেশের ঝাঁসিতে চলন্ত গাড়িতে 17 বছরের মেয়ে ধর্ষিতা হয়েছে।
All right, with that, we are slipping into a very short break. News and updates continue here. Stay tuned to NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Moto?
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Remember the horrific story that we had reported for a few days continuously, which took place in Badlapur in Thane near Mumbai, where two young girls, two kids in fact, were sexually molested by a helper as per the allegations in the school itself, which resulted in these kind of massive agitation and anger from the people. Now, the Bombay High Court, ladies and gentlemen, have taken, which had taken the suo motu cognizance of this case as well, spoke and came down very heavily on the investigation which is being conducted by the police in Maharashtra. The court said they are not satisfied with the action. Why accused was nabbed, the way in fact the accused was nabbed is not satisfactory. Doctors can't refuse to examine a rape victim. Doctors can't say, go to the police, is what the court has said. Educate your son and save your daughters. The court emphasized that private doctors must also be made aware that they cannot refuse to examine a rape victim under the POCSO Act, and they cannot simply say, go to the police. The court further, in fact, went on and said that they're not satisfied with the action taken so far by the police. So this is very, very important, in fact, details which are coming in at this moment. But remember, the court had asked the police to produce their case diary, and on the basis of the investigation so far, they have made these comments. Let me go across to my colleague, Radhika, who's joining us with more details from Mumbai. Radhika, you know, this will, in fact, this should shame the administration at this moment, the court asking such serious questions of the police as far as their investigation is concerned.
Certainly, court expressing serious concerns on the investigations conducted in the Badlapur case. In fact, this is the third hearing as far as the suo motu PIL regarding the case is concerned, and in all three occasions, court was quick to pull up the police as far as the investigations are concerned, calling the probe shoddy. This is what court had said in the previous hearing, once again continuing to say that it is not satisfied with the investigations carried out, especially the way or the steps taken to apprehend absconding accused. Also went through the case diary and asked why this stereotype manner of writing a case diary. Of course, court was presented with the investigation update as well as report in which the police spoke about, the AG spoke about test identification parade, FSL, CDRs, all of them conducted, all of them since the last hearing. In fact, court also pointing at that committee needs to be formed. This was done the last hearing, and then went through the committee suggestions, which the court said are good, but the implementation will be under question, is something that the court said. The division then also suggesting a female attendant should look after minor boys also in school, and that former Justice Sadhana Jadhav and Shalini Pansalkar Joshi should head the committee. So court suggesting names as far as the committee for looking into POCSO Act and other suggestions are concerned. Also suggesting the name of IPS Neeran Borwankar as well for the committee. And also going on to say that efforts must be taken to make even private doctors aware that they cannot refuse to examine a rape victim under POCSO Act. They cannot say go to police. And the justices also going on to say that what is important is education of boys. Beta Padhao and Beti Bachao should be the motto as far as the the societal reforms are concerned. So yes, court coming down heavily on the police investigation, looking into the report that was given by the police, also making suggestions in terms of forming the committee as to who should head the committee, and also giving directions as far as the investigations in the future is concerned. So now, of course, the matter has been adjourned to 4 weeks, and the committee has to submit a full and final report within 8 weeks' time before the division bench of the Bombay High Court, which continues to hear this suo motu PIL.
Thank you so much, Radhika, for joining us with all those details. Moving on and staying with Maharashtra. Remember, like we were talking about West Bengal, the Maharashtra Assembly had also passed the Shakti bill, which was aimed to, in fact, amend laws and strengthen the existing laws for crime against women. Now, there is a war of words which is taking place between the government and the opposition as far as the Shakti bill is concerned, which is pending at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, with the President. Maharashtra NCP Sharad Pawar faction leaders and former Home Minister Anil Deshmukh has demanded President Draupadi Murmu to approve the Shakti bill passed by the Maharashtra Assembly that prescribes death penalty for the rapist. Now, leaders from the NCP Sharad Pawar faction and women workers today protested against a delay in clearing the bill by wearing red ribbons at the pedestal of the Mahatma Gandhi statue near the state secretariat. President Draupadi Murmu is on a 3-day visit to Maharashtra. The party has demanded President Draupadi Murmu to approve the Shakti bill in Maharashtra at the back of some of the heinous crimes that the state has seen in the recent past.
सबका सलाह लेके ये बहुत अच्छा कायदा देशमुख साहब ने लाया था और सब ने दिल्ली भी भेजा हुआ है, लेकिन तब मोदी सरकार थी, उन्होंने कुछ नहीं किया। आज एनडीए की सरकार दिल्ली में है, उन्होंने भी कुछ नहीं किया, उसका हम जाहिर निषेध करते हैं। मैं खुद देशमुख साहब को विनती करूंगी कि देशमुख साहब अगर सब नेताओं गण को, सारे जो इंडिया अलायंस के नेता है, उनको अगर जब खत लिखे तो जब पार्लियामेंट नवंबर में शुरू होगा तो मैं देशमुख साहब को विनती करूंगी वो दिल्ली आए, सब बड़े नेताओं से हम लोग मिलेंगे, उसके बाद हम सब इंडिया अलायंस से उनसे बात करके विनती करेंगे कि हम लोग साथ जाके इस देश के जो होम मिनिस्टर है उनसे मिले और उनको विनती करें कि ये बिल ला दे।
All right, moving on to the controversy as on the IC-814, the Netflix web series, which is in fact inspired by true events which took place on the hijacking of this aircraft, which was Kathmandu to Delhi bound in 1999. Now, there was, remember, objections and a lot of outrage that took place online with the names of the aliases that were used by the hijackers. Now, for the benefit of the audience unfamiliar with the 1999 hijacking of the Indian Airlines Flight 814, the opening disclaimer has been updated to include the real and code names of the hijackers. The code names in the series reflect those used during the actual event. And India has a rich culture of storytelling, and in fact, this will be included as far as the discussions between the content head of Netflix and the INB ministry is concerned. Now, after the outrage, the makers have added a disclaimer, and the opening disclaimer will project both the names of the hijackers and also their aliases.
This is the only official statement on this matter. There are a lot of reports online, and I request our esteemed members of the press to please refer to this particular statement. And I'm reading it as per quote from Monica Shergill, Vice President Content, Netflix India. Please pay attention. For the benefit of audiences unfamiliar with the 1999 hijacking of Indian Airlines Flight 814, the opening disclaimer has been updated to include the real and code names of the hijackers. The code names in the series reflect those used during the actual event. India has a rich culture of storytelling, and we are committed to showcasing these stories and their authentic representation.
Remember earlier, government sources revealed to NDTV that why the Netflix content chief was summoned to the IT ministry. It was stated by the government that nobody has a right to play with the sentiments of the people of this country, and wrong portrayal or presenting wrong facts before the audience is something that one should ignore. You should think before portraying anything in a wrong manner, and therefore the reason perhaps when there was huge outrage and anger amongst the audience on social media regarding the two names of the hijackers, that was without any disclaimer shown in the web series IC-814, and it portrayed like that, like those two hijackers had their code names of Indians to a lot of people who were unfamiliar of the 1999 IC-814 hijacking, thought that these two might be Indian, and certainly that had made government to think upon it. Government has stated earlier that they are very serious as far as the portrayal of the facts on the OTT platforms are concerned. And therefore, the reason today it was the Netflix content VP and the other members from the Netflix who were summoned. It was Information Broadcasting Ministry who met these officials, and the meeting lasted for almost an hour, to which it was asked to Netflix India that they should put the disclaimer of putting out the right facts and the names of those hijackers as to what their original identity was.
Meanwhile, amid a surge in cases in Karnataka, dengue cases, the state government on Tuesday notified the dengue fever, including severe forms of it, as an epidemic disease and made regulations to amend Karnataka Epidemic Disease Regulations 2020. Penalty if people violate the rules. The government has mobilized resources and personnel across various departments to focus on source reduction, which involves eliminating mosquito breeding sites. ASHA workers and volunteers have also been tasked for conducting door-to-door visits to educate people and ensure compliance of preventive measures.
ನೋಡಿಕೊಂಡು ನಮ್ಮ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಇದು ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶ ಇರ್ತದೆ ಅವರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ವಾರ್ನ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ, ಜನರಿಗೆ ತಿಳುವಳಿಕೆ ಹೇಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ, ಮತ್ತು ನೀವು ಸರಿಯಾದ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ದ ನಂತರ ಕೂಡ ಅವರು ಏನೋ ಅದನ್ನು ಸರಿಪಡಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಈಗ ಯಾರು ಕೂಡ ನೋಡಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣಕ್ಕೆ ಫೈನ್ ಹಾಕ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ವಾರ್ನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ನೋಡಪ್ಪ ಹಿಂಗೆಲ್ಲ ಇಟ್ಕೋಬೇಡಿ ಅಂತ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಅವ್ರು ಅದೇ ಥರ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾಗ ಮತ್ತೆ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಆವಾಗ ಏನಾಗ್ತದೆ, ಅವನಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಏನಾದರೂ ನಾವೊಂದು ಶಿಸ್ತು ಕ್ರಮ ತೊಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ, ಏನಾದರೂ ಒಂದು ಕ್ರಮ ತೊಗೊಳಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಈಗಿದೆ. ಮೊದಲೇನು ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು, ಹೋಗಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು, ಮಾಡದೇ ಹೋದರೆ ಏನೂ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವರು ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾದಾಗ ನಾವು ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಏನು ಕ್ರಮ ತೊಗೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ಪವರ್ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ, ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅವ್ರು ವಾರ್ನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು, ಹೋಗಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಈಗ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗಾದರೂ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅರ್ಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಸಿಕ್ತವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆಲ್ಲ ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಆದರೆ ಇದು ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಗಟ್ಟಿಯಾಗಿ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಇದು ಒಂದು ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಈ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟ್ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೊಸ ಈ ರೂಲ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ.
A horrifying case and a shocking, in fact, case has been reported from Haryana. Just these visuals, in fact, which went viral, tell you the story of how, in the name of cow vigilantism, there are people, rogue elements, which are roaming free with absolute impunity in the state of Haryana, ladies and gentlemen. This case involves a class 12 student, R.N. Mishra, who was shot dead after he was mistaken for a cow smuggler in Faridabad. The accused chased the victim car for 30 kilometers before he was killed, and 5 people were arrested in connection with the incident. On the Agra-Delhi National Highway at the Gadpuri Toll Plaza, the CCTV footage shows Aryan, the deceased, in a red Duster car while the accused were following in a Swift car. The shooting occurred shortly after passing of this toll. The accused are currently in police custody and further investigations are underway.
कसघर वाले गौ वाले ने पीछा किया, गौ हत्या करने वालों को समझ के इनने गोली चलाई। हम पंडित हैं, हमें कोई मतलब ही नहीं, ना कोई हमारा झगड़ा लड़ाई। हमारे पूरे हरियाणा के अंदर में नाम की देख ली पुलिस चौकी में किसी में फायदा कोई भी एप्लीकेशन तक नहीं होगी, क्यों हम लाइन परदेसी हैं, आदमी कमाने खाने वाले हैं।
जो भी आदमी किसी भी मकसद से जिसकी उसके पास अथॉरिटी नहीं है, अगर वो लॉ को हाथ में लेगा या फिर अगर अपने राइट्स से बाहर जाएगा, तो उसके खिलाफ यही कारण है कि उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई करी जा रही है। जो आप लोगों के द्वारा जो अभी बताया गया कि वो किसी तरीके से इस तरीके से विजिलेंटे थे या नहीं थे, उस बारे में अभी उनका जो प्रीवियस बैकग्राउंड है उसको वेरीफाई किया जा रहा है, और अगर उनका किसी भी तरीके का ऐसा रिकॉर्ड सामने आएगा तो आप लोगों के साथ।
Mukesh Singh, my colleague, now joins us with more details. In fact, on this case, Mukesh,